Welcome to day 3 Group A. Oh, and with me to start out the day, we have Dratnos, Zyronic, and Nagura. That's right, the gates have opened, but soon they will close on all but 2 teams in this group. Only 2 will make it through to the global finals. The other ones will have to fight it out in the last stand tournament later. But we got a lot to look forward to today. As usual, if Echo is in a group, the question is, can anyone beat Echo? And as we kind of talk about it, as we kind of break down what this group might look like,
처음에
by the
킬
end
때
of the
렉
day, let's
심해갖고
take a look
걱정했는데
at
렉이
some of what happened yesterday. And there was a lot. I mean, we had 6 matches, a lot of teams getting
KKB님
eliminated, a lot of
안녕하세요.
interesting stuff, some tough stuff time to time, but a new pillar's ironic to talk about in this poll.
Dude, the Rock is going to be the new
Rock
spot
gang.
for everyone to be just AoEing these wargs from. Of course, they can't
Dude,
jump on range targets there. It's great.
The best part about this as well is if you kill the boss first, you have that speed buff as the tank for when you're picking up the wargs too, which is a huge benefit compared to this is what we see a lot of teams doing on live right now, pulling the wargs over to this little pillar using the same sort of tech, but your tank is moving at a snail's pace by comparison, and it's a lot sketchier.
It gets a little bit scary where you have to like do that turning thing where it's like I don't want to get in the back, but I want to keep moving, and like every tank kind of learns how to do that. Nagura, how do you think some of this? How do you think Sloth was looking in their 2-1 against Legendary? Because they're going up against Echo first today.
Yeah, so I think Sloth actually played really well against Legendary, but they did have some issues because they also lost one of those dungeons, of course, against Legendary as well. And I think it's going to be a little bit tough for them against Echo. But since we are playing Azure Vault first, we haven't seen that dungeon at all yet. It is possible that Sloth has some like very fast strategy in Azure Vault that maybe Echo didn't think about, maybe has something fancy going on there. So I do think they have a chance for sure, because we have seen Sloth do these kind of strategies before, but they came up with something that no one else has thought about before. So I do have high hopes for them. But yeah, Echo is obviously a very difficult opponent.
What I find is really interesting, or has been really interesting this weekend, is the team compositions, because obviously in time trials things were a little bit different, but so far this
오늘은 뭐
weekend,
특별한 거
Sloth
있을래나?
and Echo have played the same comp every dungeon except for the healer, which they would swap, you know, from Evoker to Shaman depending on the dungeon. But aside from that, it's Protection Warrior, Shadow Priest, Feral Druid, and Unholy DK. Do you want to speak to that? Because no other teams are really sticking that close to just one composition. We've seen mages, we've seen rogues, we've seen a demon hunter here and there, we've seen enhancement shaman. So have they kind of like cracked the code? Is this just the comp you should be running most cases?
I think it's partially also like Sloth and Echo have played the least games of any of our teams in the tournament, right? They breezed into the upper finals, I guess breezed in Echo's case, and a little bit more hard fought in Sloth's
서린님
case,
안녕하세요.
but made their way up to that upper finals, right? And played the fewest games. So I think there are some maps we haven't seen out of both teams where I wouldn't be surprised to see stuff like the Rogue, particularly out of
지불정 일부러 바깥에다
has been looking pretty
떨어뜨리네.
good from a lot of teams here. It facilitates snapping up some extra mobs. But also even like the Fire Mage. So the Fire Mage we saw mostly just a little bit yesterday, and it didn't. I don't think it's. I think there's more Fire Mage that we can see in some of these dungeons. I actually think this 23 Azure Vault that we're going to be starting off today as well might be a place where you could consider playing that spec as well. As Nagura, do you remember?
네, 그거 같은데? 힐러 죽은 거?
Stronger Isatui match ended.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a match. I mean, we saw the mage go down. They didn't have a battle rest for a long time, and then this shaman
그냥 득점 가만히 하고 있었으면 살았을 텐데.
more for the static spear just went down, and then they had to just 3-man 8% of Belakar Khan on Tyrannical, which seems like it
Just kite it out.
been forever. And yeah, of course, Brewmaster not really having much self healing going on there, just going down, and then it's just a Rogue and the Shadow Priest left. I think we all had a little bit of a heart attack when it was only those 2 damage dealers left at the end.
Well, we were like, oh no, they're going to actually lose this dungeon. How in the world? It's going to be a 1% wipe. And it was so close. I mean, it was just, I believe, the Hunter left. But yeah, Chris just delaying long enough to get that last couple of percentage in there for Huns.
The boon at the end just to get the last little few ticks of damage they needed, and then he died to the explosive after they killed the boss, just for fun. Just for fun.
Yeah,
This was a really cool
solidarity.
moment from Legendary here. I
어제
mean,
재밌었던
first
거
time we saw
보여주네. 뭐
Shadow
잘한 거
Priest
이런
on
거보다.
weekend, and they had a pretty great run. Up until this point, where a little bit of shenanigans.
여기서 보면은 죽기가 폭풍 맞고 떨어지고
AMS would prevent this tornado from knocking him back.
죽기 떨어지고
It didn't. He got
암사
knocked
땡기러 가고 암사 땡기러 가다가 암사도 떨어지고
I fell into the water. Whoops.
암사하고 용이라고 풀어야 되는데
And that kills the tank, and they gotta kite it out.
땡
a little
터져서
bit, but
몹다
they have battle
리셋되고
resist.
지금
I mean, other than this one little mishap, they're able to save the pull and go on and have a relatively clean dungeon. So, I mean, with this happening, they probably could have done that dungeon maybe a minute and a half faster. So we could see some really, really fast Shadow and Burial Grounds today from the top end teams if they do end up playing that dungeon. Yeah, Legendary looked pretty strong coming through into the top 4 today. I think they're one of the teams that could potentially take a game or even a series off of either Echo or Sloth, whoever ends up going down to the lower bracket. I'd say they're very firmly like the 3rd best team in our bracket this week.
Yeah, I mean, they did already take a game off of Sloth, so they have that under their belts at least. They did do the 2.
탱만 버틸 수 있으면 여기서 한 점 해주는 거 되게 좋다.
They're kind of like
근데 저 로머
I
오는 것
almost said
때문에
the word wild card or a dark horse, but I think they could apply. I think you could apply that to them, where they've got the skill, but it's just gonna be pretty tough to take down a team like Echo, and certainly Sloth preventing a challenge as well.
Yeah, I think they're missing a little bit of consistency, right? This team in particular, because they have the strategies, they have the really, they have really good players, really smart players as well that can come up with these routes.
금송님
You see them
안녕하세요.
just struggle a bit here and there, having those full wipes, and that's what cost them a lot of the dungeons. So I think they're just lacking some consistency, which technically speaking they could have fixed for today.
Right. I mean, they've had a little bit of time after
오늘은
yesterday to go back and
네
pull
번,
some of
네
the
경기.
routes, maybe practice a couple of the dungeons.
그래도 약간 뭐라 그래야 되지?
Here's our bracket as it stands
어떤
right
경기를
now.
해도
Obviously, we're
에코,
gonna see Echo
슬로스,
versus Sloth in our upper
레전더리
bracket semifinal
이 셋 중에 한
first
팀은
off, then
나오는
we're gonna see
날이라서
Legendary versus Team Sui, and then we're gonna see that lower bracket semifinal, and then finally the finals. I guess I can kind of say it like that, and that'll be a longer one too. That'll be a 1st to 3 instead of a 1st to 2 like we've seen in our other matches so far. So that's gonna be fun to get that longer match for the final one of the group. I'm excited about that. But is it just going to be an Echo 3-0? That's the question for Group A. Is Echo going to drop a dungeon at all? Echo banning Naku defensive.
에코 노크도
for our
배냈네.
first series of the day. Sloth going with the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds ban.
근데
Interesting.
약간
There's no
노크드는 어제 봤잖아 이런 느낌인데.
Zyronic. What do you think we're going to see in there?
하늘빛? 하늘빛 나온 적 있나요? 하늘빛 처음인 것 같은데.
If you guys remember, like back when the expansion just came out, we were running all of our Mythic Zeros. Azure Vault was like the
하늘빛 그거 궁금하네.
in all of the Mythic Zeros because you can just skip vertically.
픽스는 되게 좋네요.
You can do that in Mythic Plus too. You acquire pretty much all of your trash count from pulling all of the rocks.
개구리를 잡을지 안 잡을지 요새 뭐 개구리 잡는 게 대세긴 한데 정화기도 해가지고
You jump down vertically from platform to platform. That's what I'm assuming they're gonna do. I think it'd be the fastest strategy with the affixes that we have.
네, 요새는 또 개구리 잡는 게 대세더라고요. 23단이면은 그렇게 막 낮은 단수는 아니라서.
Now it is one of our higher keys this weekend. It's the highest dungeon level we have at the 23 fortified mark. So
아이스크림 하나 먹으면서 해야.
a relatively long dungeon, like probably the upper teens. But I think compared to the dungeon timer, this is going to be a really fast dungeon.
What do you think about the Noku defensive bun? Yeah, I was just about to say because Echo ended up running Noku defensive, but they have the fastest time in no-kit. No other team has beaten their time. But they didn't ban Ruby life pools, which is the only dungeon that Echo has played, and they do not have the fastest time in. In fact, it's Sloth that has the fastest time in Ruby. So the fact that they left that open is very.
Feel like they could have
어제
optimized,
그렇게 오래 할지
on
몰랐어가지고.
day one. Maybe they felt like they weren't, 100% in the game then, and they are today. But I do wonder, and Nakut is the one where people have been saying it's a little bit less flexible. in some
입구에서
dungeons,
얼마큼
so
데리고 올지
has
궁금한데요?
figured
에코?
something out that another team hasn't. They're saving it.
어디까지 데리고 올래나?
Either way, we're going into Azure Vault.
숨을 먹고 진짜 많이 데리고 올 수도 있어요.
And
이거.
excited because we haven't seen this one. There's Laymore, everybody's favorite boss in the whole world.
그냥 글로벌
No one
풀링 하긴 좀
disagrees, yet
심심하거든
all
이거.
saying that. But let's get things started. Echo versus Sloth. See who takes it.
I really want to see what this
Nice,
first pull that they're going to go for is. I mean,
어디까지
this is like
가냐?
one of the biggest potential pulls in the dungeon. You let those whelpcasts go through. This is the bloodlust pull, and here we go, stacking up in
입구
the
새끼용
corners. Azalea
안 깨웠나?
popping that Emerald Communion just to keep everyone
아,
as they go
안
into the pull
깨우네.
here.
그냥 꽃만 싹 다 잡네
The
지금.
amount of lashers that they have stacked up here. Actually, I don't think they let any of the rocks go.
커플링부터
off. They're just going for a
갈렸죠?
full lash
이거
pull right
깨우는
now.
거랑
They haven't even popped the
This is
bloodlust, so I
all
wonder if
the
they're gearing up for
lashers.
something bigger.
깨우는 거 빼고 다
They
잡는
used the Master Spell immediately once they had a 4 stack of that Mystic Touch and everyone. Salia dropping really low, using the Dispel to get rid of that Lasher debuff again. There we go, they're done. The Tender going down as well. This was a 17.8% trash pull that they did. Sloth on the other hand
패스루트.
decided to actually
에코는 안
go
깨우네.
those whelp casts going through and just making sure they get those extra rocks on their side. So a little bit of a different route. We can see
Okay.
with Sloth, because they did the different pull, they have this Tender on just really high HP because they don't have cooldowns left. Right? They used all of their cooldowns on their initial pull, and now with this Tender having so much HP, much more HP than the Lashers, they're just quote unquote wasting time sitting there single targeting this Tender.
Did they pull the tender from upstairs down here into this pull? I think they have 4.
그러면은 그 2층 1렘 잡고 그거를 한층 싹 몰아잡는 뭐 그런 식으로 할 것 같은데요? 그 원이라고 해야
They
되나?
have 4 markers in there. They've got four, skull X triangle square.
yeah.
So they've got 4 arcane tenders here. They pulled the one from upstairs.
자, 중요한 거는 이거예요. 에코는 아직 블러드를 안 썼어.
Like Echo has done. This is completely opposite from what we thought that they would do.
블러드를 안 썼다는 거는 뭔가 준비를 했다는 거예요. 그러니까 이 정도 풀링은 블러드를 안 써도 된다는 거니까. 플러스 지금 블러드 썼잖아요.
Obviously, that's going to be way further on into the dungeon, so we'll have to just wait and see what they plan on doing. But pulling the 4 arcane tenders that altogether.
플러스 루트는 그냥 우리도 하는 약간 글로벌 풀링. 에코는 지금 블러드를 안 썼는데
They'll just be pacified for 6 seconds, so making sure they have perfect hits for those erratic growths is really important. But it looks like it's going to be too much of an issue for them. They do have that one final tender left, and they're
와.
pulling it on top of the boss.
그 와중에 저거 에코 네모 나무 찍어놨잖아요.
Yeah, I also do want to
에코
mention
네모
that
나무
before,
찍어놨잖아. 저게 위에서 온
when I said
거예요.
wrong, this is a 23.
저거를 늦게 잡아도 되니까 징표를 찍어놓은 거겠지 아마?
Sanguine,
나머지 아래층에 있는 나무 세 마리를 잡아야지 1렘 팝업이 되니까.
Sanguine is definitely correct, but
it's
it's a 23,
sanguine.
45.
I want to say
it's
it's Sanguine
volcanic.
volcanic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 45, 23, Sanguine Volcanic, Thundering.
아, 비테님 안녕하세요.
Yeah.
이게 그니까 확실히 에코에 브레인이 많은 거야.
Rocks they could play technically, right?
얘네들은 연구를 얘네도 하겠지만은 이런 던전 루트나 그런 걸 연구해주는 애들이 있잖아요.
And they don't have a rogue, so usually the way you skip those elementals is you invis pot or you use a shroud, or you can even have.
아, 근데 이거 블러드 1렘에 그냥 쓴 거는 살짝 그건가? 이게 블러드를 쓰는 방식이 어려워서 그러니까 블러드를 받은 상태에서 빨리 녹인다 이거랑 블러드를 써서 패턴 한 번을 덜 봐갖고 시간을 줄이겠다 그런 게 있는데 에코가 지금 블러드 쓴 거는 1렘 패턴 한 번 덜 봐가지고 시간을 줄이겠다는 거거든요.
So it definitely looks like whatever Sloth was doing was quite a bit slower because they had to do this pull.
야 꽃을 몇 마리 붙여도 그렇게 어렵지 않다 약간 그런 느낌?
I wonder what the reasoning for using Lust on the boss is. Okay, actually, I guess it makes sense, right? Because they didn't really need the Lust to enable the first couple of pulls. They had the cooldowns to burst through that, and there's really not a whole lot of trash that you can pull on top of this boss, right? Because you have to deal with the.
그러니까 여기서 그러니까 슬로스도 애들이 잘하고 그러니까 딜도 그러니까 딜하고 힐 이런 퍼포먼스 다 나오는 애들이에요.
So I guess it makes sense you want to use Lust to just try to.
근데 에코가 1렘이 빨리 끝났다는 거는 루트가 안 깨우는 게 더 빠르다는 거야.
A little interesting strategy from Echo. I'm sure it's correct time-wise for them to do that. It's not what you would assume though going into a high-level fortified key though. Interesting. So let's see what they have planned. Like you said, there are these rocks right here that they could technically pull if they wanted to. And yep, they're pulling.
뭐 4% 정도 차이 나긴 하는데.
Rocks. Here we go.
Yep, there we go. I assume they're also going to be pulling those elementals. Sally is tagging them or on his way to tag them. So this is going to be another big pull.
여기는 이제 깨우는 게 빠르다는 거지.
But there's going to be a lot of other big pulls happening as soon as this pull.
그러니까 약간 MDI는 풀링의 난이도 이런 거는 완전 배제하고 보는 거거든요. 어떤 식으로 몹을 몰아잡는 게 시간적으로 이득인지 그걸 지금 보여주는 거예요.
And then the elementals also have to be interrupted whenever they cast their sleep. We don't want anyone to fall asleep. Of course, they do have Dispel in case one cast does go through. We still don't necessarily want that to happen. You can see AoE Fear being used by now here as well at the end to drop that. One frontal actually went through, but only hit now. And as long as it's only one stack, he should be fine. Using Shield Wall as well to make sure that he's okay.
와, 속도 차이가.
Yeah, it's pretty clean from them. Now let's see how crazy they're gonna go here. So
에코 이제 2층을 얼만큼 몰아잡는지 저게 병력이 재우는 것 때문에 조금 위험하긴 하거든요. 다 붙이면은.
In this area to get their trash count, especially if they don't want to do any frogs. So they could go
안
for some
붙이네.
pretty massive pulls here. You can pretty easily like triple pull these packs, but going for a nice, simple double pull here.
이거 조금 기대했는데.
I mean, remember this is a pretty high key, so. Gotta play it kind of safe. You can't go for the super crazy pulls every single pull in the dungeon.
Yeah, the really cool thing about these pulls is just looking at how they're using their utility, right? Because there's so many disrupts as I talked about. We saw Inca Roar being used by Jinji, but then we saw it followed.
아니 얘네 다 따라오는 줄이라서.
Just lots and lots of AoE CC being required. Plus, of course, you can also see the markers on all of the elementals.
얘네가 다 따라오는 줄이라서 붙이려면 붙일 수 있는데 딸이 안 되는 거야. 그래갖고 여기는 그냥 저 정도만 잡고
Echo is doing what we talked about. They're skipping trash.
여기는 이제 또 그 재우는 줄들은 별로 없거든요.
Normally you'd have to kill all three of the corner packs that are preventing you from using the book to go downstairs. But because the platform is just below you, you can just jump down there, and if you have levitate or
이거밖에 안 잡나?
leap, or if you can glide down like an evoker or a havoc demon hunter, you just won't even take any damage from doing it. And there we go. Echo only dealt with 2 packs upstairs, and they instantly jump downstairs, pick up a couple extra trash mobs. Are they going to be chaining this into something else, or are they only killing these 3 for count? Let's see where now's going. Oh, we are pulling a patrol in. Okay, so they need a little more trash count here.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of cooldowns ready. Jinji now popped Incarnation, so I was assuming they're gonna just chain a little bit. Yeah, not an absolutely crazy pull here. We do see Sanguine and Typhoon being used immediately to make sure they are getting.
용이 원래 여기 있었나?
So not too efficient when it comes to the AoE damage right now. But that's just
있었나?
what Sanguine requires you to do. Not have any of that heal going off. And Echo really dealing with Sanguine so far, like really well. I haven't seen Sanguine pop up in the healing meter at all, so really well done. And yeah, it looks like they are going to use the book and go to the next boss in just a second. And
한 마리
that can also
있었나?
be a little bit annoying, right? Because you have all of these guards, you have all of the swirlies that spawn in the bot. You can disrupt that cast, which I assume they're going to do, because they do have the 2 melee players that they don't want to worry about those swirlies on the ground. But then you also have all of these magic debuffs that decrease magic damage done to the mobs. So lots of purges and things like that you would need. Oh, that's a big pull. That's like the whole room.
Look at this pull from Echo. This is the whole room minus 1 3-pack. And this is a room that has a
한 3분의 2방 정도 되나? 나머지 안 잡은 건 이제 냄들 붙이겠죠 아마? 에코 스타일상.
And it makes it so you're very easily hit by some of those AoE circles that appear on the ground. They need to make sure that they get all of those kicks. Also, frontals on now. Really need to make sure they don't get hit. Accidentally cleave any of your melee groups.
예, 사실 리플링은 아시겠지만 탱만 살면은
Little tiny bit of sanguine healing, maybe just
예, 탱만 살면은 짤이 막 어렵고 그런 건 아니에요. 그러니까 난이도가 높진 않아. 탱만 난이도가 높아. 이거 드리블 하는 거는 탱이 아파서 뺀다기보다는 약간 피용 때문에 드리블 하는 것 같고.
you know, maybe on a lower key level, we could actually see that big.
나오야 뭐
top of the boss with all
템랩
those
207로 별궁 20단
But
시크란 탱 거니까
yep, they're just gonna take it a little
확실히
more
이건 그냥
conservatively.
네임드
Only
붙이고.
3 mobs on top of the boss. They do have to kill these pretty quickly though, right? Because the first intermission phase on this boss happens like I think 30 seconds into the fight. So I imagine they're gonna focus more on AoE here than they normally would.
Yeah, and they have to worry about Sanguine, right? Because
Right.
in the intermission phase, you have those 4 ads that spawn that need to be killed, and if they stand in a Sanguine pool, then that's gonna be bad for sure. As
스무스하네.
actually did have a little bit of an issue there. It looked like Malik went down on not the skips. It looked like I only saw it a bit later as I was looking at Echo doing that big.
뭐 타이페야 뭐 경화라서 그렇게 부담되지 않는
Not
플링이고
too much time lost for them.
쫄 한 마리 남아있는 게 저거 피운 관리를 좀 잘하긴 해야 될 거예요. 저거 혹시 쫄이나 냄드에 담그면은 완전 사고라서. 근데 뭐 조합이 태풍 2개에다가 죽손도 있고 이러니까
Interesting to see because in live servers you just try to stay stacked up because there's so much incoming damage on your group and you just like go together in like a circle and kill them one by one. But it looked like Echo just had
에코 용맹에서 복술 쓴 거는 짤 때문에 그럴 거예요. 짤. 용맹이 좀 치명적인 짤들이 많으니까.
And that was a pretty dangerous scenario for them. Like it's way more dangerous than the normal intermission. They had that seal keeper up the entire time they were in the intermission, and it was just casting abilities. If one icy bindings goes off during that intermission, everyone's rooted in place, and you're just gonna get bowled over by one of these arcane orbs on your face.
저는 개인적으로는 하늘빛도 복술이 괜찮다고 보거든요. 바질토 때문에. 저 암사 0짤 진짜 암사 암사 짤 0.
This is actually going to be very, very close. They might want to drag the boss to the edge. Yeah, just now pulling it a little bit further away from the center. The boss is actually going to start running.
나오 터졌다. 야,
Are they
나오.
able to finish the boss off before the intermission? Yes, just barely.
야,
Now
나오.
it does go down at the last second there.
에코에서 누가 죽는다면은 그건 진지여야 되는데 나오가 터졌네. 바닥 밟은 듯?
Right now, and you actually have a really nice movement speed buff too when you do that. So actually, he'll be with the group instantly, and he'll be.
행이 죽을 건 바닥밖에 없죠.
I almost wonder if that was on purpose, so that he could gather up trash here more quickly than usual. Like look at the movement speed he has right now.
용 한 마리 일단 앞 있을 거고 용 2마리.
Let's say
Yeah, it was on purpose.
Either way, Echo is actually dealing with this frog area here, which we do see sometimes being skipped completely, as we talked about earlier as well.
두 마리는 부족하다.
Really annoying. And not only Sanguine, but it's also
세 마리?
a really long hall that you have to walk through. So it's just a lot of movement.
어디까지 가지?
How far are they going?
They are just gathering up everything, right? They have.
They're getting everything.
이게 경화 23이면은 그래도 좀 아프거든요.
So yeah, they're gonna have a lot of breakers.
용 3마리?
Which is really scary because the frogs themselves, they don't. Oh, Jinji actually
no,
going
Jinji.
down. They do have
아,
to use
딜러는
some
신나겠다.
back up. Yeah, this can be
살려주기만
really scary
하면.
because all of these breakers, they cast an unavoidable AoE, and Mirror's actually
지금
goes down.
터진사다. 봐봐.
One more battle rest.
터진다고.
Now they're out of rests. They have to be
터진다고.
very careful to not get nuked down by any of those breakers.
터져도 붙이는 게 이득.
That they do.
And look at the abilities available to the group right now. Pretty much.
이게 어려운 게 뭐냐면은
Is that VE for
포유 3개도 포유 3개인데
Azalea doesn't really have
그
any.
돌진 3개를 다 힐러가 캐치를 할 수가 없어요. 그래갖고 딜러들이 자기 대상 됐을 때 살아줘야 되거든요. 아니면은 여기 기둥 붙였네. 시합을 하라는 얘기. 좋을 것 같으면 문에 가서 숨어. 용은 한 마리 남고 다 죽었네. 야, 뭐 용만 없으면은 뭐 이거는. 야, 피웅 힐 400만, 피웅 500만, 600만. 피웅 1등.
Done to the mobs on this pole alone, and it's going to keep going up as well.
이거 피드백 있었나 보다. 피웅 힐량을 보고 싶어하는 사람들이 있었을 거예요. 어제는 미터기가 1미터기가 2줄이었는데 오늘 3줄로 바뀌었네. 피웅 힐 1100만.
So I do think this pull. I mean, the fact that they managed to recover this pull was pretty crazy, considering the 2 players went down and they possibly lost a bunch of offensive cooldowns as well while going down. Because the only reason why I think they can do this with multiple breakers in that trash pack is because they have quite a lot of funnel damage with their setup. So they finish off the breakers one by one to make sure they don't have.
중구난방으로 뛰댕기니까 이 원딜이 붙어 있잖아요. 두꺼비 쪽에.
to make sure that they
번디라고
survive
암사는
double
어딨지?
breaker cast plus shoulder slams.
번디라고 암사가 두꺼비 쪽에 많이 붙어줘야
Breaker
돼요.
needs to die really quickly as soon as they
이거
go
누가
down.
빼주는데
Because
누가
they
빼줄래?
are
탱이
so
죽겠지?
down, it was actually alive for longer than they probably anticipated, but still
아,
managed,
위안.
to finish off this pull, which is pretty impressive.
아,
And
위안이
since they
있네.
are skipping those two breakers,
누가
I think
빼주나
they
했더니.
go Mind Sooth and just walking past, and you can
진짜.
see they're at the 100% trash now, so it's only gonna be bosses from here on out.
Yeah, just boss to boss. And I was kind of surprised.
암사
I did
사기네.
not think that they would go for even like half the size of that frog pull, but I guess I should never be surprised when it comes to Echo. They always try to pull off the craziest things. Check out the Zalia
방금
ability there,
구출 좀
rescuing
달달했다.
out of the frost puddle so he doesn't actually have to stop casting. Tiny little bit of just movement min-maxing from Zalia.
다
there
봤네요.
for Shadow Priest. Love to see it. The Lash is another phase. Like a lot of the bosses in this instance are very like intermission based, right? I guess this one's only like a slight like 8-second intermission, but the boss going immune doesn't really feel that great. So you really want to try to beat those
합의된 걸 거예요.
So they'll probably
아니면 뭐 콜을 했겠지? 그러니까 뭐 순간적으로 암사가 멀 수 있어요. 암사가 발이 이 중에서 제일 느리니까.
We'll see. We did see Zalia topping or being second on the damage meter on that first one because the first absolute zero actually happens pretty quickly. So usually, if you have the offensive cooldowns available, you do not want to use them as soon as you pull the boss, just because the boss goes.
그게 끊기는 사람이 있고 안 끊기는 사람이 있대요. 그러니까 약간 스킬별로 다르거나 뭔가 좀 메커니즘이 있는 것 같아요. 누구는 끊긴다 그러고 누구는 안 끊긴다 그러고.
But they might be able to just skip the next one. 35% that sounds doable, but they don't have a lot of offensive cooldowns available anymore at this point.
Okay, I'm gonna show my age here. Hopefully, oh, actually, maybe I won't. Do Shadow Priests still have Execute, where they do more damage, sub 35? Do we know that?
That is a very good question. I don't know.
Execute's important. I would imagine they probably.
합의된 거네. 항상 처음에 이렇게 구슬로 빼주네.
Kind of
Twist
got
of Fate.
stuff.
Yeah.
Twist of Fate, yeah. Oh, they definitely still have that. I think. I'm sure we'll know in a minute and a half when the delay comes up and chat's like, these casters don't know anything.
It used to be pretty cool, right? Because Twist of Fate would proc both on healing low HP targets and also damaging low HP targets, right? So
보면은 젤리아가 부양으로 무빙 캐스팅 쓰는 게 되게 섬세해요.
I know that's still how.
Oh, I actually don't know.
이렇게 직접 점프하는 게 빨라.
Skip here from Echo to not taking the book down. They're going again, once again, jumping from platform to platform here.
이게 택 타고 내려가는 것보다 이렇게 직접 점프하는 게 빨라요.
Preventing fall damage. The Evoker hovers, the Warrior leaps. I think they had to levitate the DK, but the Druid can also just disengage, right? I guess, or just feral charge.
죽기는 어떻게 살았는지 모르겠네. 죽기 뭘로 살았지? 죽기도 낙뎀 감소 뭐 그런 게 있나요? 전화 걸어줬나? 공중부양 걸어줬겠구나.
On to Umbral Skull, the final boss of the dungeon already. This is definitely going to be a sub 20-minute Azure Ball, which is really impressive considering how long this dungeon is. But how fast can they go? This boss is just melting. They even saved the second Bloodlust for it.
Yeah, the one really cool thing that I just saw as well is that when they use Bloodlust now, which they used approximately when the boss was at 90%, so they didn't use it immediately at like 90.
정화라서 그냥 한 점에서 그냥 쭉 연속으로 굿을 뽑아줘가지고.
With Lust is kind of difficult in an M+ dungeon because you want to use your cooldowns as often as possible. You have different kinds of cooldowns, right? You have 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
그러니까 무빙을 해야 되는 상황 전에 미리 부양을 써요. 그래갖고 무빙하면서 딜로스를 없애는.
And made sure they're delaying Bloodlust just a little bit to make sure that everyone has their offensive cooldowns up. And look how fast they're pushing the boss though. They get back to back of these shards. And at this point, I'm not even sure.
캐스팅 끊어야 될 것 같다 싶은 타이밍에 항상 캐스팅을 하더라고요, 보면.
Now they realize at the last second they have to swap to them. At the last second they're like, wait, we need to kill them.
Maybe it was also just a min-maxing thing, you know? Like maybe they had like dots or stuff like that rolling on them and they figured, okay, we have to switch last second. Or they just thought they can finish off the boss before they explode.
그래서 저 용일할 때도 보면은 부양을 트래킹은 하거든요. 이 부양이 좋은 게 뭐냐면은 부양이 끝나기 0.1초 전에 캐스팅을 땡겨도 그 캐스팅이 끝날 때까지는 움직여도 돼요. 너무 압도적이다 이거.
Looked like there was a couple little moments maybe that could be optimized, but overall Echo just taking dungeon number 1 by storm. We will see. If they can keep it up, I would imagine they probably can.
에코는 A조에선 그냥 언터처블.
Easily, but you know, Sloth, they've got. We're moving into
그러니까 약간 슬로스하고 꼴찌 팀의 격차보다 에코하고 슬로스 팀의 격차가 더 큰 것 같아요.
I thought this was very interesting because I didn't think that Sloth. I mean, it looked like they were really far behind. I mean, they were really far behind. But it was
델리아
mainly just because of
57K.
the way they pulled the first area. Like the fact that Echo knew pulling the whelps like the rocks is actually not as efficient as just
확실히
going for the
딜이 세.
lashes and the tenders, then just moving on. That just really worked out for them. Echo didn't even commit bloodlust for it either. They just knew, you know what, we're playing all of the lashers and we're moving on.
암사
And they were
암사
so
암사
freaking
인터럽트 한 번이야?
percentage in comparison to Sloth. It was kind of crazy.
아 근데 여기 아니지?
See here, that first
야 지금
pull working
꽃을
out
몇 번을
so
잡았는데.
well for Echo. This comp as well is really well suited to dealing with this, you know, 9 lasher nonsense, right? You have
내 꽃을 이렇게 쓰는데 저런 거 한 번쯤 이렇게 차단 볼 수도 있잖아, 암사.
as well, so you just send that if you need to. You have other AoE stops, and that pack is just dead before it's doing anything. Whereas Sloth ended up taking the first area.
아 이런 것도 나무 있잖아요. 이거 근딜이 바닥 깔린 상태에서 짤보기 빡세다고. 이런 거 한 번씩 봐줄 수도 있잖아. 이게 야드 같은 경우가 짤보기가 되게 힘들어요. 이게 돌진되면서 짤이 돼가지고 이런 바닥에 들어가면서 짤이 되거든요. 한번 봐줄 수도 있어 진짜 암사.
With skipping the frogs at the end is you have to do basically everything at the start of the dungeon. You have to do all of these pulls in all the way up to Azure Blade, right? You can skip 1 pack total between the start of the dungeon and Azure Blade. So if there are mobs that you don't want, you're obligated to pull them basically. Whereas Echo instead said, okay, look,
한번
let's just construct a bunch of big pulls, and then
제가
we can use
그러니까
that frog area.
암사를 좋게 생각하려고 머리를 이렇게 짜내 봐도 그래도 짤 볼 게 많거든요. 하늘빛도. 한 번보다는 더 볼 수 있지 않았을까? 진짜 알바던데.
Particularly in an MDI setting, travel time you've really planned for how you're going to do all of these.
어쨌든 딜 1등은 부족이잖아.
Because you know exactly where you're going to be at the end of each pull. You know exactly how you're going to do these jumps down.
어쨌든 딜킹은 부족인데.
Everybody's got all their stuff ready. You're not spending like 30 seconds doing logistics. That's all been done in advance, and so you're able to get those pulls going. Sloth as well, though. I think their pull sizing in this area was also good. I think the way that they ran the middle of the dungeon, like Nagura was saying, looked pretty good to me as well. I don't think they were losing as much time here as, that first pull, the way that worked out from Echo, I think was one of the big advantage openers. I think this pull as well was another one to highlight. It's just absolute mayhem of a huge amount of enemies. Look what
아프긴 하네. 그 나오 피 출렁거리는 게.
Creating between him and the enemies. A lot of the tank damage in this fight you can outrange, and it's 15-yard range, 25-yard range, 10-yard range on some of these abilities. So
지금 암사는 좋죠.
Don't let them actually cast off you, and you can survive a pull that normally would murder a tank. That's kind of the big problem with that pull is
일단 인내 하나로도 1인분 하는 클래스.
But second of all, your tank is gonna die. But using that S key on your keyboard.
아 나오 죽은 거 왜 안 보여주냐?
Can be really big. And then of course here's that frog pull. There is some sanguine healing, of course, that does happen when you're doing this. You can see it on the meters here. By the end of the pull, just a lot of sanguine healing, but the benefit is that in a dungeon where most of your pulls are going to be 5
MDI MDI 시즌에 그 뽕찬 그 글로벌은 어쩔 수 없어요. 그냥 그러려니 해야 돼.
Having a sanguine healing pull and a pull that may be a little bit inefficient normally. And then of course you get this beautiful skip at the end of the dungeon where again everybody knows a way to jump down there. You wouldn't really do that online.
그러니까 고술이 들어가면은 야드 대신에 들어가는 건데
It's going to be fine, but
야드에 무슨 장점이 있나 봐요. 제가 봤을 때는 야드 자리는 지금 어느 근딜이 들어가도 상관이 없거든요. 이 MDI 상태에서는. 제가 봤을 때는 우르솔하고 태풍을 좀 더 크게 보는 게 아닌가. 유연 3%일 수도 있고. 그러니까 근데 저는 그 발바닥보다는 우르솔이나 태풍인 것 같아요.
No shock to see that coming out of Azure Vaults for them in map number 1. I'm really interested to seeing what's going to happen on our next dungeon. It's going to be Ruby.
건부일 수도 있고 의외로 건부가 2개는 있어야 된다. 그러니까 그런 종합적인 유틸을 따졌을 때 우르솔이 제일 크지 않나 제가 봤을 때는. 사실 어느 딜러를 데리고 와도
Echo obviously
저만큼은
would like
딜할
to
수
take it
있어요.
here, but
야드만큼
maybe
딜할 수
Sloth
있어.
can tie this up and send us to that Halls of Valor after all. What do you think's ironic?
I don't know. See, the thing is, yes, Sloth did have a faster in-competition time than Echo this weekend, but number one Echo's still Echo, and number two Echo. Remember, Echo did have the fastest overall time in time trials in the dungeon too, so I imagine they can go a little bit faster than what we saw from them earlier this weekend. Echo
그런
is also
빅불에서
going to be a team that kind of
강점이 있는 건가? 그렇다고 하기에는 또
stats
전체 딜이 그렇게 높진
earlier rounds
않거든요.
too,
야두도.
because they just don't need to use their fastest route to beat.
아 노쿠도 어제 했어요. 그러니까
So actually, I
어제
don't think it's quite as
에코네가
cut and
노쿠드를
dry as
돌아가지고
Sloth is a better
오늘은
faction
약간
that should
굳이
win this dungeon. I think Echo's still a favorite
그런
here.
느낌으로 밴을 한 것 같은데요.
I mean,
Certainly are.
I would
They
say
have
though,
been
like
known to
if they
say-
can win any dungeon, like in
네,
this
루비
whole
같은 경우는 어제 그냥 2분 차이가
dungeon,
났거든요.
Sloth can win any, that in my
뭐
opinion is
슬로스가 필살기를 들고 온 게 아닌 이상
faster time so far, and they
아니면은
both know
뭐
what each other do. Like Sloth knows what Echo does.
루비에서
and,
에코가
Echo
팡
knows what Sloth
터져버리는
does.
그 정도의
So I do
실수
think that Sloth does have the best
전멸 한 번
chance to win
정도
this one.
필요할 때.
Because all of the other dungeons, Echo had a faster time, or we haven't seen the dungeons at all, and we know that Echo is just really good at coming up with routes like this that are just incredibly efficient. And we just saw it in Asher.
야드 쓰는 이유가 저 아무리 생각해봐도 저도 잘 모르겠어요.
It's really hard to tell how efficient you can be in a dungeon like this. And Echo just
굳이 찾자면은 진짜 전부 우르솔 태풍 이거 세 개예요.
Well, to
전부 우르솔
break it down
태풍.
even more into the minutia, it was an 11-second difference
야드가
between
찍딜이
the two
좋나요?
teams on, Ruby Life, pools
근데 뭐
so far,
찍딜을
but
갖다 쓸 거면 도적을
zero
쓰겠지.
deaths from Sloth to one death from
그러니까
Echo.
더
So you
좋을
take
것
that
같은
5 seconds
클래스는
off
없는데
Echo, if they eliminate that one death, suddenly we're 6 seconds apart. So it is, you know, that much closer.
그러니까 어느 딜러를
And yeah, I mean, if
갖다
we
놔도
remember
저만큼
previous
딜을 뽑을
seasons,
수가
Ironic
있어요.
is right. Echo is the kind of team that
그러니까 야드가 안 좋다 이건 아니거든요.
against some of the teams early on, but they really don't pull out all the
그러니까
stops.
다른 딜러도 저만큼의 퍼포먼스를 낼 수 있는데 어떤 강점이 야드한테 있어서 아 쇠포 맞아 쇠포크다. 맞아 쇠포는 객튼 그건 맞아. 공룡사에서 복술 쓰는 이유가 바질토가 있거든요.
I'm looking forward to it either way.
공룡사에서 복술 쓰는 이유가 바질토가 있어요.
Yeah, I think this
Let's,
one is going to
I'm
be.
kind of curious. Can we pull up the live stats for Ruby Life pools?
가경은 사실 고인이랑 대체가 되죠.
We look at it at the end sometimes, but we're waiting for the players to get swapped over.
그래서 그러니까
Get there. Although they really haven't been.
야드가 아닌 근딜이라면은 그나마 고술이나 도적인데
That really
Yeah,
doesn't take that much time either. So I don't know.
we've seen some other stuff in Ruby Life pools from a lot of teams.
이게
but I
한
don't
팀만
think we'll
야드를
see
그러니까
much
에코만 야드를 쓰는
deviation
거면은
from Echo at this
그냥
point.
그러려니 할
Let them
텐데
keep running the same stuff, but yeah, here's
모든
the
팀들이
fastest
야드를
time
쓰잖아요.
of a 22 Tyrant is
그러니까
21.
그러니까 보여지지
35,
않는 그런
fastest
장점이
MDI
있다는
time
건데
is 14.
쇠포가 크긴 한 듯.
Well faster, a full third of that time just
세포.
cut off as we're about to get underway here. And I expect that we are going to see the same plan out of both teams because I don't know what Echo could do to like cut a pull from their run. Although maybe they've got something up their sleeves here to take an extra minute
고비터
off it.
이거
Let's
tum을
check it
먹었을
out.
때 쇠포 이건 좀 많이
I
크지.
feel like
Love
three
to
extra
see them
players in the
pull.
group.
Yeah.
That's not normally.
I would just love to see them pull stuff like on top of the boss. Because that's something that they could technically improve, but it's kind of crazy, so I don't know if they would actually do that. But yeah, the first pull from both Echo and Sloth is already pretty insane. You can see just the whole
그냥
area
여기서
is
DPS를 보면
the
되는데
mini-boss and the Juggernaut as well for both teams. They are committing their Bloodlust as well, and all of the offensive and defensive cooldowns that they have available to survive this. We also see the Arcane Torrents coming out, a lot of their players switching to Blood Elf to make sure they can get rid of that shield sneakers as well.
What does Marky do? Is
600K
Marky
정도?
playing the like massive uncapped AoE disease build that we haven't really seen DK's committing?
보드를 쓸 게
He
아니라면은
bursted the highest we've seen all
저런
weekend.
플링에서 600K
1.2
가맹이
million
저만큼 나올
DPS.
수가 있나?
That is crazy impressive.
고술은 제가 봤을 때 안 나올 것
So, like,
같고
dying that much quicker for them too, and I'm pretty sure Echo had more trash in their pull anyway.
가맹이 어느 정도 나올지 모르겠네.
I don't know if that's going to work out for them. Well, Echo already onto the boss, just pulling that Juggernaut and the remaining trash mobs in with them. They had about a 10-second head start here onto Melodristic Killsworn over Sloth. That is pretty crazy what we saw come out from both teams there. The execution was near perfect, 0 deaths, almost even 0 scary moments for either teams.
그러면 전체 딜에서 보이지 않는
Echo has already dealt with
저런
everything already
포
at 40%.
빅풀에서
Sloth
버스팅이
is still finishing off that remaining
야드한테
attack.
강점이 있다는 얘기겠네요.
Pull into the initial pull. They saved it for
딜러는 뭐
afterwards.
유틸이고 나발이고 어쨌든
Maybe more
딜이니까.
funnel with that on the boss, actually?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna be slower, right? It could
어,
mean that they're
슬로스도
gonna be
근데
more minimal
비슷한데?
and maybe
일단은?
just full single target the boss here and only use
이
funnel
정도
spells like
1렘에서 차이면은 이거는 약간 사소한 실수 하나로 갈릴 수 있겠다.
Turns out there's definitely more for them to look out for, which can be scary in a boss like this, especially when the whelp spawn, when she shields herself, with all of this pulsing AoE damage. If you have to watch out for other things while that is going on, can be scary. But if you look at the HP of the boss, even though Sloth pulled it a couple of seconds later, they did manage to catch up a little bit. Yeah, because they triggered that shield later, Echo is a little bit ahead.
일단 조합은
Not too
똑같고.
much though.
Okay.
맞아요. 암사는 부족 연료 마주 셔틀 느낌이 있어요.
DK is one of the specs I know very little about, so I don't know if there's too much RNG in their ramp, but I think that's the highest burst number we've seen all weekend, so I want to try to hype it up a little bit.
그러니까 뭐 유틸이 어쩌네, 뭐 전부가 어쩌네, 뭐 이런 얘기를 하잖아요. 근데 다 개소리고 사실 딜이에요. 맞아. 야드가 딜이 세니까 쓰겠지.
Which means they really not much more to the boss. They did pull ahead a little bit here, but I think that was just damage that they did to the boss before the shield came out.
암사는 그냥 마주 셔틀 맞고. 맞아요.
From the Frost Overload phase, and yeah, Echo's going to be pulling back ahead a little bit here, keeping that 5% advantage pretty much the entire time on this boss. The single target DPS from both of these teams is essentially neck and neck. And I think this goes to show, like, when we talk about how good of a team Sloth is that they can compete with Echo, they really can. They have essentially, like, the same skill level on their players. I think the main differentiator between the two teams is just the experience for Echo, right? And I think they have a little bit better route making.
제가 뭐 앞에서 뭐 이러저러한 소리를 했지만 결국은 MDI는 딜이에요.
Does falter just a tiny bit. We can very easily see Sloth take a game off of Echo in the series.
부족 다음으로 MDI 플랭크도 세다. 뭐 이런 식으로 결론 내면 될 것 같아요. 나는 궁금한 게 젤리아가 파열 특성을 안 찍고 하거든요. 마나가 계속 없는데 왜 파열 특성 안 찍고 하지? 파열을 저렇게 많이 쓰면서
Look how close it was. 1 second in favor of Echo on that first boss split. So perfectly even, or basically 1 second difference with the exact same amount of trash as well for both of these teams. So this is going to be incredibly close. We're going to see how they play with this ring area, because we know if the teams play 41%
그 한 포를 줄게 되돌리기 아니면은 그 스마트 둘 중에 하나잖아요. 그게 좀 궁금해.
Because we saw Echo do a double destroyer pull before.
Yep, here we go. This is the Echo pull right here. Mind Soothe onto Thunderhead so they can skip past it and pull the first destroyer.
풀링이 슬로스가 더 빨랐네.
Control in between the two destroyers into the second destroyer. This is a crazy pull. So much has to be committed here just to make sure they live. You can see the personals are just being expended at every single second. Nature's Vigil and VE popped at the exact same time, making it so Zaylia really doesn't have to expend
그거는
much of his cooldowns here.
달라요. 네, 에코일러. 그 특성이 지금 그 대회 특성이 아니에요.
Still has the rewind too for any really bad overlaps. They are so safe here. Look at all the buttons that they have available to them just to live through if they really need it.
이게 파열을 저렇게 많이 쓰는데 마나가 이렇게 부족할 수가 없거든요. 젤리아 보면은 마나가 항상 말라요. 전투 막판에.
But now they're in their second destroyer pool, and Echo is already done. Like they're at 58%. Sloth still dealing with that second.
여기 보세요. 같은 풀링을 하는데 얘는 마나가 만땅이잖아요, 계속. 얘는 마나가 계속 만땅인데 얘는 마나가 계속 없어.
But so far, Echo definitely ahead again in this area.
Yeah. I mean, remember, this is the weird thing.
이 이유가 궁금하다는 거죠, 저는.
They go clockwise instead of counterclockwise. Like, You know, what can you do? It's a little weird, but it works for them, and they're really not that far behind, right? They're pretty much on pace with Echo, just a tiny bit behind. Sloth just now engaging their third destroyer, whereas Echo
스마트 힐일 가능성이 조금
is theirs
있죠.
whenever Sloth engaged. So
아, 되돌리기 쓰고 나서 쿨 돌아가는 거 보면 되겠네. 거의 4분으로 보긴 했거든요.
have any breathing room. They still need to stay completely clean if they want to take this series 2-0 against Sloth. You can see even Echo has to, you know, calm it down a little bit here. They can't just do 2 double destroyer pulls. They have to take it slow.
맞아, 야드 자극이
in this
있어요.
section of the dungeon. But they are going to be pulling at least that 3-pack onto this destroyer. This is 3 Cinder Weavers that they have to worry about here. Those Cinder Bolts, if they all go on the same player here, it could be a bit of a problem for Xaylia. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they're able to save it. But look at all the buttons Xaylia has available to him. All the tools that he can
사고가
use.
나면은
Rewind, Stasis is still ready if he needs to use it. Hasn't
손해가
popped yet.
많으니까.
Emerald Communion. There's still so many tools that Evoker has just to do really quick group healing. It's kind of disgusting how strong they are for dungeons.
Yeah. But Echo now done with their last.
작용하고 보이는 일단 작용이 어느 정도 힐이 되는지는 모르겠는데 고인이 진짜 세긴 해요. 고인 힐이 진짜 세긴 해요. 근데 에코가 커플링이 늦었는데도 결국은 이대면 더 빨리 들어갔네. 대단한 애들이야.
Onto the boss as well with those Scorchlings. Yeah, Echo already an 84%, already dealing with that first at that spawned on the boss. And yeah, here's where things can go wrong, really, because we've seen multiple teams have issues with this boss, especially when you just skip those 2 dragons, you have less space available. You have to
이게 설계가 돼 있어서 그런지 모르겠는데.
So much damage onto the group as well with those Inferno casts going off.
불정령 2마리 차이였나?
On the tank can be very difficult to handle as a prod warrior as well.
그건 조금 아쉽네, 슬로스.
Yeah, absolutely.
한 번쯤은 그런 거 던져야지.
You really have to bait these boulders pretty perfectly every single time because, like we've talked about the entire weekend, they really want.
이게 힐러가 이렇게 만화가 없으면은 플레이하면서 되게 불안하거든요. 그러니까 자극 한 번으로 어떻게 커버가 된다는 건데. 뭐 교감으로 만화가 20% 차는 것도 있고.
Just to try to eke out that extra time, because you know, if you think about it, if you do the typical live strategy of just walking around the circle, you know, by the time you kill this boss, you'll be a good 15-20
네,
seconds.
탐은 뭐 진짜 짬이 나면 하겠죠.
Dude, that's 3 deaths worth of timer on the key. That is a ridiculous amount that you can save, especially when you consider that 14 minutes is the time they're going to beat. So just all the tiny little min-max things that they're trying to do to make this dungeon go that much faster, they all add up over the course of the dungeon here. With the boss at 30%, Echo's starting to make their way towards that flame wall, and they have to be very precise with their positioning here.
Yeah, this is probably the last at that they're gonna get.
나오피가 안정적인 거는 사실 단수는 22단이에요. 22단 폭군에서는 저 정도 할 수 있지.
So quickly for Echo, and it looks like they're just cleaving down this ad as well. It doesn't even look like they're perfectly focusing it either. They are just interrupting it. That means that they're
타이밍마다 방벽이 잘 돌고 있어요. 어제 레판처럼 방벽을 들고 터진다거나 그러지는 않지. 바닥을 맞으면 맞았지.
Now we're gonna see what they do now, because this is another scary pull. They're probably gonna invis spot some of this trash here with the roar from Jinji, but then they're gonna gather up all of these channelers onto the mini boss. They don't have Bloodlust available just yet, but the last time they also didn't use it for this pull. So we'll see how it works out for them.
They're too fast to Bloodlust the pull. The Bloodlust is not back up yet from the first part of the dungeon here. That's how fast Echo is going through this key. Whenever we watch other teams in this dungeon, the question is, do they use the Bloodlust here or not? But it wasn't even a choice for Echo because it wasn't up. It's up now, but like you say, from what we saw previously in the weekend, they do not opt to use it on this pull. Instead,
진짜 신기한 건 여기서 블러드를 안 쓴다는 거지. 어떻게든 시간 타임을 줄이려고.
Vampiric Embrace and the Nature's Vigil being popped just to keep the team alive through those first couple lightning storms, and the rest is all up to Xaylia here. Look at what has been used here. Stasis popped.
어제 레전더리였나? 슬로스였나? 블러드 안 쓰다가 한번 터졌거든요 여기서.
They still have one of those Thunder Channelers alive. They still have
궤돌 4분? 궤돌 4분이네. 그러면은 그 옆에 특성 이름이 기억이 안 나는데 그거 찍었다는 얘기죠. 스마트 힐을. 스마트 힐이 사고 방지에 도움이 많이 된다는 판단인가 봐요. 1분에 한 번이긴 하지만.
perfect execution in this dungeon from Echo. I think the only remaining question
그게
here
아니면은 파열이 딜량 20% 증가도 있는데 안 쓸 이유가 없죠.
Yeah, for sure. Sloth now also on this last pull on their side did finish off the boss. Did also do the same.
아마 기존의 탱 때문에 터지지 않았을까요, 환나는? 거의 쿨마다 돌아가고 있을 듯?
They also do
예.
not use their bloodlust actually. Just finishing off this trash without a lust. Also using their arcane torrents and their master spell to make sure that they get rid of those shields from the mini boss ads that he spawns. Yeah, just I mean, looking at Sloth, right? Their route is really insane as well, and they had 0 deaths, such a clean run by Sloth too. But just like barely not enough.
에코가
because Echo just doing everything a little
첫
bit
경기였나?
better,
거기서
and
12분 10초인가 18초인가 그랬는데 그거보다는 느렸네요. 이거보다 더 빨랐었단 얘기네. 첫날은.
And yeah, I mean 12 minutes into the dungeon, they're definitely gonna be the best time.
첫날보단 느려요, 에코.
Which is 14 minutes and 10 seconds by Sloth yesterday.
I mean, you know, not for nothing, but dude, Sloth is keeping this so close already through that
네,
wall of
단수
the
같아요.
also without the
그러니까 예선하고는 단수가 다른데
They have the bloodlust on the boss here.
아, 첫날 14분이었어요?
30% behind on the boss is just not going to cut it. They need Echo to make some crazy mistake here. And I mean, the thing with Echo is when they
아, 14분이었어. 아, 내가 기억을 잘못했네.
will ever be made for them here.
그럼 첫날보다는 빠를 때?
First AoE flame spit on the group. All 3 spits go out. None of them prevented. Zalia just has to heal them through it. But once again, the
그게 차이가 에코가 첫날에는 1렘을 따로 갔어요. 1렘을 따로 갔어. 1렘을 따로 갔는데 오늘은 적당히 정리된 다음 1렘에다 붙였거든요. 거기서 차이가 난 것 같아요. 다른 플링은 다 똑같았던 것 같고.
No more flame spits, just 20% of Stormvein left to go for Echo. And man, what a series this was for Echo. Sloth kept it close to give them credit, but Echo is looking in peak form here. There's no rust for them to shake off. And they're going to be our first team through to the grand finals, and thus the first team qualified for global finals later this year.
글로벌 파이널로 가는 첫 번째 팀은 에코입니다. 뭐 이런 멘트였어요, 방금.
Beat their time from Friday by a full minute. And Sloth is gonna. It looks like they're on track to beat their time from yesterday.
50초 정도 뜨렸네. 첫 플링 붙어가지고.
Runs from both teams, but it is just so hard to get ahead of Echo at all. And I was really keeping my eyes glued to Azalea the entire time. And as somebody who's playing a lot of Preservation of Evoke right now.
에코가 실수가 적은 팀이긴 해요. 확실히. 실수가 적어. 미스가 안 났네.
Which it seems like a no-brainer, right? Especially on a
하늘빛 보관소에서 첫 번째 무리, 두 번째 무리 안 깨운 게 아, 그게 오히려 역으로 창의적이었다. 당연히 다 깨워서 붙이는 게 빠를 거라고 생각을 했는데 깨우지 않고 거기는 그냥 단독으로 처리를 해버리고 스무스하게 간 게 루비는 뭐 뻔했잖아요 사실. 루비는 뻔했고 하늘빛 보관소에서 델리아 51K. 내가 아까 루비 24단이었나? 23단이었나? 거기서 30K 했던 것 같은데 내 딜 거의 2배 했네 젤리야. 네, 다음 주 B조는 다음 주 3일 동안 C조는 그 다음 주에 3일 동안 그러고 나서 아마 또 그랜드 파이널이라고 해야 되나? 그거는 조금 뒤에 해요. 제 기억이 맞다면.
Keep the damage meters too, by the way. I think this is the first time we've seen somebody on a team just beat Echo straight up in damage. Both the Unholy and the Feral did higher effective DPS throughout the dungeon. This Sloth team is insanely good. Yeah, every single DPS player. The only place that Sloth was lacking a little bit was in the tank and healer.
호아님 안녕하세요.
This team is crazy impressive. If Sloth just
엔드템이라 딜은 더 잘 나올 수 있죠. 딜은 더 잘 나올 수 있는데 2배 차이가 나진 않지.
And they're insanely good.
Yeah, and one way that Sloth kind of keeps pace with Echo is they have a plan that is like the same number of pulls as Echo. Now,
다시 한번 얘기를 하면은 지난 시즌 MDI를 볼 때는 저는 아무래도 힐러 위주로 보잖아요. 힐러들이 아무리 딜을 해도 나도 하면 저 정도는 나와라고 생각을 하면서 봤거든요. 나도 저 정도 딜은 뽑을 수 있어라고 생각을 하면서 봤는데 와 이번 시즌 용 딜은 나는 저만큼 절대 못 뽑을 것 같아 이런 생각이 들어요 지금.
Sloth are using their cooldowns slightly differently, and that means that Echo coming out of first boss are gonna have CDs right at the start of the upstairs.
거기에
ring,
파열
so they get to
특성도
just
안
left
찍고 하니까.
and do the double destroyer pull immediately, whereas Sloth instead are needing to
그러니까
recover
풀링 차이 같은 거 다 감안해도
single destroyers first.
그러니까 모든 저런 상황적인 저런 걸 다 고려를 해도 나는 힐을 하면서 저만큼은 안 될 것 같아요. 잘해. 젤리아가 많이 잘해요.
Immediately upstairs. That's I think one way that we're starting to see the time difference come out. There was also just a little bit of
그러니까 딜러는 사실 저런 풀링 시켜주면 다 웬만큼 뽑을 수 있을 거예요. 그러니까 딜러는 약간 그거 있잖아요. 내가 해도 저만큼 뽑을 수 있을 것 같은데? 그런 약간 각이라는 게 보이잖아요. 근데 나는 힐러로 저 각이 안 보여.
We can manage that, or I actually think those dragons maybe start once you actually fly up. So from however long after that, where you're going to be, and they have that all planned out, and you can see just how well their double Blazebound Destroyer pull works out. Again, this is one of those pulls that it's extremely sketchy, but when you're playing this composition in particular, you have a lot of wiggle room against pulls like this.
그러니까 약간 디테일이 뭐가 더 있는 것 같아요.
To help carry you through that nasty Inferno damage that.
그냥 지팡이나 템 차이 이런 거 두 가지만 보기에는 뭔가 하나 더 있는 것 같아. 그리고 젤리아 특성이 딜 특성을 하나를 빼고 하는 거거든요.
Both Sloth and Echo elected to not lust it. This is a pull that with lust has wiped teams, I think, this weekend for us, or maybe without lust, but I think it was even with lust has wiped teams this weekend. So again, hugely impressive out of Sloth. Yeah, you're seeing them getting this pull done and getting this pull done about as well as Echo as well, which is really good. But then, of course, over the course of the dungeon, we had that roughly 1 minute going in favor of Echo with. It's really hard to say how. It was a lot of
가끔 그 젤리아가 라이트 오브 어쩌고 시전할 때 있거든요. 그게 지팡이에요. 라이트 오브 크리에이션인가? 창조의 빛 맞죠? 창조의 빛 맞는 것 같다.
Of course, we do get to see them in the lower bracket later to make sure.
Yeah, they are going to be a pretty major threat in the lower bracket, but they've got some good teams to get through, including our two teams that we're going to see in our next match. It's going to be Legendary versus Team Sui. I think Legendary is kind of the other team we're looking at as maybe a team to be a contender to possibly be that second team to make it to the global finals, but it is going to be a brawl down there. So do not go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few with our second match of the day here on the Mythic Dungeon International.
다음 경기는 레전더리 쪽이 좀 사실 다음 경기도 어느 정도 일방적으로 흘러갈 거고 팀스위도 잘하긴 잘하는데 레전더리가 약간 한 수준 높거든요. 불숨 쓰고 다음 다중 타겟 살불 티어 버프랑 특성 적용시켜서 쓰는 거는 당연히 될 수밖에 없을 거예요. 그러니까 대부분의 용일들이 그거 유지를 하거든요. 그 5타겟 되감기 유지를 웬만큼 하는 편이거든요. 버프가 안 떠 있어도 불숨 풀 차징을 하는 동안 그게 쌓여. 이런 거 낙사 한번 또 해줘야지 웃음벨 한번. 탱커들 저기서 낙사 진짜 많이 하잖아요. 휘웅은 뭐 휘웅야 없는 어픽스로 만들어버리는 탱커들이니까. 네, 파열 특성 안 찍으면 파열 할 때 만화 차는 게 없어요. 파열 칠 때마다 만화가 차요? 근데 만화가 왜 이렇게 없지? 변칙을 저렇게 쿨마다 돌리면은 만화가 타는 건가?
Welcome back to the Mythic
파열
Dungeon.
특성 맞아요.
International, your host Doe here, along with Tettles, Dratnos, and Zyron.
변칙을 엄청 날리나 보네.
Conversation about coffee during the break, but now it's time to get hype from a different source.
아,
Instead of
보여요?
bean, we're
그럼
gonna
나도
get it
세게 해서 파일을 좀 더
of Warcraft, and we're gonna get it from our
변칙을
next
좀
match
더
as well. It's
쳐야겠네.
gonna be Legendary versus Team Sui. That's right. Great segue, huh? Going down to the lower bracket, the winner of this match faces
살불은
Sloth. It's gonna get tough.
영원히 살불만 써도 만화가 마르지 않아요.
Teams are gonna be bringing everything they've got. Isn't that right,
캐스팅이 좀
Tettles?
길어가지고.
Yeah, I think that both Legendary and Team Sweet looked pretty good yesterday whenever they were battling through the lower bracket.
약간 그런
I think
건가?
that
변칙
the Legendary, they looked a little bit better than what we saw.
변칙을 많이 쓰니까 그만큼 메아리가 많이 발려서
I thought that their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, they did have a couple of hiccups, but it's going to be the first
그
dungeon
뭐야
this year.
재간기가 많이 발려서
Run in that dungeon was
꽁살불이
quite
많이
aggressive and
뜨니까
ended up
그
being
꽁살불을 다 소모하다 보니
almost
만화가
3
마르는
points
그런
faster
식인가?
than Team Sweet's
그런
Shadow
식인가?
Moon Burial Grounds, so that could tip the balance to this series to be in favor of Legendary a little bit.
Yeah.
아,
well,
씨,
there you go.
어둠달이.
Both teams banned
아,
Azure
어둠달이야.
Vault, so just not wanting to give anything away
어둠달
on that
캐시로.
dungeon yet if they don't need to. They got a little bit of data from our last series, seeing Echo and Sloth go at it on that dungeon, but we're not going to see it here. It's
어.
going to be Shadow Moon, then into Hall.
님 어둠달 3렙만 한 5번 이렇게 한번
I'm
보시면은
curious what you think, Dratnos, as far as Shadow Moon Burial Grounds goes. We only saw it once yesterday. Was there any sort of
이게 힐만 할 때는 변칙을 쿨마다 돌려서 만화가 좀 털리는데
see anything different composition-wise with these two teams? What sort of variation do you think we can kind of expect between yesterday and today with that dungeon?
Well, there was
변칙을
quite a
많이
bit
써서
in
만화가
Legendary's run
탔었나
where they got
보네요.
A little fall fall into the water, fall into the water again, into thundering.
Yeah, we want to
stun.
avoid that. Yeah.
So that is one optimization that I think they could potentially tweak the plan on that one a little bit and
Not a bad
save a
one.
little bit of time, perhaps. But
하늘빛은 방금
Legendary's run looked pretty good. We haven't seen
MDI 순위는 아직 없고 뭐 순위? 레이더 사이트에서 볼 수 있어요.
It's interesting because Shadow and Burial Grounds on live.
네, 변칙을 쿨마다 쓰는 게 엄청 유의미한가 보네요. 나도 좀 저렇게 해봐야겠다.
Time gates throughout the like a lot of just kind of progression points that you have to get to, right? There's a lot of bosses that
저 정도로 쿨마다 쓰진 않거든요. 저도.
There's a big old worm that takes a million years to kill and has a zillion health.
이거는 레전더리 셔플링 보세요. 자, 얘 용 보세요, 용.
Oh, about to find out.
이거는 이게 하이라이트야. 얘는 오른쪽으로 간다.
What we saw yesterday from Legendary is like Igloo ends up going to this right side, and he ends up tagging like this double spider pack, and then they end up merging all of this trash onto the boss.
버블 스파이더 얘기를 하죠, 해설도.
On that tank to be tanking all of those
한 대 때리고 여기서
bone menders and stuff into the boss.
와라.
So I think one thing that's also changed here for
간다.
Legendary, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were running the Destruction Warlock even in here yesterday, but it looks like they're starting to conform to the
얘도 붙인다.
Echo meta of which Echo's been running in pretty much every dungeon of the Warrior Evoker.
자, 8마리다.
Shadow. So they may have come back in here and seen if they could have saved some time.
처음 쫄 3마리는 제가 봤을 때는 돌 받기 전에 투물 아니면은
on this huge pull, and like you said, there's a lot
뭐
of pressure
벨트나?
on Lapan here for Legendary. Meanwhile, Team Sui getting a
돌
similar
받기 전에 투물일 것 같아요. 제가 봤을
have
때는.
Roth taking also a lot of damage here. Wall used by both tanks to survive this early onslaught of damage.
Yeah, I actually think it's super interesting that they
그러니까 이게 시간적으로 이득인지는 모르겠어요. 어둠달은 원래 풀링이 그렇게 많지가 않아서. 하지만 신선하잖아. 힐러가 반대쪽 새끼 거미를 데리고 온다. 탱커 터졌어. 탱커 터졌어. 저거 전체 도발해야 돼. 누구 죽어. 한 명 더 죽으면 이거 끝이야 그냥.
So here comes the Whispers of the Dark Star. This
사고 대처 잘 됐네요. 굉장히 잘 됐다.
He's got a lot of things he needs to do all at once here, but wow, as that evoker, he is able to do it. Lapan, meanwhile, trying to grab threat on everything.
사고 대처를 너무 잘했어요. 이게 경화하고 강화 먹고 막 이랬을 거라서 탱이 터질 수 있어. 저 쫄이 엄청 아픈 거 다들 아시잖아요. 어둠의 습격인가? 셌다. 강화 셌다. 터졌다. 이거 한 명 더 죽으면 진짜 큰 사고예요. 한 명 더 죽으면. 섀도우 볼트 또 샌다. 섀도우 볼트. 섀도우 볼트.
That's a lot of Shadow Men cast. That's several more than you would hope to go off here. And so those mobs are not going to be dying anytime soon. Well, so the Bone Menders aren't a big deal, right? Like, you can just try and kill the boss, but they
섀도우 볼트 좀 잘라 새끼들아. 바닥막도 죽었다.
And so that is going to be a wipe.
도저 버렸죠? 일단 팀 스위 첫 경기 이길 수 있어요. 이 정도면. 사고만 안 나면 돼 이거는.
Took a much smaller bite at the start of this dungeon, and wow, are they being rewarded for it? Legendary, on the other hand, they're sending splat back.
이거를 보면서 웃고 있을
The rest of the group doing a good job.
플록스.
Not instantly hitting release, because they would be left behind a bunch of mobs they've already skipped. So, wow,
dude, it looked like
소물이 없어서 일어나고 싶어도 일어나지 못해 나머지 4명을. 야, 체급은 레전더리가 더 높아요. 팀 스위보다 레전더리가 체급이 높은 팀인데 실수 한 방에 터진 거야 지금.
You're not going to get any of those shadow mins off. You should have at least enough interrupts for that. But eventually that MC got broken and he got bolted, and that's how he ended up going down. That's really bad for Legendary.
헤드를 빠딱빠딱 해야지. 님들 제 미코를 아시죠? 해제할 거 생기면은 띵띵 소리 난단 말이야. 그 소리 들으면 헤드를 빠딱빠딱 해야지. 근데 어활 쓰는 애가 2명이니까 헤드 볼 것도 2개거든요. 그럴 수 있긴 해요.
You've done like 60% of a boss's health that you're just not going to get rewarded for at all.
거기에 강화니까.
So I mean, yeah, the combination of those things, plus the run back time, plus the 6 times 5 seconds for 30 seconds of death timer. It's tough to imagine a way this could have gone worse for Legendary at the start of the dungeon. This was really, really costly for them. Meanwhile, Team Sui vibing out. They've got
그건
their
이제
first
루트를
goal
봐야죠.
after the boss taken care of. They're going to shroud past the Exhumers, and they're now heading around the side. And they're actually going to the far pack here, the far Dominator, Exhumer, Soul nonsense over on the side here. Interesting. Maybe letting
건너편 쪽, 그러니까 팀스위 루트도 괜찮네.
I love this.
앞에 두 마리를 도비터 패스를 한 다음에 뒤에 쫄드를 붙여서 냄드랑 같이 가는.
How did you feel about them immediately? Roth, you saw on that warrior, he used the AoE interrupt from the AoE taunt.
근데 이게 강화라서 좀 리스크가 있긴 해요.
To get the dominators stopping casting and then just move them all the way into the boss. It's just a really smart way, I think, of grouping up this pack near the second boss in Shadowman Burial Grounds, just to where you can have effective cleave.
Yeah, that worked out really well, I think, and those enemies are still going to be left alive, and I'm actually a little bit worried. Are they going to attack whoever comes up first? It looks like it's okay. It looks like they still have threat on the tank there, so they're
어둠달 이넴 사원 이동할 때 바닥 생기잖아요.
Yeah. So what happens is like
뭔 얘기하는지 아시나?
like the Exhumer stuff like that will get stuck in limbo in this down phase.
사원 이동할 때 바닥 생기는데 그 위에 올라가면 데미지가 쭉쭉 빠지잖아요. 어제 젤리아가 그 위에서 용비들하고 포생 키고 그 위에서 딜을 하더라고요.
But I mean, overall, that seemed like a clean pull, and like you were saying, I love that aggressive pull into this boss.
특성 활용.
Yeah, one of the
그거 보고 아, 미친놈이구나 그 생각을 했거든요.
So Team Sui opening up the lead a little bit more. Legendary, on the other hand, trying to keep up. When you actually look at like count and bosses, somehow, despite how catastrophic that wipe was for them, I think they're still probably only 2 minutes or so behind.
그러니까 힐할 게 많은 상황에서
I mean, they're not that far behind on count, right? They're a boss.
힐할 게 많은 상황에서
30 seconds of death timer and 7% count behind.
약간 그런 건 이해를 하거든요. 힐할 게 많을 때는 일부러 살불만 쓰는 뭐 그런 거는 있는데 일부러 바닥을 밟고 피를 빼가지고 특성을 활용해서 그걸 피를 채우면서 살불을 쓴다?
Yeah, so the question is like, where are they going to be adding the count? Are they going to add the count from the 10 skid?
그거는 조금 타운이 높잖아요. 네, 살불 댐증 매기려고.
They could add bonus trash here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this doesn't feel particularly efficient, but whenever your route gets interrupted, right? Whenever there's mobs that you haven't killed, pretty much by definition, you're going to be doing something inefficient to get your count back, and that looks like exactly what Legendary are doing here. So the thing to remember is that
젤리아는 타원이 엄청 높은 거고 나는 그래도 그게 보이잖아요. 그게 보이면은 아 나도 그래도 한 반발짝은 따라가는구나. 그쵸. 나는 약간 칭찬했어요. 아, 저 플레이를 이해를 내가 했다는 거에 살짝 아 그래 나도 아직 살아있어 요건. 아 뭐야 힐러 왜 죽었어? 아 짤은 또 왜 셌대 여기는?
I actually think Team Sui are in the lead, but we'll have to see how the rest of the dungeon works out because we know that Legendary has a faster plan, right? And that's
yes.
That means that they're probably going to be closing this gap over time. They're going to head around the boss here, avoid pulling anything until they're ready, and they're actually going to do boss, Exhumed Spirit, and they're taking care of this spirit now. They haven't actually pulled any trash yet. They're bringing it with them towards this Exhumer, and they're posturing to potentially pull Exhumer, Dominator, Soul into this. Meanwhile, Team Sui getting started with bats, spiders, and spiderlings.
This should be a little bit safer for Legendary than it was for Team Sui because that pack that's on the right is just a little bit harder to deal with.
팀 스위는 여기서 진짜 무리할 필요가 없거든요 이제.
This is their game to lose. They need to just make sure that they are continuing to have a really solid show.
레전더리 힐러가 또 죽었네? 뭐지?
I think it may have been the Void Lash from the Dominator combined with that damage from the Void Vortex from the boss. I'm confident the Void Vortex is on the death log. I'm not actually confident what the other damage was though. That ended up taking him out.
So the Subjugate Souls, mechanically, sometimes they'll drop threat in melee players. It's
So-
pretty unclear as to why they do that sometimes.
I have a theory on how those
but
work. Yeah.
I'm willing to hear it.
I think when the Dominators start a Subjugate Soul cast, the soul that they were dominating before ends up
레전더리 갔네.
whoever they're doing
다
their cast
버렸어.
on pretty often. But if you kick it quickly, it can stop. But yeah, Splat going down here as well for Legendary. The bad news
약간
here for
인베
Legendary
싸움에서
is
터져버린
they have two
느낌?
players dead. The good news is
네.
Lian is getting a lot of uses of Manic Grief Torch.
호기롭게 1렙 싸움 걸었다가
That's what you
그거
want to
터졌다.
see. You have the cha-ching weaker going off. You whisper the person thank you for resetting my Manic Grief Torch. as
그래도
the
아직
second
포기는 안
power
했네요.
reset
이게
becomes available and is
뭐야, 야드
immediately
전부 했잖아요.
splat here.
포기는 안 한
Trying to
거야.
get Igloo
포기를
back.
했으면
Igloo
힐러 전부
just
했겠지.
I mean, you don't need a healer on this bull, especially with the specs they have. But this boss doesn't actually do any unavoidable damage here besides this downstairs phase, which you can mitigate by just killing your thing fast.
Team Sui here, I actually think that it's pretty reasonable for them to be taking this area as slow as they're taking it. We've seen a lot of teams tanking the spiders on top of these worms. They tank like 4 spiders on top of these worms in some situations.
레전더리 어제는
Team Sui is
어둠달
playing
되게
more
잘했는데.
traditional live-esque route where they are focused on safety, not wiping.
네, 3렙은 빨리 잡는 요령이 없죠. 뭐 그나마 바닥 가깝게 깔아줘서 근데 그 광역기들 잘 맞게 해주는 거? 그거 말고는 없어요.
Over 35 seconds ahead of where Team Sui are for Legendary.
타입에 쫄 안 잡는 거?
That would be a pretty large ask of them. Now, this pull from Legendary, if there's a way for them to try to get back into this game, it's going to be based off the back of like this pull and the pull that's after Bone Maw that we know is much more aggressive than Team Sui's variant.
Yeah, Team Sui are on 2 deaths as well.
타입에
so the
쫄 안
death timer is
잡고
only 35 seconds
그
in favor of Team Sui.
램드 내려가는 숨는 시간을 그러니까 버로우타는 시간을 줄이는
Legendary are now doing some of the
뭐
most
그런 방법이 있긴 한데 난이도가
with no safety net there.
높은 것도 있고
Just a million
단수가 조금만 올라가도
with them into this,
쫄들이 쏘는 그 침뱉기?
bats as
그거에
well.
터질
Spits going off.
가능성이 되게
Splat's gonna be
높아요.
targeted here. Splat could shapeshift out of this, but that is 2 globals of not doing
Vigil up.
damage if you're a Feral Druid. So yeah, Nature's Vigil's up. Just heal me. Vampiric
VE's up,
Embrace
too.
lands on Wexy and as well, and yeah, we're gonna be fine. No need to worry about dispelling that thing.
We just really need to make sure that we're getting
아
this.
근데
spider
어제 오늘
fixed.
많이 했더니 목이 아프긴 하네.
Yeah, the spider kicks are the damaging ones. That applies the disease to the whole group versus the bats that just choose a single person. Whereas Team Sui, they're just fighting this worm by themselves. They're having a nice walk in the park. Oh, and they've sent out Bad ahead of the group to grab the pull from in front of Bone Maw. This is a really nice pull to pick up before the boss. Because if you send somebody around the side there, something like a Demon Hunter is perfect for it. Because
Ooh,
they
he
can
lost.
just Fell Rush. Then you get these extra Skitterlings. These extra Skitterlings just happen to be there, and they go away after Bone Maw dies. So you get a tiny bit more count if you do it this way, and that can sometimes make the pathing through the dungeon a little bit easier to set up. Team Sui, though, aren't even going to be pulling it onto boss. They are just chilling out, doing their thing, planning to not wipe, play it safe.
아, 팀스위 그거 했나요? 악사가 땡겨오는 거?
Bats into this second worm along with another 2 spiders. So they are doing their best to try and catch up here, but Team Sui are already on the boss.
So I'm really not big on this.
방금 악사가 땡겨온 거는 그거예요. 그러니까 새끼 거미들이 일반적으로 진행하면은 3렘 잡고 나서 없어지거든요. 그 새끼 거미를 통해서 퍼센트를 좀 더 채우는 그런 플링이에요.
It would have felt a lot better, in my opinion, if they were pulling it like straight on top of the boss and they were.
근데 레전더리 거의 따라오긴 했거든요. 거의 따라왔어. 이게 레전더리도 이제 3렘 잡고 나면은 그 거미하고 뒤에 보이드 2마리를 붙여서 가기 때문에 플링 차이는 뭐 하나 정도로 따라오긴 했는데 역전되긴 힘들긴 할 거예요. 데스 페널티가 45초라서 벌써 램드 PP 50%면은 이 3렘 램드 PP 50%는 그냥 일반적인 50%가 아니지.
So like you want to be able to kill Bone Maw within, you know, like 2 or 3 up phases, but if you get to like 4 or 5, you're going to start losing a significant amount of time.
Alright, so we can see Legendary are going to get started on boss 3 here, only a little bit after Team Sui, and look at the bottom of your screen here. You can see the splits between the bosses, right? Legendary lost 3 minutes on their first boss. They lost another 30 seconds on the second boss split. They're behind a little bit in count as well. They haven't pulled the spiders and bats after Bone Maw yet either. But they are going to be picking up a lot of
레전더리는 다음 플링이 조금 난이도가 있어요.
I don't think there's
경화치고.
enough dungeon left for them to get the rest of the timer back. I think that Team Sweet are far enough ahead here, especially with that trash.
블러드 어차피 한 번이라서.
Taken care of. I think Team Sweet can just keep their they can slam the door here on Legendary just by doing their thing.
MDP 30% 차이?
I mean, we got Lust.
아깝긴 하다. 이게 아까도 얘기했지만 레전더리가 확실히 체급은 높아요.
I do think it's going to be quite close because we know Legendary's next pull is the bat plus the spider pack into the blueberries. We know that is their next pull, and so that should catch them up a little bit more. Again, whenever we saw these two teams coming into this dungeon, we knew that
because the
레전더리 보면은 뒤에서 막 지금 화살 같은 거 날라오는 거 보이세요? 등 뒤에 지금 화살 같은 게 꼽히잖아. 사이패 쪽 안 잡고 하는 거예요.
It's not going to catch them up all the way, but we knew in advance that Legendary had about 3 minutes to give over Team Sui in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, but that wipe at the very beginning of the dungeon.
아, 팀 스위도 동일하게
pretty
했네.
much took up all
그거는.
3 minutes of that.
Yeah. I mean, look at the boss damage here, though. Somehow, Legendary have just.
근데 저게 어느 정도 단수 이상에서는 버티기가 힘들어요. 그냥 동시에 한 명한테 꼽히면 죽거든요.
Their single target is looking good. It is a 23 keystone level as well, so they're going to get a nice long last boss as well, even though it is fortified. And that should mean that they can. I think again they'll be able to close the gap, but especially when you factor in the 35 seconds of death differential. I don't think they're going to be able to close the gap all the way. I think they're gonna get closer on time over the next split.
Yeah, Team Sui should be able to close this out, barring any catastrophic.
그러네. 이냄 사고 없었으면 역전했을 수도 있겠네요.
Last boss is one that I think it's underestimated by a lot of players. When you look at Team Sui's comp, one thing that I guess both teams have going for them is that there's only one target for the Omens of Death.
얘는 그냥 가요.
Because it'll always prefer to target a ranged DPS player if there are any in the group, and there's only one in the group, so it'll target them. Otherwise, it would target the ranged healer, and then otherwise it would just go in melee, and that would be bad. So, but luckily these
거의 2분 이상 벌어졌었는데 한 플링 차이로 줄였잖아요. 에이, 블러드를 역전 못해.
Thundering overlap that can sometimes get you with the Omen baits. But yeah, Team Sui are starting their last boss pull. They don't have Bloodlust for this. Legendary, on the other hand, are going to be using Bloodlust on their big trash pull.
딱 한 플링 차이.
This is a very sketchy trash pull on 23 fortified.
Yeah, I think this is a really reasonable lust from Legendary. On the right side of your screen, though, this is just like a formality for Team Sui. They need to just make sure that they don't have any deaths.
아, 이거 용 형변 좀 하고 하지. 용 보기 싫다.
An issue for Team Sui, mostly because they don't have an easy.
자세가 안 돼 있네. 이거 형변 안 했었다. 노움으로 변신해야지. 힐량하고 딜량하고 다 오르거든요. 용. 잠깐 여기 한 명 죽었어? 이거 원딜 죽었다. 이거 아니 오케이. 잠깐 이거 터진 죽을 뻔했다.
So one thing about Team Sui's comp, they don't have a good battle res. They need an engineering res because they're not playing an unholy DK. So
어둠달 원딜이 잘해야 돼 진짜.
the old-fashioned way.
야, 경화에서 이렇게 죽는 거는
maybe the new-fashioned way with the engineering tinker. So a little bit of a slow res there, but they were able to deploy it. Meanwhile, Legendary have started this boss. Now there are only 30
여기 나오죠. 내가 어제도 얘기했었는데 이거 기둥직으로 미리 찍어요. 갈 위치를.
Again, I still think it's not Legendary's game to win, right? I don't think they can do enough.
이게 디코를 다 하고 있어도 이렇게 시각적으로 보여주는 게 타겟팅이 더 빠르거든요. 어제도 얘기했는데 저 어둠달 타겟 잡을 때 기둥직을 이렇게 찍어주는 게 되게 한 단계 더 빠른 쫄 딜이 가능한.
Yeah, I also agree. I don't think they're even killing the boss first. It was just an unfortunate situation for Legendary. The pull that they're doing.
왼쪽에서 두 번째 보통 많이 잡아요. 그러니까 기존에 깔려 있는 바닥하고 최대한 멀면서 왼쪽 끝에 있는 건 동선이 너무 짧거든요. 앞뒤.
All of those mobs on beating onto him while the group is taking a lot of damage. It can cause issues.
그러니까 선은 먼저 보이거든요. 그러니까 선이 보일 때 그냥 쫄 위치에다 미리 기둥직을 박아놓는 거예요. 그러면은 쫄에다 찍고 기둥 찍는 거보다 그 징표 찍는 거보다 훨씬 반응이 빠르지. 잠깐 여기 원딜 또 죽었어. 원딜 또 죽었어. 팀스이 원딜 또 죽었어. 야 용일 나가야 돼. 야 너 나가야 돼. 용. 야 용 너 나가야 돼. 야 이거 전멸한다 이거.
for their Night Elf
타이페인가?
Shadow Priest, so ends up
전부
getting
했고.
taken out.
진짜
That's the gap, the goblin
원딜
difference
씨.
there between the two priests. I'm telling you, that raises OP. But it's not going to be enough to stop Team Sui here. This is still going to be Team Sui's very close, surprisingly close, given how catastrophic that first pull was for Legendary. But Team Sui are going to be able to close
아깝네.
this one out and take us to game 2.
Yes, they will. Team Sui with the big W in dungeon number 1.
거의 비슷하게 끝났는데 데스 페널티만큼 졌네요. 그렇게 1렘에서 전멸 사고가 났음에도 불구하고 진짜 체급 차이 딱 보이죠?
But yeah, when you have a huge wipe like that, there's only so much you can do, and Team Sui capitalizes like any team would in the MDI because they're that good, and they get the lead. But the question is, will they be
약간
able to hold on? We're going to which one are we going to?
그 LCK 서부리그와 동부리그의 그 정도의
Yeah.
체급 차이.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah, it is Halls. Okay, I didn't want to say because I couldn't remember 100%. It is Halls.
와, 씨,
So that's
팀스위
where,
사제
for Team Sui
암사
to
진짜
try to
때려주고
get the
싶네.
or will
인터럽트,
Legendary will come
인터럽트.
back? We'll
예,
find out.
그래도
It's
좌수번이다
ironic.
맞네. 하긴 그렇게 전멸을 했으니까.
Last dungeon. What sort of things were going through your mind?
Honestly,
전
there are a
LCK
lot of
한화.
emotions running through my head.
한화.
But I think the
tell.
problem with this dungeon is that it's not a Legion dungeon. That's what happened here, I think.
Oh.
Ben didn't have his buff, and that's why he died twice on the first boss. Outside of that, like,
선수는 초비,
Legendary did a good job of trying
팀은
to find
한화.
their way back into the dungeon. But Team Sui, I mean, once they had the
초비의 LCK 우승을
they
그
really
뭐야
didn't let it go. They were making sure they were playing safe.
롤드컵 우승을 꼭 보고
They
싶은데
got from finishing this key. And I mean, it worked out for them. They were able to take a lead in the series. My concern is that Team Sui's route, like, really wasn't particularly fast. And again, the strategy from them seems like it's pretty much just
보면
play
랩판이
their route, play safe, don't have any major blunders.
어제 아시나? 그 루비에서 방벽 안 쓰고 터진 탱커 랩판이었거든요.
Better routes and technically maybe
그래갖고 슬로스한테 졌다고.
But if they make mistakes, we can win, and that's what happened here. The question is that going to happen for them?
이번에도 탱이 터졌어. 레전더리는 탱이 구멍이다.
To make mistakes. It doesn't seem like the greatest strategy, right? I feel like you really want to win on your own merit rather than that, right?
It's not the best position to be.
랩판 잘 좀 하자.
Make mistakes, obviously, but hey, if those mistakes do happen, you know, you have to be ready to capitalize, and at least they do seem prepared to do that, to finish it cleanly in those cases. So we'll see what happens, I guess.
I don't know if it's as
Now, Halls-
clear as like they're waiting on other teams to make mistakes. I think it's more in the sense of like
Well, obviously not.
Legendary.
you don't want
Legendary
that to
is
be
the
the strat,
7th
yeah.
seed. Yeah. I don't think that's Team Sui strat, right? Like they clearly put in a lot of time into Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and their time wasn't like that bad. Legendary is.
남은 던전 중에 루비가 있나? 루비가 있으면은 팀 스위가 올라갈 가능성이 있어요. 이러면
The players they have, the strategies that they dictate.
루비가 있네.
Coming out of time trials rather.
노쿠드는 200% 레전더리가 이길 거예요. 노쿠드는 사고가 나도 역전하기가 힘들어. 뭐야, 사고가 나도 팀스위가 그만큼 격차를 따라잡기가 힘들어요. 근데 루비는 어둠달이랑 똑같아. 사고 한 번 나면 그냥 터져. 사실상의 결승. 노쿠드는 안 하는구나. 용맹은 무조건 레전더리가 이길 거예요. 이거는 레전더리의 사고가 한 번 반 정도 나도 레전더리가 이길 거야. 사실상의 결승은 루비예요. 노쿠드는 안 하겠구나. 네 번째.
Kind of there, isn't it? Right, where it's like these teams, you'd expect Legendary. You know, they've got a lot of their players have some MDI experience, so you don't think they'd be feeling that pressure too much. But after a run like that, it's got to be in the back of your mind a little bit, right? None of the teams really in this group or that have made it this far are going to be total pushovers, and so yeah, you got to really put everything out there. That's for sure.
I think it's also important to mention that it's not.
하늘빛 첫 판에 에코가 했거든요. 근데 되게 스무스했어요. 그냥 무난무난했어. 노쿠드까지 가는 경우의 수가 없어요. 루비 그래도 지금도 쉽지는 않아요. 쉽지 않아.
earlier day dungeons. That's why their Halls of Valor is actually such a really good key. They're really close to Legendary, who should, based off of seeding, be technically much faster in that dungeon versus Team Sweet. Like, this could actually be a banger dungeon between the two teams. You know, unfortunately, like Tettles has mentioned, this is a Legion dungeon, so, you know, Legendary does have a pretty big team buff.
Have you heard about
Well,
the
who's got
Lapan
Oh, go ahead.
Legion dungeon theory, Dratnos and Doa?
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard about the buff. I haven't heard about the theory.
Yeah, so the theory is that Lapan just automatically wins every single Legion dungeon.
그래도 어둠달 빼고는 다 괜찮은 것 같아요. 어둠달은 조금 지루해.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
I had never heard it described as a theory before, but yes, the Lapan Legion dungeon buff is well known. My question for you, though, is who's got the Warlords of Draenor dungeon buff?
그나마 레전더리 찢어져서 풀링하는 게
Mirrors, yeah, Mirrors.
All right. You have to go back a
신선하긴
little
했죠,
farther, yeah.
어제.
Mirrors or
Is
Shine,
the-
probably.
Is the real homies.
Yeah,
I
let's go
like
back
how
to
in Warlords
Mop.
of Draenor, I enjoyed how in Warlords of Draenor, whenever they introduced like one of the orc chieftains or something like that, they did like the Quentin Tarantino zoom in with the name popping up next to them. They haven't done that since then. Where did that go? You remember what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
it was cool. Yeah, like at the intro thing as
Exactly.
you get through the Dark Portal and introduces all the warlords. Yeah.
Yeah, like whenever you went to a new area and met the new warlord. Yeah, you got the big zoom in name thing dropped.
So
Oh,
fastest time that Halls of
Quests have
Valor on
evolved since
22
then.
Fortified has been done on live is 28 minutes.
완전한
20
몰입
seconds. Just put it in
미포는
perspective how even our slow runs
조금
that
이유가
are
있죠. 그러니까 딜에 약간 더 힘을
unbelievably fast compared to what
주겠다.
anybody ever does over on the live servers.
딜에 힘주는
Yeah,
특성이에요. 그러니까
you could do a faster run
풀감에서
if you were trying to MDI route on the live servers as well, but usually not something that's seen done. But look at that average deaths as well. 8.5.
그러니까 차징 스킬을 좀 더 자주
average deaths in
쓰겠다.
the 22 Fortified Halls of Valor. Again, should just go to show the lethality of this dungeon. It's a dungeon as well where bosses are lethal even on Fortified, so
근데 뭐
could be a lot of potential for things to go wrong.
그런 거 다 찍어봤자
I'm really worried about
델리아가
the
제일 세.
dungeon. The Shadow Moon Burial Grounds first pull was also very dangerous whenever you're taking all of that trash onto the boss. The Halls of Valor first pull, we're going to see teams take every single trash mob that's in that first area, including that Storm Drake, and take it straight into Heimdall. That, coupled with the Horn of Valor, we're going to need to watch the tanks. How the tanks rotate defensives, how the tanks are getting the pull set up, and making sure that they're not going
차징 1단계를 빼면은 또 그건 딜이 떨어지는 거라.
fairly often on live
그러면은 약간 이해가 안 되는 특성이네요. 제 입장에서는. 차징 1단계 빼는 거는 생각보다 로스가 심해요. 저도 이 특성 저 특성 다 해봤거든요.
So what do you recommend? Have you seen any tank behavior you would take issue with so far in
그러니까 영혼 만개가 파워가 너무 떨어져. 차징 한 단계 빼면. 그러니까 불숨이나 꿈숨은 뭐 다른 얘기고 영혼 만개가 파워가 너무 떨어져요.
I think there is room for some like backpedaling away from those powers.
만개를 아예 안 쓰면서 할 거면 물론.
The mobs to reduce damage taken on that pull. Although you have to be careful because you want to make sure that everything stays grouped up. You need to make sure that you're still landing your interrupts on the two Thundercallers, and ideally you need to make sure that everybody's doing damage.
그렇죠. 보통 그거
The
정도 왔다
trade-off
갔다
between
하니까.
efficient damage and safety damage is an interesting one on that pull as well, because eliminating the Thundercaller really quickly, the Thundercallers really quickly, reduces the complexity, the burden on players' kicks, but doing damage to the Storm Drake and to Heimdall.
근데 완전한 몰입 2포까지는 약간 취향 때문에 찍었다라고 볼만해요.
is an interesting choice that you get
이-
on that pull as well.
이해가 완전히 안 되는 특성은 아니에요.
Like, realistically, you could like leap away from like the dragon breaths and whatnot, but like Dratnos said, I think that like spreading that pack is almost always just going to be a mistake as a whole. I think one of the advantages is like you have lust going into that pull, but a couple of the disadvantages is that it's like bursting explosive, right? So that's something that
에코도
your team is going to
복술이었거든요.
be focused on a lot of other stuff other than healing the tank.
그러니까 용맹은 복술이 좋아요.
Making sure
이거는
that
제가
is coming
딱
out,
단정지어서 얘기할 수가 있어요.
I guess this is assuming that they're even playing Preservation Evoker, which Legendary's
힐을 논외로 치면은
So
일단
making sure
복술이
that you
좋아.
just rotate your defensives is going to probably be the most important thing.
Here we go. See if Legendary can tie it up.
Both teams are on a pretty similar plan here, the same plans they ran in their last Halls of Valors. Legendary are swapping in the Shaman over the Evoker from last key, but otherwise it is the the usual suspects here in DPS that a lot of the top teams have been gravitating towards in a lot of these different dungeons. And that gives them a lot of extra off-healing potential on this pull as well. You can see there are 3 players fighting for those second and third spots on the HVS meters in this pull. The rest of Shaman nowhere in sight. It's actually Splat and Wexy for Legendary that are there. But Team Sui are having a catastrophe going on for them.
팀 스위
The full wipe comes out, and I don't think they've even killed
이미
any of
끝났다.
the enemies here. And that is the exact
블러드를 안
reverse
썼네.
of what we saw at the Shadow Moon Burial Ground.
그나마 다행.
The early wipe. This is actually a lot less costly in terms of time than what happened to Legendary, but because right, like they didn't wipe in the middle of the boss fight. They only lost like a minute and a half here versus 3 or 4 minutes. But the other problem is that with cooldowns expended, they're now going to just have to slow down and fight this pack all by itself. So losing even some more time on that.
Yeah, I mean they do have their lust as well. I'm interested in seeing like where they're going to be slamming that now. I think that realistically they would have loved to slam it with that pull with the boss, but now Legendary.
갑자기 찐따 풀리.
There's something in the order of probably 2 minutes ahead of where.
용도 안
Team
붙였네.
off the back of that big
아
mistake.
찐따라고 해갖고 나는 1렘 안 붙였는 줄 알았는데 용 안 붙였으면 찐따 맞지.
Shadow Moon Burial Ground stays in the past, and that we just continue to have a clean run through probably one of the most.
아니 본섭도 용은 붙여요 요새. 본섭도 용은 붙인다고.
And it's long on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have so many dangerous pulls in your future. A lot of the pulls in that Fenrir area, right, can just murder.
Yeah.
아 그리고 기억하시는지 모르겠는데 이 로프가 어제 그 다테아 탱커거든요.
In the game, so
다테아 탱커 진짜 씨.
quick 2-11 boss 1 split, picking up all of the count available before that boss as well. They are getting off to a great start here. Meanwhile, Team Sui are
야
just
다테아 탱커 진짜
their
씨부래.
issues as it looks like a frontal may have
야 다테아 장친구 같은 거 쓰니까 터지지.
Storm Drake, so they're gonna have to go back to the start once again. 11 deaths now on the board for Team Sui, and for them, it's gonna be important to stay composed. They want to try to make sure
어제 다테아로
keep the run clean.
미셸이 진짜
stay in a position to capitalize on a legendary series of mistakes. And also that they keep morale up because there will be at least a game 3 even if they lose this Halls of Valor.
어제 치유엘은 2마리 플랭이었는데 치유엘은 2마리 바닥 깔렸는데 걷다가 다테아 장친구 써가지고 모든 뭐 만피되는 기적을 봤거든요. 그거 보고 팀원들이 막 진짜 그거는 야, 님들 저 성격 되게 좋은 거 아시잖아요. 그거는 나도 탱커한테 지랄할 듯. 내가 진짜 세게 돌 때 탱커한테 웬만하면은 잔소리 안 하는데 그건 못 참지. 야 치웰은 깔렸는데 걷다가 씨 다테아 친구 쓰고 있어.
I wonder how big they're gonna go here. Would you ever pull any of this trash with maybe like Solston?
You could. Solston creates a little bit of a problem where that Eye of the Storm combined with the this dodge that you've got going on.
Yeah.
You'd have to take damage from the dodge probably. You'd have to be really precise.
제가 알기로 어제 레전더리였던 것 같은데 그 냄드에다가 쫄 다 붙였던 거. 오늘은 그렇게 안 하네요. 오늘은 그렇게 안 하네.
I think if you want to go big in this area, I think you just do more trash into this pull rather than
슬로스였나?
doing.
냄드에 붙였던 게? 아 슬로스였다. 맞아.
Maybe.
슬로스였다.
Some teams actually take this trash into the boss, and they play like Solston and Warrior first, and then they pull this trash into the boss. I think that's actually a pretty unique strategy. I don't know how much faster it is realistically. Sometimes you end up like pulling trash into bosses, and it ends up not being that much faster because you have to do things.
대회 중에 서로의 상황을 알 수도 있고 모를 수도 있죠. 뭐 모니터링 하려면 모니터 할 수 있죠. 옆에다 켜놓으면 되니까.
Dangerous in some aspects, but Legendary is playing it. I think that they are playing an aggressive strategy. I don't think that they're playing anything that's like super.
근데 이게 단체 그런 건 아니죠. 저도 뭐 등산왕 이런 거 참가해봤지만 이게 내가 쇠기를 돌면서 그러니까 약간 시간에 쫓기는 그런 쇠기를 돌면서 옆에 거 모니터링하는 게 쉽지는 않아요. 진짜 채팅창만 가끔 보이는 정도지.
You're not going to get any nasty overlaps if you time it like this. You'll just get them alternating basically between Eye of the Storm and Sanctify. So a really good way to get some extra cleave and speed up.
나 보면은 고인 한 번, 정고 한 번.
It's much safer than it feels. The first time you suggest doing this, if you're like playing with guildies or whatever that
루트를 갑자기 바꾸는 게 오히려 사고 날 가능성이 높기 때문에 옆에 팀이 사고가 났다고 해서 일부러 풀링을 안전하게 가거나 무리하게 가거나
I think in general too.
그러지는 않아요. 아, 이거 30분 딜레이 있대요?
Kind of like even cleaving Olimir and Solstin. I think that in general, if you're just
그러면은 불가죠,
just
모니터링은.
focusing down Solstin, especially on live servers, that's going to be faster. In addition,
근데
to that,
어제
relative
그
to web
뭐야
servers,
이기는 거 보고 좋아하는 거
Solstin and Olimir
보면은 아닌 거
near
같은데?
where they're standing right now, you see like the ghost
이긴 거 보고 딱 바로
they actually have a
좋아하던데?
little bit less travel time, and they can activate hers just slightly faster.
찐타 풀링 아까 좀 적절한 멘트긴 했어요.
Tech strategies you can use on Herja to try and get her to past Eye of the Storm in the light area and Sanctify in the
팀수이
light
진짜
area.
찐타
That
이거는
is,
뭐 그냥 글로벌인데
very tough
이제
to execute, though, not something that any team is trying out
글로벌
so far.
풀링.
Actually, were Echo trying it? I
Echo
think
did it.
besides that, I'm not sure if anybody else has been going for it. It does require some very precise timings. It does reduce your
아, 어제
damage
기태님이
quite
그랬어요?
a bit, but
기태님이 그랬으면 아마 맞을 듯?
boss roughly frame perfect, pretty close to frame perfect between the two sides. To avoid to get it to queue up the wrong ability, basically.
It's something where like you'll watch tanks start to try to learn it on live sometimes, and they will spend multiple hours trying to do it on live, and then they will mess it up. So it's consistent in the sense of like if you do the correct inputs, you will get it consistently. But it's
네, 힐이야
very
역버프하는 팀이
dangerous and
없네.
easy to mess up, like Drednus was saying. So it's not something that on a 22 fortified, while it will increase the amount of damage that your healer is able to do, it's not by enough to where you're worried about it, because if you mess it up, you're basically instantly wiping.
AMZ is going to be used by Legendary here. Igloo getting pretty low, and this is a very scary moment here because you have to top.
너무
not just
글로벌
during this,
플레이다.
but unlike a lot of other AoE abilities, you need to all be topped at the end of it as well, because the boss is about to cast Arcing Bolt and murder somebody if you're not all topped. So you have to be very
네,
careful with
드워프예요.
that.
The Arcing Bolt, like okay, so in this
팀수이는 나엘이네, 탱커가. 왜 나엘 했는지는 모르겠다.
Zero stacks of that lightning buff, and so the Arcing Bolt's going to hit for like a flat amount. But once she's getting zapped by the lightning laser,
그 숨으로 스킵할 게 있나? 전부 다 나엘 딜러 3명 나엘은 이해가 되는데
At the very end of that Eye of the Storm, she's normally around like the 6 stack mark, which means that her Arcing Bolt is going to
탱커 나엘은
twice as much. So you
살짝 이해가 안 되는 부분.
But I think the big thing too is also making sure that you're topped.
네, 딜러 셋 다 나엘은 팬리를 맞아요. 네, 탱커는 안 걸리거든요.
And it looks like Lepan is grabbing a nice big pull.
I have a
This
question.
pull is
Would
going to
you
be
ever
grouped up
snap
in the
these
middle.
mobs?
레전더리 사제는 석화인데 저거는 아마 1번 풀링? 거기서 한번 쓰기 위한 석화 같고.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly something you could consider. Although fighting 8 mobs at once is also a good plan here. That's what Legendary are up to. They have them nice and grouped up. One of the benefits of the DK is that pulls like this.
다 같이 나엘로.
You have like a marksman off to the side being annoying. Death grip right back in, as you see Tobo do exactly that there, and this pull becomes a whole lot more simple.
아, 이 풀링 했던 데가 팀수이구나. 팀수이 지금 하는 거 보면은 저거 그 브레스 쏘는 애를 솔스텐에 붙여 잡거든요.
I'm interested to see what they grab here, if they've adapted their strategy at all. They realistically, so most of the time you end up skipping this Storm Drake because it by itself is not super efficient. We saw Legendary skipping the Storm Drake yesterday.
팀수이도 풀링을
But pretty much every other mob in this area gets killed.
참신하게 하긴 해요.
Normally there's like one massive bear plus bull pull and then one massive like wolf pull. We have seen some teams elect to grab like these trapper packs, but those aren't extremely popular. The trapper pull, unless you were doing it with Fenrir, is not one.
팀수이도 막 글로벌 풀링하고 그랬는데 여기도 세게 잘 치는 애들이거든요. 그러니까 팀수이까지가 약간 세게 잘 치는 애들 마지노선이에요.
Stop the rumbling stomp and kind of dodge out of the way of the piercing horns. This is very dangerous for melee, isn't it?
Yeah, the rumbling stomp is what gets you that big swirly on the ground. I will admit I don't know for sure what piercing horns does. I thought it
아,
just
신성화 저렇게 쳐맞고 탱커가 저러기는 하지만 그래도 세게 잘 치는 애들이에요.
I would never get hit by it, of course, because I naturally play behind the mobs whenever I'm playing melee DPS. But would be good to know as a tank if I'm not supposed to.
어제 신성화 세대 맞고 막 죽는 탱커 있었는데.
Caster gores the target, inflicting physical damage. It doesn't look like.
Yeah, so just blast your tank. Yeah.
야, 진짜 너무한 거 아니냐? 칭찬 한번 했더니 야, 바로 뻘짓하고 있네.
Team Sweet, I think some credit
용전
is owed to them. They were
복술은
able to pull off
차단 때문에 써요.
the
차단 때문에.
Celestine plus the Valkyr aspirant pull there. They didn't
복술이
pull
그
all of this stuff
룬하고
onto it, but they did pull the 3-pack
그러니까
onto
룬은
it.
살짝 한 틱
They were able
맞으면서
to-
볼 수
they're
있고
very tight
그
eye of the storm, but they were able to manage
방위를
well
혼자 다 볼
and,
수 있어요.
Look at this.
manage all those frontals.
goes in the
So
boss.
credit to them.
복술 혼자서 그 비술사 차단이 가능함.
This purifier pull with the shield maidens into the boss is actually very dangerous because the shield maidens.
그러니까 팀스위 지금 보세요. 힐리아에다 다 갖다 붙이잖아.
So positioning these shield maidens to where your whole entire party is able to do maximum amounts of damage is going to be super important. As you do see serrated.
그러니까 이런 거를
Trying to position away
아무나 할
from
수 있진 않죠. 이런 풀링을.
that mortal hue is not going to be on him. How dangerous? How
폭탄을 안 쳤네. 근데 야 씨.
As Team Sweet does lose that healer, and Roth goes down with the breach
야
armor.
이거 글로벌 싸움가.
Very scared.
진짜 글로벌 싸움가. 야 폭풍 힐하고 있는데 폭탄 네가 쳐야지.
That was what I was
와.
worried about. He 3 stacks of it.
욕 나오네.
Blasted with the shield.
Well,
저것이 성격 조금만 들어온 힐러였어봐. 바로 쌍욕 각이지.
You're playing a warrior, so
야,
you need to press
진짜.
something big for each.
나
of them.
칭찬하지 말까?
Spell block was available maybe, or last stand or something. So that
내가 죽일 놈이네 내가.
Yeah, that was tough. And also, once your healer dies,
나 폭탄 안 쳐?
sometimes throws you off of your thought process, right? And you're just thinking about, okay, are we getting this res? Are we even continuing this? Do we just want to wipe it? What do we
이거
want to do?
폭탄 개수도
Either
보여줘야
way,
된다.
Legendary have now gotten started with Fenrir's 60-0% phase after dealing with that huge wolf pull. Now they just are going to deal with this. There's Shadow Meld used by Splat. He was targeted by the leap.
Yeah.
The way that leap works is that it targets more and more players as the boss gets low on health. And when you're playing a comp like Legendary is that
이게 이번 판에 팀스위가 분위기만 좋았으면은 루비에서 살짝 그 레전더리 실수를 노려볼 수가 있었는데 레전더리가 멘탈을 잡았네. 첫판 그렇게 갈렸는데도 이 멘탈 용맹에서 너무 갈린 상태로 막 그 루비 하면은
The other option, of course, is to just stone form off the bleed once you get it.
We've also seen things like Stasis Dispel as well if you're running like a Preservation Evoker. Alternatively, you can use other forms of Invis, such as like, you know, Incarn allows you to prowl one time. That could potentially be useful. Rogues have Vanish. You could use like Invis as well for mages, although that has to be timed quite well. You could use GI, Greater Invis. Just to be
근데
able to make sure that that
진짜
mitigates
팀스위 폭탄 하나
that's actually a
터지면서
pretty big tech
힐러
to
죽고
apply.
전멸한 거 너무 빡친다.
Access to Shadow Meld or just like an Invis.
Dude, you can go into prowl once during Incarn? That's
Yeah.
cool. I didn't know that, and I was doing
Feralent.
some keys as Feral yesterday. Wow, that's
Well, it's
really
not,
good.
It's not a. It's not like a large damage.
그래
damage
저런
like
폭탄은
Prowl
복술이
or
그 뭐야 힐러가
Raven
쳐주지.
But it
You got a
it is
stun as well,
useful
though,
in
out of
some
it, right?
situations. Yeah, you do.
That's cool. That's good to know.
Look-
That's really good to know.
look at this pull
All
from
right,
Legendary.
Legendary are
They're
now
doing-
on. There were some bulls they missed earlier. They are going to grab here. We've also got all of the bears basically coming in. There's also a stag. You got to watch out for the stag. That is actually
레전더리 그 어제도 사슴이 애드난 줄 알았는데 사슴 풀링이 약간 의도적이네요. 일부러 한 마리를 잡나 보네. 퍼센트 맞추려고. 저게 황소 저렇게 많으면서 곰도 붙여 잡는데 사슴 한 마리 붙어 있으면 좀 까다롭긴 하거든요. 돌진 때문에. 그 의도가 있었네. 제가 어제 저거 보면서 저거 애드난 것 같은데 막 그런 얘기 했었거든요.
7 minutes, 8 minutes behind Legendary. They have had their run just go horrifically wrong. 17 deaths on the board.
I think it's safe to say we're seeing a game 3.
Yeah, if we don't see a game 3 from here, I don't know what could lead that to happen for Legendary. No, I'm trying to think of like how it could go wrong for Legendary. Like I don't know what could happen. It would have to be. I mean, yeah, there.
Multiple.
There's only 20% in 2 bosses. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess. I guess you would know. Yeah.
Wait a second.
이거 보세요. 레전더리 이플링 신선해. 레전더리 이거 지금이 하이라이트예요.
I'm just remembering a certain iconic clip from Legion.
That's not the same God King Scoville that I remember. Yo, okay. By the way,
that's true.
let's get a look at Lepan from the side of Legendary. So Igloo here. So Legendary
Setting up. This is good.
with their 4 stack. Yeah.
나
This is
그렇게
really
칭찬을 많이
important.
했죠
We're
어제
gonna be doing
이
four
풀링
kings,
보면서.
and one of the big things with the four king pull is like the beer mechanic. And so, but the downside of the beer mechanic is like if you're in combat in advance, the beer gets taken away. And so the players from Legendary here are going to be activating the king on the far right, Tor, and then like at a certain period of time.
아,
They're going to be throwing their brews.
팀수이 또
They're going to be
음식
dragging
깔고
Tor
왔나?
over on top of these other kings to activate them. Now, if we cut back to where Igloo is now going to be tagging these sentinels because we need these for count here in a second. And so whenever after all of these
히리아 잡았으니까 시클은 가능한 시간.
brews have been thrown, and then once Lepan is going to be calling for it, Igloo is then going to drag those sentinels up this light bridge.
심심했나
Now,
보다.
he's created a runway for us. Yeah. He's
is
built
really
a runway.
good.
So once
음식은 심심해서.
he's going to tag the mobs.
저걸 왜 까겠어? 심심해서 까는 거지.
Yeah, he's doing he's taxiing right now. Soon he will be taking off though.
This
님들 저런 거에서 막 의미 부여하려고 하지 마세요.
like that spree
그냥
sparrow.
쟤네들도 사람이야.
Look at this. Just like
이쁘잖아.
Sparrow and the Shadow Priest, they're rotating Nature's Vigil and VE to be able to keep
오,
both
그러니까 이
Lepan and
미적
people
감각이
by
있네.
that Wicked Dagger alive.
Yeah, Legendary are dealing with these kings. Lepan also having to entirely sustain himself here. He's got 3 stacks of that increased physical damage taken debuff as well, so he's going to cycle in a shield wall.
그러니까 이 입구에 두 마리를 미리 데려가면은 그러니까 입구사부터 탱커가 풀링해서 데려가면은 풀이 사라져요. 그러니까 풀을 미리 위에 4명이 들고 가서 팝업을 해놓은 다음에
He's probably just like scrolling.
더 풀링이 끝날 때쯤에 얘네를 데리고 가는 거예요. 어차피 스코발도 팝업 시간도 있고 그러니까.
Turns around. Nope, not yet. No need. Goes back to the little triangle on the
AD.
ground here.
그렇다고 이걸 4마리 잡을 때 붙이면은 근딜이 딜을 못 하거든요.
Fighting for his life with the bark
Wait,
skin against
Randolph
it.
got healed.
야 힐러 안 왔어.
Randolph did appear to
아.
be healed. Yeah, so maybe an ancestor reach.
얘 스코발도 아니지?
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Igloo just having the time of his life, chilling down there.
아.
Fairly low here. He's gonna use Nature's Vigil to top.
이게 4마리 풀링을 했어야 되는데 4마리가 안 됐었나 보네. 그래서 한 마리가 저렇게 살아났나?
Could be a death there, a dead kitten.
I can't believe healers contest sometimes that they're not a cosmetic role.
시간적으로 이득은 아니지만 뭐 멋있는 풀링이다 이런 느낌. 이걸 좀 미리 풀링해서 데리고 오는 게 좋을 것 같은데 나는.
And then go back down. I guess the thing is you weren't expecting that heal. But yeah, I think what they want to do is they want to do the 2 sentinels during Scovald RP into Scovald rather than into the kings, right? And so yeah, here they're coming.
We made it.
Yeah.
Do you think he asked for like a Discord stream during this so we could see what's going on?
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe he just got up. Maybe it was a good time to go get a drink, you know? Just chill. Use the bathroom if you need to. It could be hard during these
잠깐 뭐야?
MDI moments to find
팀수이 뭔데?
AFK, but Igloo found one there as they now are getting these sentinels killed. Meanwhile, Team Sui are on this huge wolf pull. They actually have had their Shadow Priest go down potentially due to a
암사 떨어졌나 보네.
those are some very large wolves. The wolves gain damage for each nearby wolf, so
팀수이
they
시클
scale up quadratically in the damage they do.
아직은 되거든요.
Gonna quickly
Yep.
wipe Team Sui here.
아직은 시클 되는데
Unfortunate turn of events here, but you know what? The thing is, if you lose a dungeon by 5 seconds or by 50 minutes, it doesn't change anything, right? It's the same either way at the end of the day. So Team Sui would rather win 2 close dungeons and lose 1 by a lot than the other way around.
레전더리도 이
So,
풀링이 그 약간 신선하다 이거지 빠른 풀링은 아니에요.
and if something goes unbelievably wrong,
저거를 너무 천천히
like
데리고
so be
오는 것
able to
같은데.
contest this one, but really at this point, Legendary would need to wipe 4 or 5 times probably in order to throw this one back. So here comes that
이번
snowball.
MDI가 이렇게 화면 전환을 잘 안 해주는데 더 이상 못 보겠나 보다.
Some tanks have spinning crane kick that they can press to drop the shield here.
옵저버가 포기.
I think Vengeance Demon Hunter is the one that I've seen.
Yeah, Feldev.
I guess.
옵저버 팀수이
They
포기.
just want to press Feldev so bad that they end up.
Well, you
Just,
just don't
like,
know. You just
completely
don't think about it,
dropping the
right?
shield.
Every tank does it once on each tank that can wipe you here. They press one of those buttons. They're like, oh, wait, I wasn't supposed
Wait
to
a
press
second.
that.
살짝
Manic Retorch
보여줄게.
also gets used sometimes and drops the shield.
나
yeah,
살짝
good
보여주다
point.
말았어,
It
또.
actually does have a button that could be used. There's actually double value as well. So if you think about it, if you press Manic Grief Torch on the last tick of the Ragnarok, you're not going to die because you're a tank. You're going to get your Grief Torch, and then you're going to reset your Grief Torch because the rest of your group is going to die, and you're going to get to press your Grief Torch again.
Okay,
It's a
somebody in
compelling
chat says
option.
that Team Sweet needs to finish this run. They need the Eye of Skovall trinket.
Yeah, that's true. You need this for. You need to still try and time it. They are still on pace to time it as well. That's one of the joys of MDI runs, right?
Okay.
It's, 22 deaths, still time the 22 Halls of Valor. Not something I've ever been able to do.
Yeah, I mean they're probably gonna time this by like 5 minutes even.
Yeah, it's maybe even a 2 chest.
다
Still.
주차하고
It's still on the
421 깃털 먹어야지.
But yeah, they are. It's
뭐야,
mostly
아직
about just keeping
팬리르도 안
keeping
했었구나.
the morale high.
Yeah, for them, I think that it's more like okay, we need
팀수이
to make sure that we're
시클
focused on this next dungeon.
이 타이밍에 팬리르면은 살짝 빡빡하긴 한데.
Banned, right? So we have Ruby Life Pools as the last dungeon.
We do
Is that
indeed,
right?
yes. So,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, Ruby Life Pools is actually very volatile. So
Yeah, that's. I mean,
gotta-
that's one of the
근데
reasons we've seen
이래놓고
Legendary-
팀수이가 올라갈 수도 있거든요.
Legendary has,
님들 긴장해야 돼요.
dungeon
어?
at least once, maybe twice.
레전더리
yeah.
다음 판에 또
So
뻘짓
first time they had
하면은
catastrophe on second
팀
boss.
수위가
Second
올라간다.
time, They didn't wipe to the second boss, but they wiped to the pack that followed the second boss. So
한 판 더 봐야 될
we need to
수도
see them
있다.
complete a run
팀 수위.
clean, right? We know that the Ruby Life Pools is fast, but it's not consistent.
Yeah, so maybe a repeat of the Shadow and Burial Grounds experience where Team Sweet will just be playing a slightly slower plan, but a much safer one, and executing it extremely cleanly as well. That's one thing that Team Sweet, in all of their games except for this Halls of Valor, this one singular Halls of Valor that we are watching right now, Team Sweet have been really good about minimizing wipes and minimizing overall deaths as well. So it's just going to be a question of, can they shake this one off? And keep it going, because Legendary have pulled Odin, the last boss of this dungeon. 97% health, of course. Odin does die at 80, so they're not too
Team
far off. Here.
Legendary
They're going to be looking to
first,
get that bloodlust and every single
last
offensive
boss
cooldown
in
of
this
the first
dungeon.
runic brand that's coming up. If they do that, they can take this boss from 96 to 80.
야 저거 너무 한가운데다 창 깔아놓은 거 아니냐?
Unbelievably quick when you multiply all of those cooldowns together.
I mean, one of the things too is we saw Igloo in this dungeon yesterday. He was doing something in the order of like 60k DPS coming out of this. It's not even just the DPS.
그리고 제가 오늘 복술로 용맹 돌면서 느꼈는데 용맹 복술로 갈 때는 그 툭 튀어나가는 거 있죠. 그 돌진 같은 스킬. 그거 꼭 찍으세요.
Yeah, Igloo is just
찍-
spamming those
그
builds.
룬까지 가는 시간 좀 빡빡하더라고.
Under him. That is unfortunate. Cast a healing rain. That's not for healing. That's for acid rain. Stormkeeper as
삼창이다.
well. Getting some lava bursts in here. The boss is getting very low. There it is. It's going to
끝났네.
stop the clock here at 23:06. Odin gets
Not bad.
Well done. Well done by Legendary. A nice fast run, 23:06 as well. That is basically the same time that they had last time they were in Halls of Valor as well. So they are doing a great
이번
job
판의 하이라이트는
of that dungeon being something they
밥상 로드.
repeat their performance in.
밥상 로드.
Yeah, not too shabby. And the funny thing is, we look at the live data for Halls of Valor, and even Team
진짜
Speed,
풀림.
with all the struggles they had here in that last map, still on pace.
아니, 근데
to
용
be
빼고
faster
풀링하는
than
건 좀
the
그렇긴
fastest
했어.
runtime on live. So it's kind of like Dratnos was talking about during the dungeon, where it really is incredible how fast these teams go, even when it looks like everything is over, nothing is going right, but they're still moving pretty quick. But
그러니까 봐봐요. 이런 복술의 37k 딜링 이런 거는 약간 나도 이 정도 딜 나오지 이런 느낌이 있단 말이죠. 복술 차단하라고 데리고 왔더니 근데 차단 5번이면 다른 애들도 많이 안 높으니까
Unfortunately for Team Sweet,
뭐 전담자를 주진 않았나 보네.
multiple times. I mean, if you think about it from an overall series point of view, though, it gives you time for the rest of the dungeon, because you pretty much know you're going to lose the dungeon after wiping to this first boss a couple of times. It gives you the rest of the dungeon timer to just kind of like relax, reset, get ready for the deciding match, because this next match is really important.
네
Right?
맞아요. 아까 제가 했죠. 젤리아는 넘사다.
Winner of that match goes to global finals, so you really want to give yourself a chance to get that spot. But let's go ahead and take a step back and like use this dungeon as kind of a teaching moment for people who want to do live keys and how we do this Four Kings skip that a lot of players aren't really aware of. This uses those beers that you can pick up in the main hallway downstairs, and the way this works is you talk to one of the kings, you throw beer on the other 3 kings, which makes them want to get into combat with mobs around them. So you pull the king on top of the other kings, and once they get in combat,
동글한테 말을 못 걸었잖아. 아, 걸었구나. 별을 인식을 못 시킨 건가 본데? 그쵸? 이게 4마리가 됐어야 돼. 근데 별이 인식이 안 돼갖고 이 2마리 데리고 오는 게 너무 늦었어.
And the reason that they delay pulling up these sentinels for so long is they really
4마리
make
풀링
sure
실패.
that those unruly yell casts don't get off on the group. Because of course these sentinels make it so nothing around them.
그러니까 팀적으로 콜이 있었겠죠. 이제 4마리 풀링 안 됐으니까 좀 오랫동안 기다려 이런 콜이 나왔으니까 그래서 복수리 음식 깔면서 놀았겠죠. 3마리한테 술 먹이고 순회 공연을 한 다음에 순회 공연 하면은 애들이 그 갈색인 상태에서 인식이 된 다음에 투닥투닥 거리다가 자기 자리로 돌아가잖아요. 자기 자리로 돌아가기 전에 말을 걸 수가 있거든요. 그때 말을 세 놈한테 다 걸어야 돼요. 자기 자리로 도착하면 거기서 끝. 그때는 한 마리한테밖에 말을 못 걸어요. 근데 방금 실패한 거는 마지막 4번 줄에 그 액티브된 쫄이 액티브된 쫄을 마지막 4번에 인식시키지 못했어요. 그래갖고 투닥투닥을 못 시켰어.
Yeah, so they did the four kings without a healer. Something ended up happening with the heal. In addition to that, if you're actually looking to do that, do this on live, I think the easiest way to set it up is you actually just do like a /pull10 timer. Whenever you have 3 people with a beer, one of them throws the beer on 8, one of them throws the beer on 6, one of them throws the beer on 2, and then the tank clicks the last king at 0. And so that is able for you to like stagger and drag the active king across and be able to get them all active at once and make sure that you're getting the clicks on them as well.
Sounds like Tettles needs to make.
근데 저는 지금 몬카가 보고 싶다. 몬카가.
Just make something we can install.
몬카는 진짜 잘하거든요.
We're going on to Ruby Life Tools or Ruby Life Pools. I just one of those.
Freudian slip?
몬카가 에코를 이기고 우승하는 게 보고 싶다고.
I can't do it. Ruby Life Tool. I
What's this
guess.
guy saying?
I don't. Really upset with the mobs in here. That's what I'm saying. That Blazoof. But this dungeon does leave a lot of opportunities for teams to come back because another
이게 팀 스위는
right? There's some really dangerous stuff in this dungeon.
팀 스위는 믿져야 본전이야. 루비.
So you never know.
뭐 지면은 그냥 지는 거야. 약간 예측 가능한 결과인데 레전더리는 여기서 실수하면 진다고. 긴장감은 아마 레전더리 쪽이 더 심할 거예요.
Again, because we've seen legendary wipe to 2 different things in this dungeon now.
Yeah, was it Makes yesterday who was saying we need to see legendary banning this dungeon because they keep wiping in it?
Dude, yes.
그리고 지금 레전더리의 랩판이 그게 있어 지금. 이넴 PTSD가 살짝 있다고.
They have a great route, but they just keep making these silly mistakes.
방벽 못 쓰고 터진 그 PTSD를 극복을 해야 돼.
Like that sets you behind 2 or 3 minutes, especially when you commit lust to it like they did. I mean, hopefully they went through and made certain changes to the route, figured out what their problems were between yesterday and today. We're gonna need to see it because this is a very, very important map.
Well, we have moments to go before we jump into Ruby Life Pools, our final map between Legendary and Team Sui. Now, the winner of this goes on to fight Sloth for that last spot in the global finals from Group A and that chance to go head-to-head with Echo. But let's see who takes it. Legendary versus
플링은
Team
어차피
Sui.
딜이 레전더리 쪽이 조금 더 센 거니까.
Legendary are sticking with their Destro lock overnight in this dungeon. I think this is one of the best looking dungeons for the Destro lock.
플링도 레전더리가 한 팩 더 많네.
Swapped off of it, but I think Ruby Life Pools makes a lot of sense. Team Sweet, no.
팀 스위 자멸해버렸다. 팀 스위 자멸해버렸다.
The bloodlust has also now been committed for naught. And now there's this first primal juggernaut.
다태아장 친구였어요 또? 야 또 다태아장 친구였어?
Now how are they gonna skip it?
아,
They're not. They're gonna pull it.
This pull, gosh, that pull is so dangerous too because they have like drag her into a juggernaut
다태아 미친놈아 진짜 죽여버린다.
If you just make one mistake, it's so easy to have a take. Now for Team Sweet, they have to play like a live route and just hope that Legendary has
팀스위 용일도
multiple mistakes because Legendary got their first pull dealt with.
팀수이 용일도 약간 그게 있어요. 떼기 짬밥이 있는 애들이야.
They could still beat Legendary's Ruby Life Pools from their
아, 다태아 장신구
It's
진짜
this run, right? Team Squeeze wipe. It sucks that you lose the lust. It sucks that you're gonna have to do an extra pull now. as
폭풍
well.
표식자의 은혜 좀
But you
버리라고
don't lose as much
제발.
time as like Legendary would lose by wiping at 10% on a boss, right? Or like wiping most of the way through that big pull at the end of the dungeon. So I think Team Squeeze should still stay in it. They should know that they could overtake if Legendary have a similar sized catastrophe as the last 2 times they were in Ruby Life Pools, but yeah, Legendary definitely are in position here where if their route is clean or even not
이거 용가리 빡쳐 있는 거 보이세요? 용가리 지금
a little bit
개빡쳤거든.
stuffed, but not horrific. They are now in
용가리
position
개빡침.
to make their way into the lower finals, which is going to be huge for them if they can get that to work out. They're working on that first boss. It is a 22 tyrannical. This boss is not easy, but they've been doing a good job.
이
here
로프랑
managing
에이지드랑 내일부터
There
친삭
goes, all of that healing
친삭각.
as well. Everybody is totally topped. Well done.
How do you feel
원래
about
아시죠?
those
그 세기 팀에서 보면은 탱커랑 힐러가 엄청 많이 싸워요.
Yeah,
보통의
Tempo has
팀에서
like 6 different DKs that I've seen.
탱커 힐러가 많이 싸우고 딜러들은 원래 약간 반전 모드 보통은 그렇거든요. 팀마다 어느 정도 뭐 각이 다르긴 하겠지만 네, 딜러들은 속으로 생각하겠지. 아 씨발 또 탱커 구해야 돼. 아 씨발 또 힐러 구해야 돼.
But your tank, there's a lot of value in playing dwarf in this dungeon, so you can dwarf off the bleed on the second boss. That is a really nice single use of stone form that I think justifies the dwarf throughout the whole dungeon. Although Blood Elf
그들은 좋은 팀이었다.
Blood Elf the ice shields in the first area of the dungeon.
Yes.
You can Blood Elf the
블리자드는 왜 다테아 장신구를 만들어서
and then crucially you can Blood Elf off the shields from the little stormlings at the end of the dungeon. That's I think the biggest value out of Arcane Torrent.
They also have like it's crazy that they have double Belf plus a Mass Dispel right on the side of Legendary. That just proves how important purges, like offensive purges, are in this key. Legendary Meladrusa is down to 30%. They do get through that second.
님들 다행인 거는 이제
This is looking fine for them.
그나마 수준 높은 경기들만 볼 수 있을 거예요.
Count is looking like they're at a spot
이제 팀3 탈락하면 3팀 남거지. 3팀.
How have you liked the? I think it's been so interesting to see.
나머지 3팀들은 그래도 수준이 조금 있는 팀들이라서
Thunderhead or Flame Gallet.
Yeah, I think that if for live players, I would recommend pulling exactly one dragon. I think it makes sense. I think you often get a good natural cooldown time.
빨리 하이라이트 보고 싶다
Often you
나는.
can get a good lust on one of them as well and make it a nice 3 lust dungeon with 3 good lusts. But for MDI, those mobs, they give quite a bit of count, right? They give
어제
6% count,
용맹이
but the
재밌긴
danger
했죠.
that they
30분 경기.
represent and how much they limit how much you can pull with them, I think makes it so that 6% count is not worth. The only thing that I have seen that I've sort of liked that I think might be workable is if you're going to do Thunderhead into a destroyer and then chain the 50% health Thunderhead into the next destroyer. I think that
폭풍 표식자의 은혜 진짜.
justifiable, especially depending on what comp you're using. Other than that, though, I think playing dragons would be it's a concession to slower but safer because you're getting your count from that instead of a bigger pull earlier.
Dude, get ready for this next pull from Legendary. This pull that they do right after this is so dangerous. We're going to see them mount up and skip past Thunderhead like Dratnus was alluding to, and then what follows is incredible. So they need to make sure that they get all the Scorchlings. So one of the things with this this route in general is that all of the Scorchlings have to be gotten by the teams, because if they end up missing one of them, then they're going to be missing count across the whole entire dungeon, because that's how exact their count is here. So they have to make sure that they grab all of those. But the big
오프 더 레코드 좀 궁금하긴 하다.
is this
이
double destroyer into all
다테아
these
쓰고 또
into all
뒤졌을
these
때.
dancers, and they need to make sure that they are going to be
아 궁금하네요 진짜. 얘네 방송 따로 안 하나? 에이지드 얘는 방송하는 애거든요. 로프는 방송하는 애인지 모르겠네.
Yeah, the danger is the 2 Inferno cast and then anybody being targeted during that as well. The benefit of the Vampiric Embrace and I guess
지금 이들의 디코방이
if there
궁금하다.
was one, it would be the Nature's Vigil as well. Would be the topping up of people from that incidental damage. The other nice thing about a pull of this size is you actually get twice as many living bombs as you do on a single destroyer pull, and the living bomb, if you bring that onto the enemies, will actually knock them out.
미세린이라고 부를 가능성이 좀 있죠.
And the Flame Dancers and get quite a bit of value. So
거기도 부를 가능성이
Legendary
있지.
does a really good job of doing exactly that as Splat grieves Igloo there with the living bomb. Love that. Die healer.
It also does some It also does some damage to the Cinder Weavers in the damage.
탱커는 머리를 감싸고 힐러는 키보드를 부시고
5% per living bomb. So it's
나-
not like it's not the most insane amount of damage ever, but it's enough to where you're
샷건
like, happy
가능성.
to make sure that all of the mobs are stacked inside of it that can be hit by it.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely a big thing that any MDI group is almost always going to be trying to land all of those living bombs on the enemies. Legendary have been doing a great job of optimizing and maximizing here, but they're kind of forced in this area to do just a single pack of enemies by the structure of this dungeon. You could try and wait for Flame Gullet to get out of the way and bring this forward, but they've decided, you know what? We're just going to take this thing out by itself.
22단인데 아픈 거 봐.
Stays there
여기.
for so long anyways. We don't have our cooldowns up. We're recovering our cooldowns for the second boss anyways.
진짜
And we
루비
don't
이게
wanna try
너프된
and set up
데미지라는 게
another
참
massive double destroyer, 8 caster pull. So well done here by Legendary as that next
너프 전에
one goes
어지러질했는데.
off, knocking up all of those enemies. A few casters are low health from the previous pull, but those are going to die relatively easily.
Side note: one of the things I actually really like about Destrolock is how they interact with this area with like the infernal.
그니까요. 나는 그게 이해가 안 돼. 어제 다테아로 그렇게 사고를 쳤으면 양심이 있지. 다테아를 또 쓰다 죽냐.
For casts that you would otherwise not have kicks for. Generally, it's mostly okay to have some of the Cinder.
그러니까 터플링이 다테아 쓰기 위험한 게 이렇게 바닥이 있잖아요. 바닥이. 바닥이 엄청 아프거든.
And it's not like doubled up with something else. You are able to.
야 눈치 보이겠다. 어쨌든 끼고 왔으니까 쓰긴 써야 될 거 아니에요.
But the free stuns from the Warlock just make that to where
로프 다테아를 쓰긴 써야 될 거 아니야. 장식으로 끼고 왔으니까. 어느 시점에 쓸까? 안 쓸 순 없잖아. 탱 터졌다. 야 다테아 씨발. 다테아. 야 다테아 장식구 같은 거 끼니까 터지지. 이거 전멸이네요 이거는. 이거 못 버텨. 힐러 만화가 없다. 힐러 만화가 왜 말랐지? 완전히 무너졌다 이거는. 1렘 컷. 수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 이거는 용일 멘탈 나갔어. 아 그래도 웃고 있네. 웃고 있어.
You're never practicing this situation, right? Like if their first pull went wrong in practice, you know what they do? They zone out of the key and they go, well, let's not wipe again, and then we pull one more time with all of our offensive CDs back up. Like so, the fact that they have
얘네도 얘기하고 있겠지. 다테아 트랭켓 F워드. 다테아 트랭켓 F워드.
Cooldowns are decent, and they don't have any battle reses in case a catastrophe happens. Like you saw, they're going down. It just ends up being a situation where Melodress is back alive. I think that this is. Is there any way that this isn't Legendary's map to lose? Like I don't even think that they can lose it. From this point.
Legendary would need to wipe 2 or 3 times, I think, from this point. It is.
이게 보통은 제가 이렇게 한 팀이 무너지면 왼쪽을 보거든요. 그러니까 무너진 반대쪽을 보는데 오른쪽을 계속 보게 된다. 탱커 빨리 다테아 장식구 쓰는 거 보고 싶어. 쫄 나올 때 쓸래나?
Ruby life pools where they have 11 deaths 10 minutes in.
빨리 탱커 변신해라.
They're a little bit out of their comfort zone again. Very unlike me. This is my home here. This is a normal Ruby. In fact, this is a pretty good Ruby life pools for me.
탱커 탱커 방벽 빠졌다. 아니 탱커 피가 너무 많이 빠져.
You just keep it going. You can still time this thing. They're chilling. Even if you don't time it, you still get items at the end of the dungeon. Those items could make you more powerful for your next Ruby life pools.
뭐야? 레전더리.
I believe.
이거 봐, 레전더리 사고 난다고.
The boulder went towards the wall and just instantly exploded, killing Tobo and Lexi.
This is the kind of time loss where, like, if you're playing against Echo, you're like, we just lost. But it's actually not the kind of time loss that cost them more than 15 or 20 seconds, right? Because they lost 2 deaths, they had to cast mass res, they didn't lose any battle reses, they still killed the boss, right? So that they are still chilling. Invis pots coming out now from the team of Legendary. That's gonna skip past the 2 warriors at the front here and this.
새끼용은 보통 자원 취급이니까.
Warriors later down the line that are walking further down the bridge.
다테아 빨리 켜줘.
I believe that they didn't lust this yesterday.
Yeah. Echo didn't end up lusting this pull because Echo's lust was still on cooldown from their first pull. Neither did Sloth earlier today as well. So
테마면 야드 같아요.
other teams have been getting by without lust.
서레이티드,
The
예, 야드.
legendary attempt it as
Curated?
well. Their team
뭐,
benefits a little bit
Curated?
more in AoE from lust because they do have that destruction warlock that would scale off of the haste in multi-target quite well as well. But it looks like they are going to hold the lust for the boss. Not worrying
Destro
about
Lock
it
didn't
here.
even have his he didn't even
No
have his
need.
infernal up on pull. He doesn't even
The
press it.
casual
He's doing
400k.
He's doing 400k without the infernal. Wait a second. Is this destruction warlock thing broken?
I think someone need to check him PC for sure. That is not
Somebody check-
normally what Splat is doing without his infernal is the big thing, as you said on
Yes.
this poll. No lust, no infernal.
Wow.
Maybe a power infusion.
I mean,
although
he's
power
gonna own
infusion
this
may have
boss.
landed on the DK. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is always a tough one because like, there's a major question whenever you're playing with this warlock of like who are you supposed to be power infusing between the DK and the lock.
아까 에코가 루비
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity if
분이었죠?
you are in a guild group with this comp.
12분
You can
때였나?
make a
13분
lot of gold
때였나?
as the priest here by auctioning that thing off. But I don't think that legendary, you have infinite gold on the tournament realm anyways, so not something that they'll be thinking about on this one as they get started with the last boss of the dungeon teams. We unfortunately
야,
saw on the
레전더리도
first boss of
이랬으면
the
거의
dungeon
사고 없이 온
really
건데
have had things go
플링도 거의
wrong, but
비슷했고.
to Team Sui's credit, they've kept going and they've taken out that boss. They will be heading upstairs as well, but it is all about legendary at this point as they blast their first set of damage into Kairaka, the dragon. Then once Kairaka goes up, they start hitting Urquhart. But you want to try and do as much damage to the dragon as
13,
possible
31.
whenever the dragon is down here,
Okay.
so that you can keep their health bars relatively even. And because you want to kill the dragon first, usually. You want the dragon to die because that's the more dangerous one, sub 50%.
In addition to that,
아, 선글라스 꼈네.
which is at 50% like Dreadnought was alluding to, you can't if you push it while it's perched and doing that flame breath, it won't immediately cancel and
다태아장 친구가 너무 눈이 부셨나 보다.
Whenever it's in that second phase, it's most dangerous, and so like if you delay pushing just a little bit,
간다.
you can get like
Yeah.
pretty
바닥에서 잡네.
nice leave value.
Ooh. The winds nearly
my
get them
gosh.
there, but yeah, so like you said, the push.
야, 눈치 보여서 다태아 못 키고 있는데? 저거는
So you want them both to be
Yes.
getting cleaved to around.
저건 켜야 되는 거
50%.
아니야?
What they're going to do here probably is as soon as the boss comes down, this is going to be their lust, and they're just going to send it on the boss now on the dragon because they know that they're going to push here. If you're doing a high live key, you could actually stop DPS and get them both to like 52 and then wait to start the push until the next time the boss landed. That's not going to happen in an MDI setting though. You are just pressing Lust here and nuking Kairaka as fast as you can. You're probably getting 2 flame spits in this phase. Here it comes. Everybody's ready for it. Defensives have been used. Igloo's actually the player in most danger of death here, but does survive it. The next Winds of Change comes out, but they've dodged those flame puddles.
네, 다태아는 방어 기제 다 사용돼요.
Probably
무빙만 못하는.
not even one more flame spit. Okay, one more
Oh
flame
my
spit, but that boss
God, man.
almost died before getting the second flame spit of P2. What on earth were Legendary doing to that thing?
Dude, they're doing so much damage right now too. Holy moly, Legendary! I feel like I would be so happy with this run if I was Legendary. It took them 3 attempts. They got a 1 in 3 success rate in Ruby Life Pools, but they're finally able to win this map and they take down Team Sui.
That's right. A victory
좀
for
아쉽네.
Legendary over Team Sui. Team Sui, credit to them for making it all the way to the lower semifinals. But now it's time for Legendary to go on and have a rematch against Sloth that they did in the quarterfinals of the winners bracket.
아니야.
So that's gonna be fun. That
두
was a
경기
2-1
남았어요. 두
victory.
경기.
So that was close.
자, 레전더리는
Yeah.
슬로스와 리매치하러 갑니다. 뭐
An
이런
extremely
영어였어요.
important match coming up between Legendary and South. But let's talk more about that later as we go over what happened.
아니
in this
좀
tournament.
앞에부터 보여줘야지.
And unfortunately, as has been the trend for the entire series, it seems like the entire dungeon is decided by a team wiping on the very first pull. It literally happened in
같은
every
걸
single dungeon in
보여달라고.
the series. And this is like the worst way to lose a dungeon, right? Because you know you're so far behind and you're clawing your way back the entire dungeon trying to figure out how you can do it. But with a big pull size like that, committing your cooldowns and your bloodlust, you're just probably 2+ minutes behind, and you really are hoping for Legendary to make a major mistake, which has been the case this weekend, right? We talked about it. This has been Legendary's kryptonite, right? They've wiped to this second
뭐야?
pass,
야, 바닥
or
맞고
crashed
죽은
out
거?
afterwards in every single attempt they've made in this dungeon. Then they almost
자,
wiped it
아우,
here
딜러들.
with that
That
molten
boulder.
We've talked about this boulder every single time we're in a Ruby Life Pools. those last boulder baits are so scary because there's walls all around you, and those boulder explosions are a lot bigger than they seem. 2 deaths, but the boss is at 1%, so not too big of an issue for them. It's just, you know, a
돌에
little
터졌나?
grand scheme of
그럴
things.
수도 있긴 하죠.
However, getting to this pull, which has been one of the bigger pain points for them as well, the safety was there, personals were popped, there were no errant extra damage taken from Thunderclap, which has been a huge issue for them. Every single time teams have wiped to this pack, there's been a lot of extra Thunderclaps going on in the group, which not only is extra damage for the heal to heal through, but it's a hasty buff on the player it gets applied to, which just makes living through things a lot more dangerous because you have less haste to actually cast your abilities that keep you alive. But this last Lust Burn on Stormvein, it was executed perfectly. The pre-Lust for the intermission phase, knowing that there's a guaranteed amount of time
국기 인터럽트 두 번인데?
actually enters the 50% phase.
부죽 인터럽트 두 번.
So quickly, almost
암사가 국기보다 차단을 더 많이 했는데?
wasn't really something we'd expect to see from like an Echo or a Sloth. We could see that the potential was there. But there's really no time to execute that potential because the important match is coming up right after this, literally like 5 to 10 minutes from now. So there's no time to practice. They've just got to get in there and play their hearts out for that top 2 slot.
I mean, Legendary has Ruby life pools in that lower finals versus Sloth in their next series. Like that is a map that they may end up playing just depending on where the bans land. Are you worried that like that was their clean version of Ruby life pools, Zyro?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that Ruby life pool is definitely that one we just saw isn't good enough to beat Sloth, right? Like,
okay,
they would need Sloth to make a pretty large mistake to beat them with the life pools they just had. And I think one of the problems is that the comp doesn't seem like it's as good. I think Warlock is technically a little less good in that dungeon overall compared to the Feral Druid. But maybe the Warlock is just a little bit of a safer pick, right? You get more AoE stuns from the Infernals, you get the Curses, which are pretty nice for living in some of those bigger pulls. We saw it being applied pretty heavily on that High Channel or Ivadi pull with the Lightning Storm as well. I just think that the overall like cap for your time is worse in the dungeon with the Warlock. But the thing that's confusing to me is that Splat does play Feral Druid. He plays it in every other dungeon, and I wonder why they're just so concerned with playing Warlock here. It's a little bit.
I actually
what you
think
just
it's not-
mentioned. Yeah.
I think it's not bad in Ruby life pools. Like I don't think their ceiling is
딸기 주스 이런 거 먹고 싶다.
worse, or if it is worse than Sloth's, it's not by more than a few seconds, right? That was a 14:30. Sloth's 0 death runs are 14:10, 14:14, right? And that was a 2 death run for Legendary. So you factor in the time it takes to cast the Master Res as well. That's equal, right? That's the same time.
지금 달달한 게 엄청 땡기는데.
Yeah.
It's close. It's definitely close. I don't think Sloth's run was. They didn't have any. Like they had some issues too, right? Like it wasn't a completely clean run. It was 0 deaths, but there were like some.
네, 한 경기
things that
더해요.
They definitely could have done
1위
better.
결정전.
We know that Sloth is pretty much running the same strategy as Echo. They just run around the circle in a different way.
이번 경기에서
Yeah.
그
40. So
파이널까지 가는 두 팀은 결정이 되는 거고.
see coming up more than likely, right? Ruby life pools, like you mentioned already, is in that pool, and it's probably not going to be a target ban, right? I would highly guess
마지막 경기는 1위
that Azure
결정전.
Vault and Knockout Offensive would be much higher priority on the ban list for both of these teams. So we probably will end up seeing that Ruby life pools unless Legendary just really doesn't want to see it.
I mean, Legendary just cross-banned Ruby, just cross-banned Azure Vault.
매치 14에 왜 경기가 7개냐? 설마 저거 4판 3선으로 가나?
It seems fairly likely to me.
If you're Sloth, do you think you ban away Azure Vault or not good, or do you actually ban out the Shadow and Burial Grounds? Because Legendary, like their Shadow and Burial Ground strat is actually pretty insane if they pull it off cleanly. They have like
사실상 오늘 경기 중엔 이 경기가 제일 중요해요.
15, I would guess if they make zero mistakes.
뭐야 예선 결과도 한
Yeah.
여기가 6위고
I feel
여기가
like that's gotta be
7위였나?
the ban, right? Sloth's
7,
ban
8위였나?
versus Echo's
순위가 하나밖에 차이가 안 나거든요.
wants to, unless they know that their Shadow Moon is like a safe 16 or a safe.
그러니까 파이널로 가느냐 마느냐. 파이널 마지막 한 장의 티켓의 주인공을 가리는 경기.
And then a decider in the knockout or the vault, perhaps. I don't know.
I think the
Well,
halls is in
all
my
will
mind
become
slightly
clear
Legendary
soon.
flavored.
막 경기 5판 3선이에요? 어지럽네.
I mean, I think you might be right. Yeah, but we're gonna find out soon because it's just gonna be one short break.
에코의 약간
Sloth versus Legendary.
압살 경기일 것 같긴
in
한데.
the MDI Global Finals and a match against Echo. Be right back.
그쵸. 어둠달은 아니요, 약간 지금 집에 있는 요플레 하나 숟가락으로 긁어먹고 있어. 동맹은 내 판이 이거 실패해갖고 시간을 좀 많이 까먹었죠. 이게 별까지 딱 붙었어야지 시간이 많이 세이브가 되는데. 옵저버도 이거 복수리 음식 깔고 있는 거 그런 거 한번 잡아줘야지. 아, 이름표 때문에 안 보인다. 이때 오프 더 레코드를 들어볼 수 있으면 참 좋을 텐데. 보도블럭에 터지는 거는 글쎄요, 패치를 할래나.
And we are back, getting ready for
나는
a
이
third match
누나가
here on the
제일
Mythic
좋아요.
Dungeon International. Your host over here, along with Makes.
누나일지는
And
모르겠지만.
it's ironic, and
어.
Tettles was very excited about seeing the predictions graphic during the break. I think he said he wanted to watch that. So I think we're gonna bring that up. We can take a look at it. We can take a look at it. Yeah, not bad. Oh, well, I mean, Legendary still might get there. Everyone else picks Sloth. You still sticking with it, Tettles?
아, 뭐 와일드 카드 이런 게 있나
I
보네.
mean, I think this will be a close series. We were talking about it a little bit before we came back on the broadcast, and we already know the bands, but I think that
슬로스.
Makes made a good point where like I do actually
에코,
think this
슬로스,
map is a
레전더리.
little bit sloth favored.
저도 슬로스가 한 수 더 위인 것 같거든요. 근데 슬로스랑 레전더리 약간 미세하긴
I
해.
think starting off with that Halls, we saw Legendary in, and you guys have been talking a little bit about that Legion buff for Lapan, and I do think it's definitely relevant knowing that Sloth is one of the younger teams in the MDI. Like, they haven't been playing keys for eons and expansions. So that Halls, I think, is more in favor
아, 또
of
어둠달, 또
Legendary.
어둠달.
But then we see Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Ruby Life Pools, and in both of these dungeons, Legendaries had one too many oopsies every time they've been in there. So I feel like that could be more in favor of Sloth. But I am very happy for either team to win, so I'm not going to play any favorites, because I think it's just going to be a very fun
여러분 혹시
series
제가 말이
overall.
없어진다거나 그러면
You're like the person at the football
혹시
game with the shirt that says
말이
I just
없어지거나
hope both
그런다면
teams have fun. Huh?
어둠달에서 잠들지 않았을까.
That's the shirt.
That's me?
Exactly.
I will
Yeah.
say that I'm
던전이 계속 같은 데만 나와갖고 좀 그러네. 맨날 어둠달, 용맹,
I'm
루비.
worried
about
It's gonna be interesting
Sloth.
though. No, go ahead.
Yes. I was about to say I'm a little bit worried about Sloth and Shadow Moon Burial Grounds though, the second dungeon of the series, because they banned it versus Echo and we haven't seen them play it. It's not that they necessarily don't
Yeah.
have a route for it, but the fact that they went and banned it versus Echo and then don't have a ban for it right now is a I think it's a little bit telling.
용맹의
They were
전당
hiding something,
1렘까지
but I
어차피
don't think
똑같을
they were
거라
really
저
hiding
마실 거
strat, like,
좀
their
따뜻한 거 좀 타와야겠어요.
but we'll see.
I mean, these are gonna be two dungeons.
결국
in a row that we
오브젝트는
haven't
양
seen
팀이
them
동일한
swap
것
yet,
같아요,
this
보니까.
weekend. So obviously they
오브젝트랑
played
아마
them, but
그
we
범인
haven't gotten to see
찾기가
them play
양
them
팀
in the
똑같을 때.
MDI yet. So there's definitely a bit of an X factor coming into this match that didn't exist in some of the earlier ones. That's going to be the most interesting thing to me. And yeah, that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds definitely factors into that.
Going back to the Shadowland dungeons, we saw Sloth do well in dungeons that weren't necessarily the favorite dungeons of teams. Like, thinking back of Sanguine Depths, which most teams avoided, that was the dungeon that Team Sloth decided to practice over and over and over again and just perfect to an extent where they even beat Echo on it. So I'm kind of waiting for that to come out and Sloth to really give us that level of Sloth that we've been seeing. So maybe it's Shadow Moon?
That's a good point. It was Sanguine and Theater of Pain, right? Were the two dungeons where they were like insanely good compared to every other team and kind of set the meta for those dungeons. That's a fair point. I think you're right. They could definitely have like those, little interesting tricks in the bag saved for some of these more obscure dungeons. The question for me is like how this series starts off though, because like you said, we haven't seen Halls of Valor for Sloth yet. And what we've seen from Legendary in this dungeon is it's like a pretty good dungeon for them. They're about a minute and a half behind Echo's time, but we know that there's room for improvement. They haven't done their King's Pull like completely clean yet. They've had a lot of healing go off on those Kings, so they probably have lots of room for time to gain there. And that means there's not a lot of time left to gain for Sloth unless they have some crazy strategy to pull off. But, again, it is Sloth. They do tend to come up with interesting things that no other teams do. So
그쵸, 믹스 누나 이쁘죠?
exciting one for sure.
True.
나는 나구라 누나보다 믹스 누나가 더 이쁘다니까.
It's the age-old question too. Like with a situation like this, when you have the bracket thing, where is the team that just played recently coming in hot, or are they coming in tired? Is the team that didn't play earlier, are they coming in cold, or are they coming in rested? Like, you go back and forth. That argument has been going on for like 100 years at this point. But that's one of the questions too, and it varies team to team, player to player, like who plays better in that situation. So that always is something where it might end up being a factor too. Mix is getting ganked right now. Look out! Don't turn your back
Yeah.
on it.
He just also wanted to root for the teams. Okay, I'm gonna.
Both teams.
I will try to remove the cat as soon as we go into the series. He tends to not let
Best of
go,
luck.
so there we go. Thank you for
There you go. You know who else can't let go? High King Skovald and his claim over the Aegis
Oh, man.
of whatever it is. I can't remember the last name. He just will not let it go. He came late. Just give it up, man.
Aegis of Agrimar.
Yeah, Aegis of
Wanda.
Agrimar. That's what it was. It's been a while since Legion. It's been a while.
Okay,
All right,
we
here
go.
we go. Sloth versus Legendary. Map number 1.
Yeah, and in the dungeon, looking like we are on very much the same set of classes. A little bit of variance when it comes to the racial, seeing Tobo on Night Elf and Marky on Dwarf, but both teams are going with everything into Himdall right away. Bloodlust being used on both sides, all of the cooldowns being popped, and we have seen so much tragedy in these pulls here. So really it comes down to both of the teams needing to play this cleanly and execute this well, make sure nobody has any oopsie daisies left or right.
Oh, I was going to say so far so good, but Lepen instantly goes down for Legendary right after I was thinking it's my fault. That's a death for him, and in the meantime, all 3 of the DPS players have also gone down. They might be able to get rid of the trash, but they are definitely not going to be finishing off the boss here. This is almost the worst case scenario for Legendary, and they are not even able to finish off
님들.
the champions. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's
삼초코 한 잔
6
사왔는데 왜
champions
경기가
all
끝나
at
있죠?
5% HP, and it is a complete flipped
나-
scenario
나는
of
핫초코
what
한 잔 사왔을
happened to
뿐인데.
Legendary in that last match. Team Sui was the team wiping then, and now it's Legendary having the worst case scenario happen to them. They do save a little bit. They've got 2 champions at 10% HP, but like you mentioned, every single cooldown in the book popped.
아 이게
Wipe with the boss at 60%. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Sloth is doing fine. I mean, again, this is like a 2-minute advantage for Sloth right off the bat.
그래도
Worst
잠깐
case
힐러
scenario
죽었어.
for Legendary.
이 저거 뭐 짤새서 죽었겠지? 바닥이다.
Absolutely. I am hard
바닥 없는 거 보니까 짤새서 죽었네.
at that wipe. This is not how you wanted to start this series. If you're fans of Legendary, you wanted to get this one done
이게
cleanly.
제가 봤을
But
때
Legendary,
그
of course, not
어둠달
gonna get
루트는
tilted
레전더리가 더
up.
좋아요.
We've seen how big they can come back in that Shadow Moon Burial.
그러면은
in the
우리는
previous
또
series,
루비를 볼
where
가능성이
they
좀
played
있거든요.
with the disadvantage of a similar extent. They had a wipe at the first boss. It was pretty tragic. They lost like 3 minutes, and at the end it came
나만
down to
돌린
like
건 아닐
20
거 아니야.
seconds.
그치?
So they know giving up is not gonna happen now.
그래도 마저
But
보고 싶긴
Sloth,
한데.
of course, moving on here, pulling a
에코 경기를 한 번 더 보고
huge
싶기는
wall
한데
and this could actually go wrong as well. You really need to interrupt all of those mystics. That is so important. The Holy Radiances and the healing coming out here, and you need to have everything under control. They're doing a fantastic
그래도 레전더리도
job of that
잘하기는
so
하는
far.
게
A lot of
풀기랑
ADC,
블러드랑 다
ADCC
빠졌는데
being
그래도
used,
전멸 안 하고
and,
성공했잖아.
most of them are starting to die off one by one.
This is where things get dangerous, though. The Nature's Vigil is gone, the Vampiric Embrace is gone,
잘하긴 해.
all on the healer
여기도.
to keep their group alive. And as the bursting stacks start to wind up, but do go away, I was going to say it gets a little more dangerous here. They still do have that Master Spell at their leisure to make
There
sure
it
they
is.
remove those stacks, and there it is, just removing a nice 5 or 6 stack from the group there. That is one of the powers of the Shadow Priest, to just help the group stay nice and safe in this bursting scenario here. That was a great pull, great execution from Sloth. Looks like they're kind of taking a page out of Echo's book there. That was a quad pull coming out and playing it very, very safe. Let's see what the next play is here for Sloth, though. This 3-pack was left alive. Are they just going to pull this into some Shield Maidens? And how far are they going to go? Are they going to go all the way up to the Aspirin, or are they just going to take it nice and easy?
어디까지 땡기나? 다 땡기네.
Yeah, the roar
What do you
was
have, Sloth?
deployed, so that usually means running is in order, and that is what's going to happen. You can see the team rally up.
블러드
on top of
쿨기
the
빠진
stairs
상황에서
here.
다 붙이는
Everything
풀링
is
다시 하는 게
following
쉽지
them.
않아요,
They're
진짜.
even going to add the other shield maidens that are in
22단이
the
뭐
middle of the
엄청
room
막
on top
낮은
of this.
단수도 아니고.
This is a ginormous pull. They don't have bloodlust. They just have coolies, and they need to lift this. This is super, super scary.
Well, they don't even have the cooldown.
지금 슬록스 하고 있는 플링도 되게 어려운 플링이에요. 원래 하는 플링에서 한 무리가 더 있는데 그 한 무리가 차단을 2개 봐야 돼. 천둥술사랑 눈조각사.
But this is going to be a lot of kiting from the tank here.
아, 정배도 있어요,
It's
지금?
very, very careful not to
천둥술사
ever
정배했겠네,
what
그럼.
the tank is kiting to. You don't want to get cleaved by those
그치,
shield
천둥술사
maidens.
짤은
That's
좀
pretty
빡세.
much going to one-shot
이게
melee.
그 정화자는 복수론자 볼 수 있거든요. 이 플링을 한다고 치면은 정배 풀려서 억울 켰구나. 정화자는 복수론자 봐줄 수가 있는데 천둥술사가 짤이 좀 로테가 많이 돌아야 돼서
very
빡세죠.
good, clean execution. from
논조
Sloth.
박사도 그 근딜 혼자 짤이 안 되니까.
Yeah, that is incredibly impressive. We are in a 22 fortified, so keep that in mind that this is the kind of level that the teams are dealing with. I always see questions about that, so I'm just going to reiterate. But Legendary
용매는 슬로스가 좀 더 좋네요. 에코랑 플링이 거의 비슷한데.
wipe in the beginning. They are now dealing with that second and actually third pack here at the bottom of the stairs, pulling a little bit different from Sloth. Sloth took all of them up the stairs and then pulled it there in a little bit of a
암사의
bigger
마주.
fashion. But
저 이번 시즌
Legendary is on
재밌어요,
their way. They are
확실히.
now picking up the Shield Maidens. We'll also add the Shield Maidens that are in the middle of the room just now coming down. And Sloth are dealing with the mini bosses here. I love when they pull these together.
Oh, yeah.
인내, 해제, 데모,
This is like a
마주.
little preview of what's about to happen on the boss, right? One
근데 결국은 마주예요.
the other, the eye
그러니까
of the
딜이
storm.
비슷한데 마주가 있다. 이게
The
제일 큰.
orbs, the sanctify. I love when they put little trash.
다른 건 약간 부차적인 거고 일단 딜만 봐야 되니까.
It's a nice little throwback to a bygone era. It does look, if you were looking at the dungeon progression, like Legendary is slightly catching up to Sloth, but you have to remember Legendary's route has them pulling less trash packs before they make their way to Herja, and they make up that trash later on in the dungeon,
그쵸.
pulling a couple things together. They pull those 2 Sentinels up to the Kings. They even pull a couple extra bigger trash packs together. So technically, like, there's still room for Legendary to catch up in this dungeon, and remember, there's still easily another 15 or 16 minutes left in the dungeon for Legendary to play safe and try to make up ground if Sloth is to make any mistakes of their own. Speaking of which,
Speaking of.
Simkin's going down as I
아,
say it.
신성아.
Oh man, the caster curses are wild today.
I thought you were playing mage now, but those are surely some warlock curses coming out of you here. But yeah, Simpkins can be rest, of course, nothing going on. A very forgiving death there for this moment. And Legendary, you can see they're catching up. They're now on those mini bosses that Sloth just finished. Sloth with, of course, a little bit more trash percentage here on 52. Legendary is on 32, so roughly 20 trash percentage between them and the HP of these mini bosses. But still, after that wipe, that's a lot of
플러스
catch up
복수는
that they
승천을 안
already
쓰거든요.
have
신기하네,
done.
승천 안
And
쓰는
Murda
거.
now being fought here by Sloth. They're gonna go on over to the other side. You can see Malik getting teleported or yoinked or however you want to call it to the holy side, and in comes another wave of these orbs. They
이거 쿨기 트래킹을 한 줄만 더 해줬으면 좋겠다.
Image to make
다른
them
것도 쿨을 좀
much
보고
more
싶은데.
visible recently. I really like that change personally as a melee player. I don't know how you feel. I think it's amazing. Sanctify being much more clear now, especially with the hitbox, so that shouldn't give them too many problems.
Oh, it definitely is there's much more visual clarity on that ability now. I love it a lot more. I mean, I would always cheese it as a range player and just stand max range and I could just stand still. But I can
Yeah.
definitely tell how nice that would be for somebody who has to stand right next to the boss to do max DPS. It's very, very good. You can kind of see where we are, too, when you combine the two teams together here on the same boss. Here's where the lead is for Sloth. 80% on the boss, plus that 12 extra percent trash count they have at the top here, right? That's probably, if I had to guess, probably about a minute and a half advantage for Sloth, which is pretty significant 8 minutes into the dungeon. But again, plenty of time left for Legendary to try to scrape at that advantage and maybe get back into the dungeon. Not to mention also the 25 seconds and death timers that they have to get back to. So, yes, still an advantage for Sloth, but Legendary's doing a good job of keeping it close.
슬로스 복수는 한지
Yeah,
별로,
I mean,
별로 오래 안
it's
됐나 봐요.
definitely a huge task that Legendary has
고인이
in front of them,
정보나
but
CS2에
you
비해서
know
훨씬
that
좋은데.
they are in the position to do so, just judging by that Shadowmane burial that we saw. And of course, we don't want that to happen, but always something could go wrong for Sloth as well. So we'll see how this moves on further. No team is going to give up here, of course. And the Valacha pull from Sloth is now in full motion. We saw some teams yesterday bloodlust this specific poll. Sloth does not have their bloodlust available, so I'm guessing you're going to use it for either a big Valacha poll on
픽셀 강화도 있어요.
which is something
있어?
Echo has been
있어,
doing in the
있어.
halls, or they're actually going to hold it just a little bit
어둠달이
to
강화예요.
the Wolves or Fenrir in the second phase. I'm very curious where this one ends.
그래도
I feel
몰아잡죠.
like you kind of want to pop it ASAP,
그리고
right? Because we know
강화가
this is like
이제
a
램드는 강화가 안 되게 바뀌어서
So if you want to get
너프도 많이
in the
됐고.
dungeon, you pretty much just pop it on the pull that it comes up on. Good Basta spell coming out there from Tundra just to make sure that 5-sec bursting doesn't tick on the entire team for no reason. And that pull was dealt with pretty cleanly for a giant double pull with plenty of kicks and interrupts that the groups have to worry about. That Bloodlust is up for them, in a few seconds here, probably about 15 seconds. So we'll see where they plan on using it. Of course, they have to make their way past the Storm Drake here at the start of this Fenrir area first. And we can see on the other side of our monitor here, Legendary is now on that same pull that Sloth just pulled. So they're about one pull behind in the
그래도 레전더리도 뭐 한 번 뭐 미스한 거 빼고는 잘 따라가네.
that trash count actually end up working out for them. Again, they do have a way back into this dungeon to potentially take a map off of Sloth here. But I think they still need a little bit of help from Sloth. They need mistakes to happen to really have a chance of taking the game.
루트는 슬로스가 좀 더 깔끔하네요. 황소 붙이는 거 1레벨. 아니 그 팬일에 황소 붙이는 거. 이거 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요.
But so far they're not
램드만 가는 건 아쉽지.
just yet. But there it is. You really need to control these bulls. They are susceptible to CC, so you can make sure that these AoEs, the rumbling stomps, doesn't go through onto your entire melee camp if you can just keep them CC'd. But of course, it's also a lot of healing that has to go out here onto the group, so that Bloodlust is going to make it a little bit easier for Mickey to top everybody as the bleeding continues. Fenrir still needs a little bit more DPS. And
용맹 저거 팬리를 받아 노란색으로 나오거든요. 왜 빨간색으로 나온지 모르겠는데 내가 그래픽 효과가 낮은가? 다른 분들도 빨간색으로 나오나요?
Let's see, are Sloth posters or are they rockers? What do you think? Well, they're not pulling the orgs right now, so it looks like they're going to be doing.
아, 빨강으로 보여요?
They must be rockers.
Oh, they're pulling a pack with the boss. Okay. All right, this is no lust. This is just natty. And again, at the start of the pull here,
냄새
on the left side. Oh, no, these are just from the left side.
몇 마리지? 한 5마리 정도 되는 것 같은데. 이거 원딜 되게 부담스러운데?
The thing they have left is the free prowl from Incarn. I'm not sure if that's going to be back up by the time the next leaps go out, so they might just have to take the leaps and use their dwarf racials to get rid of the bleeds. At that point, the boss will be at like 10%, so I can't imagine it'd be too big of a deal for them to heal through.
되게 무난하게 하네,
There's going to be a
이분이.
little bit of extra added danger here the next time those leaps come out for Sloth.
어쨌든 붙여서 성공만 하면은 택틱이고 이득이죠. 램드에 쫄 붙이는 거는 무조건 이득이야. 이거는 에코도 안 하는 건데.
The roar is out and the next leap is incoming. Players need to be safe here. You can still see some defensives available. Simkin's gonna use his here. A legendary is on their heels. They also
이거 슬로스 그 숨이 하나밖에 없어요. 저건 좀 아쉽다.
Into face. And now moving on to where Sloth was just a second ago. It feels like the
그 숨이 이게 팬릴에서만 쓰는 게 아니고 스코발드에서도 쓰거든요. 스코발드에서 그 보트 데미지 걸면서 도약하는 거 그것도 그 숨으로 씹을 수가 있어요. 그래서 쓰는 데가 2개란 말이야. 석화는 1렘 첫 풀링 하나고 그렇게 보면은 제가 볼 때는 그 숨이 훨씬 더 좋아 보이는데.
Of course, they have to pull all of these bears here first, and I think they have a few more bulls they could technically pull as well. But you can see Legendary opting to get that remaining trash count. They pulled every single warg in the area, and they're using that.
어제 이거 슬로스가 하다 터지지 않았었나?
Any of the potential leaps. Two massive pulls from both teams going on.
말리기 이거 하다가 덧 밟았던 것 같은데?
Yeah, you can see the traditional wolf pull on the side of Legendary. You just said it. They're using their bloodlust here, making sure it's very safe. I'm not too worried about that. But Sloth on the other side, like you said, they pulled those grizzlies. They pulled the trapper. They pulled everything that was in this area. They need to get up to 84% on our overlay here to make sure they can play the kings, unless they're
탱이
also pulling
납하면은
something from the hallway here. So let's
어글이
see where
리셋돼요.
this pull
탱은
ends
납하면
up.
안 돼요.
They're
그래서
doing a fantastic job of playing
탱이
this one
그
down.
순간
There's
그 숨
still a
쓰는
few
순간
mobs
모든
left.
어글이
You can see the
리셋돼.
bursting just running out there, very nicely timed by the players, making sure they're not overstacking. I'm not sure if the master spell was still available after so many mobs dying. 2 more grizzlies to go, and they have the trash count. They can move on. They don't need to pull any sentinels. They don't need to pull any Valacha. They just need to skip that dragon here, and then they can do the kings.
Yeah, and you can see now that the gap really hasn't closed as much as it seemed. It was just the fact that Legendary was so far behind in trash count that they had to spend an entire pull dealing with all of those wargs. They still have to do that massive bear plus a couple of bulls pull after this. And then we also know that their route has them pull 2 Sentinels later on too. Whereas all Sloth has to do at this point is just kill the 4 Kings. That's all the trash count that they need. So Sloth has showed us just how far ahead in this dungeon they are right now. And of course, it's
크로스가
not
루트가
just on merit
무난하죠.
alone. I think they still have a faster route than Legendary, but that wipe from Legendary pretty much sealed the deal for this advantage from Sloth. Again, Legendary so far behind right now that even with a perfect run from this point, they would need essentially a full team wipe on a boss.
부풀링 차이 나네. 그
back in this dungeon. So all eyes are on
1렘
Sloth
실수
as they
감안해도
make their way up towards the final boss room of this dungeon and get ready to take on the 4 Kings here. Can they pull off the Bruce
양
strategy?
팀이 같은 던전을 같은 루트로 돈다고 했을 때 아마 1분 정도 차이가
Yeah, we
날 듯?
saw some healing go off for Legendary in that previous
이걸로
haul,
퍼센트
so
끝나나?
we're gonna keep an eye out for that, as that definitely elongates this pull here. But you can see the Mug of Meat being deployed on several of the Kings. Malik is pulling, and just a friendly reminder, if you're a melee and this is going on, you want to make sure that your tank has all of the aggro before you completely YOLO into these. They have a little bit of a weird aggro table, so
인식 다 됐지. 내 말이
definitely
다
a
된다
little
이제.
bit dangerous, but it seems like everything is rounding up. Malik
그래도
has
내 말이
them under
성공했죠.
control. They're
블루스.
all onto him, and now the group can finally deal the damage, make sure they have it all done and dusted. Here, Mug of Meat has worked out for Sloth.
It has, and all 4 Kings are attacking Malik, just completely wailing.
레전더리 아 맞다
But he
레전더리
has the
그거
added
하지.
safety of having his healer with him, which is
밥상
not
로드
something
밥상
that
로드
we see
택틱.
from Legendary, right? They have Igloo down, dropping feast, making pictures, having fun. And Lopan is just playing on his own upstairs with nothing but the Nature's Vigil and the Shadow Priest, Vampire Priest helping him out. But this is looking textbook for Sloth. These Kings are dying so
저게 네 마리를 한 번에 다 갖다 붙이면은 애들이 죽어도 강화가 안 되잖아요. 강화가 안 된 상태의 네 마리라서 그렇게 많이 아프진 않아요.
It's about 70% of their HP with no personals up. So something that they have to look out for. And I believe that they're killing that king last.
그러네 주문막기가
They're gonna
없네.
beat more than one of them going out at a time. And yeah, great execution again from Sloth. They're on pace for a very fast dungeon here. 4 Kings dying at 17
Yeah.
minutes. What
I
was
just
Echo's pace? Like
checked
21:30?
Echo was at 21:28. I just looked it up because I also felt like Sloth was so fast here. Of course, now they still have to do 2 bosses, which always kind of doesn't feel real and also valid for me, because you already played that dungeon for 17 minutes, and then it's like, oh yeah, there's 2 more bosses, but it's not a tyrannical halt. So let's see how quickly they can deal with that scold. I still feel like
그러니까
they're
레전더리
on a
복수를 안
great pace,
보여준.
and they might
아직이긴 한데.
threaten that one that Echo put down in the books.
We'll have to see. It's just 2 bosses, and remember, this is fortified, so these bosses die pretty quickly, right? They don't
감학은
have
다
extra
기본적으로
HP
찍을
from
듯.
tyrannical, so they could definitely do this here. Both of these bosses probably take about 1.5 to 2 minutes to kill. So I think they're definitely on pace. It just comes down to the RP, right? You have to wait a little time for God King to run up.
에코 안
A
찍었어요?
little time for Odin to jump down and become attackable. So it'll definitely be like in the ballpark.
헨리를 하나만 보고 찍기는 아깝다는 뭐 그런 건가? 아 근데 봐봐요. 22단 경화잖아요. 생존기 키고 맞아도 돼요. 안 빠져도 돼요 그거.
But that is just so far out of the question for a team of Sloth's caliber that hoping for that to happen is just it's kind of like it's a dream scenario.
그러니까 전탱이 감학을 찍었을 때 로스하고 뭐 딜러가 생존기 주고 뭐 그거에 대한 그걸 계산하면 될 듯. 복술 같은 경우도 그냥 영혼이동만 키면 안 빠져도 돼요. 저도 경화 때는 그렇게 많이 하거든요. 그 감학 없는 파티면은. 무조건 막 빠져야 되고 그건 아니에요.
So hopefully the thing that I'm worried about most is
땡겨 오는 것만
how
보여주네.
much it's going to affect their mental, because we know they just had a pretty rough series against.
그치 이 타이밍에 데리고 와야 돼요. 그래야지 로스가 없지.
That were happening in that series, and I kind of want them to recover from that and
어
approach
뭐야?
next
짤
one
샜다.
with
미친.
2 dungeons
No.
with more forward
아
looking
짤을.
mental, but yeah.
Okay, so if you're legendary at this point, you've tried, you went for everything, you gave it your all, but it didn't work out. I think what happened there, I didn't quite
짤을
see. Guess
봐야지.
what happened? The Sentinels came in while one of the Kings was
네, 끝나긴 그 시작한 지 1분 만에 끝났어요.
that killed everyone. That if I would hazard a guess as to what happened to them, they tried. It was
Yeah,
a really good effort from them, but Sloth
제가
didn't do
그
too much.
핫초코 타오는 사이에 승패는
Yeah,
끝났어요.
absolutely. I mean, Sloth have shown why they are here. They have been in the upper bracket for the entire tournament
우유
until
전자레인지에
Echo
데우고
sent them
왔더니
down into the lower bracket just
번
2
던졌던데요,
rounds
벌써?
ago. They're fighting to get back up there. They want
아,
that
맞네.
slot
아,
for the finals. They want to
맞네.
represent
두 마리
Spain.
때문에 짤 면역.
Sloth being a team from a Spanish guild, they're all playing together in Mythic rating as well, and they definitely want to show that they have it in them. They've done some great keys
아, 그래서
in
늦게 데리고 왔구나.
Shadowlands,
맞네.
and they want to continue that saga, waiting for Odin now coming in place. And I think they're going to be just a little bit over Echo's time. Just looking at the timer right now, we're at 20:15. Echo is at 21:28. I think we might end at like
경기는 시작하자마자 2분 만에 던짐.
something like that.
It's going to be
그래서
really
음식 하나
interesting
깔아놨네.
because the first 45 seconds of the boss you really don't do anything, but that's when you get those runes that pop out, give you a massive damage increase. You pop Bloodlust, you pop all of your personal cooldowns in the game, and just burst the boss down. This is going to actually be very, very close to Echo's time, like you said. It could be almost pretty much exactly the same depending on how much burst they get off and how much good RNG they get. But let's keep an
True.
eye on them here. Runes are going to be coming out very shortly, which means they get a
We do
nice
have
30 seconds of just
Army.
pure blast.
Yeah, we do have Army available. You can see all of the DPS. I have everything for them now. Runes being popped, and in come the coolies, how I like to call them. Bloodlust being used here as well, and that should put Odin into a meltdown. Look at that HP bar going down. Of course, the boss fight is over at 80, so really, how much quicker can they be? They might even throw a fighting hand against Echo's time. 3%, 2% to go 21-25 on the timer. 1 more percent, and the timer has stopped at exactly the same time that Echo has put in.
에코가 했던 기록하고 똑같나 봐요.
Very, very impressive. But more importantly,
이데스가 있는데도 에코랑 돌았던 시간이 똑같나 봐요.
ever that much closer towards the birth into the global finals. Remember, the winner of this series.
자, 슬로스의 3번 풀링이 되게 괜찮았다는 얘기거든요.
I think this is the most important match of the weekend, right?
그리고 늑대를 아이코도 데스가 있었어요.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, Cyronic. And it
그러니까
doesn't get much better to
슬로스가
start
그
than,
펜리르에다
winning your
늑대를
first
붙여
match,
잡았죠.
Sloth did, but also
그걸로
tying
해서
Echo's time
늑대
on
잡는
it.
풀링을 아예
Since you know if you
지워버렸고
win this one, you're going to be playing against Echo in the next match. That's
봄
probably
잡을
a
때
good
좀
start.
많이 다 갖다 붙이면서 거기서 시간을 확 줄였어요.
That was a very unfortunate.
에코 같은 경우는
start in a
2번
very
풀링이
good
되게
showing for Sloth.
엄청나거든요.
Like,
2번 풀링으로 시간을
there was a
줄였는데
question because we had
플러스가 그 곰 풀링에서 시간을 따라잡았어.
How good is their halls going to be? How much practice do they realistically put in these dungeons? Because whenever you're prepping for MDI, you can only put so much time in so many dungeons. You kind of have to take the field of like, oh, okay, we're going to
에코가 오늘 용맹은 안 했으니까
see these dungeons at least. You can kind of like pick one to ban as well. With Halls of Valor,
어제
you can
했거든요.
really
에코
know
용맹은.
what their time is going to be like. Now Sloth, that was very, very impressive.
오늘 혹시 용맹을 하게 되면 뭐 또 다른 걸 보여줄 수도
Yeah,
있겠죠.
absolutely. We've got some
에코 용맹은 진짜 2번 풀링이 엄청남.
I mean, Legendary, they have looked good throughout the weekend, but you just can't have wipes like we saw them suffer right here. Otherwise, it's tough to come back.
It's just this season is so interesting because there's so many large pulls that you do at the very beginning of the dungeon. Like the first pull of Ruby Life Pulls is massive. The first pull of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is enormous. This pull in HOV is just these are pivotal moments of the dungeon, and it's one of those situations where if you
팽이
just
터진 건
make a minor
아니었네.
mistake, like Lepan doesn't get moved fast enough for the Dragon Breath, he ends up going down, and that just ends up basically costing them the rest of the run. They were fairly competitive time wise, even with that mistake, because they ended up losing, only like 45 seconds to a minute. So if Sloth were going to make a mistake, maybe Legendary could have came back. But Sloth, in their own right, they just have effectively a perfect run. They did some very interesting pathing stuff. I thought that I felt like the bull pull or this bear pull was going to be pretty standard for a lot of teams, especially with like,
에코 2 풀링.
set up in this Fenrir area. But Sloth's
에코래.
adaptation to this, they take some of the wargs,
슬로스
plus the bears on
요
top of this
풀링.
trapper pack, and then they were able to get a little bit of different count.
요게 괜찮았다.
I felt like this was like a super interesting adaptation of a route that I assumed was going to be just like standard coming into the weekend, and it kind of proves that Sloth doesn't necessarily need other teams.
저는 회방 무조건
to
좋다고 생각하거든요.
come up with something that is a world-class level time.
You're saying they don't need the Dratnos routes? I find that hard to believe.
그 노쿠드 막내매 그렇게 안 하면은 램드 풀링할 때 중보들이 애드가 돼요.
The echo version of the Dratnos.
램드 풀링하는 순간 중보들이 따라와요.
Start somewhere, Doa.
근데 그렇게 하면은 중보들이
Dratty.
돌아감 제자리로.
As you do.
So was it just the
Well,
yell? Oh
that's-
man,
Yeah, it was the yell.
That's
It
a yell.
was
Yeah.
It got
rough.
it got immuned by the Sentinel, and so like they couldn't kick
Yeah.
it because the Sentinels came in
Mhm.
a second too early or something before Tor died.
Yep.
The crazy thing is, I'm
that's
pretty sure
what
that
happens,
happened
but-
to them in one of the previous runs too. But they just lived through it because they realized earlier on, oh, this is gonna go off. Let's personal this. I guess they just didn't think about it that time around. Something else that we didn't really talk about that key, which is something I noticed Sloth doing a lot, but there was like so much to cover during the key, is like they use Dominate Mind a lot in that key to control Thundercallers. Usually when you're doing those big pulls where you're pulling together a bunch of different packs, it's kind of hard to pull in the casters in the back. But using Dominate Mind from the Shadow Priest to mind control it, but still have control of your own character and move that mob up into the trash bag.
이거는 그
kicking it in the back is like really good for mob control. Just something I wanted to
용이
point out.
랜딩을
There's a
하잖아요.
lot to cover.
랜딩하는 순간에 어글 인식 범위가 그러니까 인식 범위가 잠깐 넓어져요.
In some of these dungeons as well,
그래서 랜딩 할 때 잠깐 빠져 있어야 돼요. 그러면 완전히 랜딩을 하고 나면은 다시 이 인식 범위가 줄어들거든요. 그때 패스하는 거예요. 살짝만 앞으로 가면은 랜딩을 시작하거든요. 그때 빠져 있다가 랜딩이 끝날 때 날아다니는 용이 내려온다고요? 아, 그거 잡고 나서? 그거는 모르겠네요. 뭐 하늘에 날아다니는 놈 한 놈이 있긴 한데 뭐 특정한 스킬에 의해서 애든하거나 그런 게 좀 있긴 한데 걔가 애든할 때도 있구나. 저는 아직 그건 겪어보진 못했어요. 무슨 용 얘기하는지는 알거든요.
Well, we'll have a chance to check out that kind of thing in action in the first dungeon of the next series. But for now, we're looking ahead to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, which is one we talked about a lot coming into this match because it's another one makes that like we haven't seen Sloth.
네, 뭐 그럴 가능성 있죠.
Last time it was
캡질하다가 뭐 잘못 눌렀을 수도 있고.
So I'm curious.
Yeah, exactly. So the best time we saw from a legendary in this dungeon was yesterday with 16 minutes 50. Earlier today was a little bit of an oopsie, but so was it in that 1650 time. So technically they should be even faster.
슬로트가 어둠달에서 뭔가 획기적인 플레이를 갖고 와서 이번 경기 끝내주면 좋겠다.
I really like the route that we have seen from Legendary so far. With how they're pulling that very first pull, they're even
빨리 에코의 그런 걸 보고 싶거든요. 지금 세 경기 난다고 하니까.
And I think if they can clean up that middle section that
에코 거 보고 싶다. 에코 거.
then maybe even under 16. And I think that would be a fighting time in Shadow Moon Burial. But here we go, going in legendary
법사가 나왔네요.
with the Evoker on the side of Sloth. They're a trusted Resto Shaman. They have played it again and again, noting how much they prefer it in several situations. Let's see how they set up the first poll.
아, 슬로스 1번 플링 너무
Let's see what they have planned here.
심심한데?
There are a couple of spell stealable buffs in this section of the dungeon. Notably, there's a 100% haste buff here, which is pretty nice. You can see him absolutely popping off with the cast here, and that ignite is going to start spreading and do a ton of damage, even though it's only on 5 targets here. But that is not
법사를 쓰는 이유가 있을 거거든요.
for this dungeon. We need to focus in on
아, 다태야?
They have a 50-50 success.
잠깐, 다태야?
2 times in this dungeon they've tried to go for this and only succeeded it on the first try. The tank damage here is out of this world. It's a 20.
레전더리는 이것도 하죠.
So that means once they
다태야
get
살짝
the last couple of
불안한데.
mobs in this
지금
key,
3경기가
their
보이는데.
tank needs to get away from these mobs. Those ritual bones won't
레전더리는 탱커 랩판이 자꾸 터지거든요.
preventing that damage for him if he doesn't block. So let's keep an eye on Legendary here. This is the make or break pull of the dungeon for them. Even an early time dilate from Igloo there to help him out and make sure it doesn't take too much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Bloodlust being used here by Team Legendary, of course, making sure they have everything available. The Defiled Spirit being gripped closer to the boss actually into this giant pack of mobs, making sure that they can have all the damage that they need on it. There was one
1번 풀링 성공했는데 내 판 바닥 탱커 씨발 진짜. 야 내 판 전부 받고 또 뒤졌어. 야 내 판 저 어려운 풀링을 다 성공해놓고 바닥에 안 들어가서 뒤지냐 진짜. 어우 씨.
What did he die to the second time? That was like an insta-res into another insta-death right now. Was he res on top of a sigil or something?
내 레전더리 경기 볼 때마다 랩한 얘기를 되게 많이 했을 거예요. 그러니까 처음에 나한테 그 방벽안 쓰다 죽은 게 인상이 깊어가지고 머리 아파. 랩한 바닥에 안 들어가서 죽었어. 근데 내 복술도 아까 바닥 안 들어가서 죽긴 했거든.
There was another ad in the background with I believe it was Control Minded. I'm not sure. I just saw the nameplate pop up later, and I think it might have came out of the Control Mind and shot the pawn.
자 이제 그 님들도 쉬었다 오셔도 되거든요. 이거는 슬로스가 이겼어요. 사고 날 게 없어. 1렙 끝나면. 사고가 나도 큰 사고가 날 게 없어.
It's such a great pull, and we saw them pull it off before. It's not impossible, but it is definitely very, very hard. And now they're once again in a position where they are playing from behind, where they are playing catch up and trying to get with what Sloth is doing. Sloth on their side have had a
전부 받고 다시 죽은 게 좀 치명적이다.
There was one death happening. They picked the player back up, and now Sedana is on 8%. So looking really, really good here.
자기가 추구하는 단수가 매우 높으면은 보기가 떠오르는 이유는 그거예요. 파티 서포트. 맞아요. 초고단에서만 파티 서포트 단수를 올리기 위한 방법이죠. 지금 힐이 안 돼서 막히는 경우가 많으니까.
Probably just like 2 spiders is all that they'll need to pull. But still, the advantage of being an entire boss up right now is just way too high to even think of right now. Again, we are in the same situation as in the Halls of Valor, where Sloth needs to make
보기를 준비할 필요까지는 없다고 봐요.
for Legendary to come back in the key, and it hurts to see, but that is just the real problem here. Now, one of the things that we need to talk about is there's something very weird going on for Sloth.
약간 등반이 목표면은 보기를 키우는 게 맞을 수도. 아무래도 힐에 막히는 단수가 조금 높아지겠죠? 보기를 하시면. 대신 그만큼 보기는 쫄 구간이 어려워요. 전탱에 비해서. 보기가 또 숙련도가 낮으면은 그 파티 서포트 하다가 본인이 터지는 경우가 좀 있거든요. 그러면 저는 하고 싶은 거 하는 게 맞다고 봐요. 맞아요. 성능 보면 전탱이 더 맞은. 단수를 계속 올리는 게 목표가 아니라면은 전탱이 맞아요.
Can easily cost you upwards of like 20 or 30 seconds. Like that was very, very low damage compared to any other class in the game there. I mean, the combust will come up whenever they have the damage buff on this boss, and maybe they'll pull trash on top of the boss to try to make use of that ignite cleave. But that was like just.
근데 그렇다고 보기가 재미없는 캐릭은 아니니까.
Tiny openings that lets Legendary come back just that little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it come back up in just.
다른 캐릭터를 해보고 싶다 그럼 키워도 되는데. 그냥 전탱이 부족해서 보기를 하나 더 키워야 되나? 그건 아니에요.
That is not good news as they have this giant pack in front of them. They are in the intermission as well. They need to get their DPS out of there. Marquis is dropping. He's also on the floor. It's only Simpkins, the tank and the healer. They cannot do anything.
뭐야? 야 슬로스 무슨 일이야? 사고 날 게 있었네? 이게 쪼를 다 갖다 붙인 상황이라서.
Like, what's the play here? You're not going to finish this boss with 1 DPS alive, are you? I mean, they've already committed to pulling the trash. I guess the thing is, like, you really have to commit because it's just This is it. This is what
이거 뛰어오는 거리가 좀 멀거든요. 아 윤회 있다. 다행이다. 이건 윤회 캐리다. 윤회 캐리. 이거는 윤회 없었으면 사고 크게 났어요. 따라잡혔네요. 따라잡혔어. 레전더리가 퍼센트가 높아.
Yeah,
That's rough.
and like you said it, suddenly the race is a race again. These teams are side
Oh,
by
yeah.
side.
이건
You can see
따라잡혔어요.
Legendary pulling
레전더리가
the-
지금 앞서고
the
있어요.
penalty that they get
밥
for
먹는 거
dying
맞나?
is plus 30 on
맞겠지?
both sides, so it's evened out. No
향신료 안
problems on
꼈나?
both teams. They're
향신료 하나
very
정도는
much
껴줘도
in the
되는 거
same
아니야?
position. Legendary just a little bit
아,
ahead.
템랩이
Now
낫네.
that
맞아.
they
템랩이
pull
낫구나.
Nalish with that trash pull, and let's just hope that everything goes right for them. They're at the same position where Sloth just now had some trouble. They're in the soul
팝업의 이유는
phase.
알겠어요.
They need to make sure they have these
이게
souls.
내부로
Yes,
들어가잖아요. 내부
it
들어갔다
is
나와서
spiky, but it is
그 버프
a
먹은 상태에서
23
발화를
point
털겠다는
so
거거든요.
these still have some decent HP.
그런
Seems
20초
like everybody got out
딜은
of
법사가
phase.
제일
They
세다고
have
볼 수도
their
있으니까.
damage amp now together with thundering. That's really, really good for Team Legendary, and they should be
Oh,
able
man.
to get these exhumers out of the way.
근데 레전더리도 아까 이플링하다 사고가 나긴 했어.
Plus damage amp. The only thing that would have made it even better is if the Shadow Priest cooldowns were up for it too, right? No
법사 나와서
problem.
바라 턴다 이제.
Really hurts. The crazy thing
법사의
is,
미터기를 보자 한번. 법사 미터기 얼마나
all they
올라가려나?
needed to top everyone back to full was the Nature's Vigil from Splat. Like he popped the Vigil and people instantly were healed up to full from being downstairs. That's kind of wild how powerful that cooldown is when you're pumping out the damage they are. And look how quickly the boss.
법사 미터기 왜 안 올라가요? 저기요 님들? 님들?
In addition to finishing
저기요?
off all the trash that they pulled on top of the boss. But like you said, this is going to.
nem드들 밀리는 게 다르긴 하네.
Have made the worst possible mistake you could wiping on a boss with trash on it. But look.
단일 셔틀인가
they are
법사?
across the board, 6 deaths, no battle reses, bloodlust on cooldown for both teams. Less than 15% difference in boss HP.
마주도 받았을 거
And the
아니야.
trash counts are going to be pretty much neck and neck too at this point, as both teams are going to be right around that 45%.
법사
It's just going to be a TPS race to the end of the dungeon from this point, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know what Legendary is up to in this dungeon. We saw them pull here before. They're going pretty big. You can see they're just waiting for that thundering to run out before they continue. And then they're going to go spiders into the worm unless anything changed from the last time we've seen them here. Now, Sloth is finishing up Nalish as well. There's some damage going on to the group, but they manage to just finish everything up. They also need to clear those thundering stacks in just a second before they can continue pulling, but that shouldn't give them any problems, of course. And I'm curious, are they going as big as Legendary? It's the first time we are seeing Sloth in that dungeon. Both teams will have their bloodlust in just 30
퍼센트는
seconds.
슬루스가 역전하긴 했는데 뭐 여기서 퍼센트 차이 나는 거는 크게 의미 있는 건 아니고.
But yeah, it seems like Sloth keeps running as well. So similar routing from both of the teams.
보니까
are on similar track
체급이 슬룩스가 좀 더 높긴 하거든요. 이 정도는 잘하면 따라잡을 수도 있긴 하겠다. 법사 선택의 이유를 보여주긴 해야 될 듯. 법사가 3렘에서 좋긴 할 거예요.
Really, really badly on that 23.
Also, do your best to not fall into the water this time around. That would be very.
법사는 한번 딜했다가 현탐이 긴 딜러니까 3렘처럼 이제 좀 숨었다가 나왔다가 하는 그런 렘드에서는 확실히 좋긴 할 건데.
For Legendary, and they do have a little bit of a lead here. Both teams going for this crazy spider into carrion worm pull. It actually looks like Sloth might have gone even a little bit bigger, pulling the extra 2 monstrous corpse spiders in.
단일 비중이 좀 더 높으니까 야 광은 부주기 쳐. 단일은 법사가 밀게 이런 느낌?
They're just a little bit behind, but still very, very dangerous pull. And you can see Legendary still probably about a 20 to 30 second advantage now after these trash pulls. They do have to pull these 2 corpse spiders behind them, but I believe Sloth will have to pull those too.
Yeah, I agree. I think you probably do
좀
exactly what
죽었고 거의 다 따라오긴
Legendary is doing. Pull
했거든요.
those bats into the next worm, making sure you're not doing any one-mob gaming. You can see the spiders are coming from behind for Legendary. These are going to need some extra interrupts as well.
다수 타겟 광의
That's a little
압도적인
bit of
1인자?
coordination that is
그런
now
이미지가 약간 겨가 때부터 있긴
but
했죠.
You can see the AoE-CC being deployed by Legendary, making sure they're making the most out of it, and Sloth is now following suit.
바이장님하고 홀다로 볼을 가서 500만 DPS인가? 그거 찍은 적이 있거든요. 그 부족한테 보축 주고 막 이래가지고.
They do have a little extra count, but we need to focus on Legendary. Legendary has
뭐
wiped.
레전더리 무슨 일이야?
Legendary wiped on the second worm with the plague bats, and it's back. The
아니
ball's back in
레전더리
Sloth's
무슨
court now.
일이야?
Another full-on team wipe. Do they need
아
to zoom out? I guess
미치겠다
they have to, because
레전더리.
they need to get there as quickly as possible. Man, what is happening in this
밥상을
dungeon?
몇 번을 발로 차냐?
Back in the lead here. They just have to hold on and make no more mistakes. And that
이게 이 두 팀이 처음 붙었을 때도 레판이 방벽 안 켜서 졌단 말이에요.
There's still dangerous trash left in this dungeon, and we can see on this high level
감염해 버렸네.
for the MDI 23 fortified, it is just so volatile. So many things can go wrong for these teams.
And just because I can feel it in my neck right now, I've been watching chat whenever I wasn't casting these past days. You know, these teams are going
아 법사가 이 플링이 돼요? 아 이것 때문에 법사 데리고 왔네.
Sometimes stuff goes wrong. They're still incredibly fast. Just look at the overall time. But
법사 어떻게 한 거지? 고블린인가? 고블린 법사죠. 아닌데?
Nice tech. In case you're not familiar with it, these little
서프 법사인데?
spiderlings that you can see, they despawn as soon as you kill bone maw. But if you pull them before, then you can get the trash count from these, and we know that
법사가 앞으로 튀어나가는 기술이 있나요? 그러니까 요 플링은 요즘 많이 하는 플링이에요. 그러니까 보통 악사나 용일이 하거든요. 2단 점프로 저 틈새로 넘어갈 수가 있어요. 그래갖고 넘어갔다가 다시 돌아오는 그걸 할 수 있는데 법사가 전화 걸고 바질토 받고 뛰면 저게 되나?
Marky flew. Marky is on the floor.
He's fine. He's fine as a DK.
플링 한 다음에 시돌로 돌아오면 되니까 돌아오는 건 어렵지가 않은데 법사 같은 경우는
It was Marky. It was Marky.
Marky?
It was Marky. Yeah, it was Marky.
앞으로 툭 튀어나간 게 뭔지 모르겠네. 저게 악사나 용일로 하기에도 약간 옆으로 비스듬히 2단 점프한 다음에 뛰어야 돼서 쉽지는 않아요. 돌풍 물약이라는 게 있어요? 아 그런 게 있으면 될 수 있겠다. 네, 그럼 돌풍 물약일 듯? 돌아오는 건 시돌이면 되니까. 네, 물약 같네요.
I think Mage is a pretty safe pick as well. But here we go, both teams on Bone Maw at the same time, and you can see the difference here. 6 extra deaths on Legendary. That's 30 seconds of dungeon timer for them that they have to beat Sloth by, but they're also 30% behind on Bone Maw here. Unfortunately for Sloth, they've already had their first burrow happen. Legendary hasn't had theirs yet. And
법사 픽의 이유는 그냥 저거 한 번이었는데
they haven't had those
한
burrows go
번이었네.
off for them very often. Let's see if they have some potential way of making sure it doesn't happen again. Legendary getting another body slam, so let's see. Do they skip?
그럴 거면은 근데 그냥 용일 쓰고 용일이 플링하라고 하고 근딜을 하나 더 쓰는 게 낫지 않았을까 싶긴 한데.
But of course they still have to pull the spiders. You can see them in the background for Legendary. You're going to pull these into the
어둠달은 짤이 아니면 복술이 그렇게까지 필요가 없거든요. 근데 법사가 들어오면서 짤이 필요해서 복술을 쓴 건데
slowly but surely 3% remaining and they will move on. Now, those white spawns are a challenge in itself. I think it's an even bigger challenge if you're doing what Legendary is doing, but still, these two
법사의 이유가 조금
is something. As soon
허무하게 끝나긴 했네요.
Every single time it does the pulls, it takes down like
그리고 이거 막냄 투원딜이라서 조금 피곤해. 막냄이 투원딜이면 로스가 확실히 있어요. 없지는 않아. 저는 법사가 이넴에서 증명할 줄 알았거든요. 그 내부 들어갔다가 똘 먹고 나와서 그때 엄청난 DPS를 뽑아줄 줄 알았는데 거기서도 암사한테도 발렸단 말이야. 램드피가 많이 빠진 것 같긴 했는데 어쨌든 우리가 보이는 건 미터기밖에 없잖아요.
You can just see the damage of that Void Pulse going out. Marky incredibly low. IBF being used here, making sure he stays alive as the Void
뭐
Eruptions
그거는
come crashing down once
풀링을
more.
혹시 왼쪽 걸 먼저 했거나 그러면은
cooldown allocation.
아니면 양쪽을 동시에 풀링했다거나 그러면은 그럴 수 있죠.
Blueberries, right? They're saving them all to get a big burst of damage on this last boss here. So while that did look like it was slow for them, it's still a big cooldown and time advantage for them as Legendary does do their patented pull here, where they pull trash into the void spawns. This is going to be their bloodlust. This is going to be a
동시에 써주는 게 어떻게 보면은 힐러 입장에선 더 편할 수도 있어요.
quickly, but the gap is so big for them to catch up to Sloth here. Sloth already onto Nerzul, already have all of their trash count, and also have that 30-second advantage from death timers here. All they have to do is finish off Nerzul cleanly, and not only will they take this series, putting them into the finals against Echo, but they will also claim that second seed that we have available from the groups here to get into global finals here, and they won't have to go through the last stand, more importantly, which is a huge gain for this team here.
이게 레전더리가
Just
아까
123 fortified Nerzul for that berth.
네 23단, 24단까지 안 숨어도 돼요. 25단부터 숨어야 돼요. 25단은 진짜 맞고 난 피가 살짝 남거든요. 26단부터 원빵 나오고.
from the penalty, and I don't think there's coming back from this, but of course Legendary is going to try as soon as Tobo is back with
아니 레전더리도 밥 먹어. 나 진짜 밥을 몇 번을 먹는 거야.
4% remaining. You can see Tundra and Simkins actually baiting those omens. Actually it's mostly
다 진짜 다테아 장식으로 다 같이 썼으면 좋겠다.
making sure those omens
다테아로 사고 나는 게 제일 재밌어. 진짜.
come around once more. They're not going to get another bloodlust. I'm just glancing over the CDs on top, but it doesn't seem like anything is going to be available in a little while, so they just need to zerg it down, but that's exactly what they're doing. Mickey still has SLT should it be needed, and they just need to watch their feet, play this down cleanly, and that second slot in the finals will be theirs.
All you have to do is play it safe here, Sloth. There is no greeting here. If you get that, if you know you're getting that circle on you, you move instantly. No waiting for cast.
근데 봐, 행 다테아 장신구 쓰니까 행 쪽에 딜러 아무도 없는 거 봐. 유도 안 시키려고.
Honestly, they could probably just burn the boss here. I would prefer to see them play it
어우
safe.
꼴보기 싫어 진짜.
I think they're likely to just finish the boss off here at 14.
그러네요. 법사가 딜이 세긴 세네 램드에서.
No mistakes are going to be made in this dungeon whatsoever.
근데 봐봐요. 법사가 램드에서 딜이 세잖아. 저에게는 램드전에선 법사가 마주를 받았다는 얘기예요. 저 마주가 부죽한테 갔으면은 부죽도 저만큼 세지 않았을까? 아니네. 그 정도 차이라고 하기에는 압도적이긴 하다. 아니래서 80K면 마지막에 바라 쓰고 끝나긴 했는데 그래도 한 램드들이 20% 정도 차이가 나네요. 단일이 세긴 세네. 인정.
And they are more importantly going to go on to the MDI Global Finals a little bit later. But it was scary for a moment there. I mean, we had the wipe from Legendary, then Sloth. They were able to recover from it. Then Legendary obviously running into a little bit more trouble. But that last map, I mean, one less wipe from Legendary and Tuttles, it could have gone the other way.
Oh man, that was
자 여러분 고생하셨습니다. 님들도 다 긴장했죠 지금.
Replay for us. And right off the bat, I was like, it was going interesting. I thought that the fire
봐봐.
especially with like
솔직히 레전더리 사고 났을 때 조금 기뻤다 손.
So they're doing the void spawn, and they're kind of chilling here.
레전더리 마지막에 사고 났을 때 조금 기뻤다 1-1.
Cleave damage. It seemed like it made a lot of sense just taking this pick. I was interested to see how it was going to progress through the dungeon. Legendary, I mean, we've talked about this first pull of the dungeon a couple of times. It's so dangerous, and Lepan is the focal point of like how this pull can be dangerous. And funnily enough, it wasn't even like necessarily the pack itself. It wasn't even like the trash mobs that ended up taking him down.
이게 만약에 3경기 했으면은 에코 경기 못 보고 잤을 수도 있는데 저도.
The Dark Eclipse was out, and you see he was channeling that grief torch. He just
살짝 지금 에너지가 올라왔어요. 기분이 조금 좋아졌어.
Then he immediately goes down again to a Shadow Bolt cast going off like that. It's very difficult to recover from a tank death generally, and that happening immediately for Legendary. I thought that they had lost. I genuinely thought they lost the match, and then, you know, Sloth decided that this pull was on the table for them. I think that this pull is sick. Again, if this pull is able to be executed cleanly, this is something that
이
I
하이라이트는
wouldn't
사고
be
나는 거 보는 게
shocked if
제일
other
재밌긴
teams
해.
are going to adapt into Shadow Moon Burial Grounds runs in the future. Like this pull, with how they're pulling double Dominator packs, they're setting it up to where all of these mobs are going to be stacked up whenever they have.
근데 이게 짤이 세면은
If the pull is able to go clean, it
좀
should be
빡세긴
perfect.
해서.
Tundra ends up going down, which ends up costing Marquee to end up going down, which ends up costing them eventually a full wipe once they come back.
이게
out.
경화잖아요. 23단 경화라서.
All end up dying. They actually get bailed out by having the Resto Shaman.
설마 이거 바닥 맞고 죽은 거니? 다태아장식 바닥 맞고 죽은 거니? 탱커? 버틸 수 있었는데 바닥 맞고 죽은 건가?
Legendary, I thought again after
야,
I
야,
thought Legendary was gonna win. Lepan gets knocked into the water by.
아 진짜 얘네 팀은
It's over. This is the end of the dungeon, effectively.
왜 자꾸 떨어지는 거야? 진짜 이거 아니었으면 한 경기 더 하는 거였는데 얘네.
They're gonna have to show us what they got.
아
The team is incredibly skilled. The strategies.
얘네 어제도 그 죽기 떨어져갖고 사제 그거 끌어올려주다가 사제랑 용이라고 그 뭐야 어픽스 못 풀어서 전멸났었거든요. 이 전 진해에서.
be a big threat there, and they've got plenty of time to practice too. So I think we can expect a much scarier looking legendary than even as scary as they look this weekend, appearing at the Last Stand tournament. Hope they do participate.
참 다이나믹하네 애들
Sloth
다.
versus Echo. I feel like this is a matchup we see fairly often in MDI. Both these teams running into each other quite a bit.
여러분들 저
Few
뭐지?
teams in
그
WoW Esports to take dungeon off of Echo.
유튜브 그 구독자 2명만 더 생기면은 구독자 2,000명 되는데 유튜브 구독 한 번만 해주세요.
This one's going to be a first to three too. It's going to be a little bit longer of a match.
그래도 밤에 재밌게 같이 보고 있는데
Just cruise to another win here in
2명 남았어요. 2명.
group at MDI, or if maybe we'll see a bit of an upset with Sloth.
It's important to mention there's a lot more, to do in that last finals match. It's not only a best of 3, it's a best of 5.
감사합니다.
So, there's a
Right.
lot of room for teams to, make plays, go for broke. Starting off in that Azure Vault, and then of course teams will still have the 2
그래도
bans. But
한번 굳이 더
there's a lot
눌러주신다면요.
of maps that are going to be played, which means there's a lot of room for mistakes to be made. Now, Echo not known for making mistakes, but against good competition, sometimes they do feel a little pressured, right? And that's where some of those map losses have come for them.
감사합니다. 2,000명 됐네. 그래도 더 해주실 분 있으면 해주시면 감사하게. 트위치도 팔로우 많이 해주시고 트위치도 팔로우 한 명만 더 한 번만 더 해주시면 2,500명이거든요. 근데 이게 트위치는 팔로우가 막 아주 떨어져요. 이상하게. 제가 싫어진 분들이 많나 봐요.
But there was a little bit of time in between that run and this run. And if Sloth can do one thing, then it's adapt quickly.
구독, 좋아요, 뿌잉뿌잉 뭐 이런 거.
Day 1, and then their second Ruby Life Pulse Day 2 completely changed routes, adapting
감사합니다.
to what Echo had put in front of them. So I'm curious if there is going to be any change in what Sloth is going to surface up in that Azure Vault, because they can't deny that. That's not going to be one of the dungeons they can ban out in this best of 5. So maybe Sloth is going to turn around and be like, hey, we saw what you guys did. We're just going to try the same thing.
믹스 누님이 이쁘다. 아름다우시네.
Because of how specifically technically hard that route was in a lot of places, but I'm very open and curious for Sloth to do that and try.
I think it's going to be a great match either way, and it's going to be happening in just a few minutes here. One last short break. And our final match of the day begins. Echo versus Sloth, a battle to become the champions of Group A. Don't miss it.
이게 하고 나서 혹시 슬로스랑 레전더리를 한 판 더 하는 거 아니지? 이게 결정이 된 거고 이제 결승이겠죠? 이게 1, 2위 전인 거지? 헷갈린다. 오늘의 마지막 경기. 네, 5판 3선이라고 하더라고요. 다태아 장신구 진짜 진짜 그 귀천 마객님이 아주 다태아장 친구 쓰고 사고 칠 때마다 아우 막 그 생각을 했었는데 여기 대회에 나오는 무수한 탱커들이 그거 쓰고 터질 때마다 진짜 왜 이렇게 내가 화가 나는지. 아 이게 시전 위치가 안 좋았다. 근데 저거는 탱커도 하면서 저런 사고를 많이 겪었을 텐데 조금 아쉽다. 다태아장 친구가 딜이 세긴 센가 봐요. 이 날아가는 동안 얼마나 수많은 생각이 들었을까. 아 램드 바닥 맞았구나. 탱커 진짜 대판. 같이 좀 불러주지.
Well, it all comes down to this. In Group A of the Mythic Dungeon International, our first MDI for Dragonflight, we have Echo versus Sloth in a best-of-5 to decide who are the champions of Group A. Both teams are going to the global finals, but either way, it's going to be a great series. Doe, your host here, along with Nagura, Dratnos, and Mix to cover this one, and this should be a good one. I'm glad we get a full best-of-5 between these two teams. They've looked the best out of the teams we've seen in the group. Here we are in the grand finals. The only question is, is it going to be another walk in the park? How much, for Echo rather, how much of a fight is Sloth going to put up?
두 분이 다 오셨네. 이 두 분도 에코 경기 궁금했나 보다. 확실히
the roughest for Sloth. I think they've got a lot of game and a lot of the maps in
가장
best of 7 that's available.
중요한 경기에 받는
But we are
두
starting off
명의
with an Azure
테스터.
Vault, an unbannable Azure Vault, which is the same. We've seen that once so far this weekend. It was the exact same matchup here, Echo versus Sloth, and Echo appeared to be dramatically faster there. So I think that is going to be, I think we're going to see an Echo 1-0 lead, but to Sloth's credit, much of the rest of the series, I think they are either close or arguably faster on. There are some maps that they've looked really, really good and really competitive on. Ruby Life Pools was also in the series against Echo. Echo ended up being about 40 seconds faster there, so that one might be a little bit of a challenge if we get there. But the Halls of Valor is a bright spot for Sloth. They have the same time as Echo there with deaths on their board as well, right? So without deaths, maybe even could have done faster than Echo did. So I think that
하늘빛
as
또
this gets
나오네?
later into the series, I'm
하늘빛
hopeful
루비
for
용맹.
Sloth to be able to at least take some maps.
하늘빛 루비,
upset Echo and
하늘빛
win the
빼곤 또
series.
루비 용맹이네.
Yeah, so as you can see the
Interesting.
bands coming in, Court of Stars for Sloth, Althgar Canopy for
에코 약간
Echo.
야 어차피 7경기 안 가. 대충 마지막 거 벤 때려. 이런 느낌.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Echo actually play Academy at all. So it is possible they just decide, you know what, we're just running that dungeon every time. So that makes sense.
그냥 짧은 거
Also,
3개 돌고 빨리
they were
끝내자 이
thinking
느낌?
they're just not gonna
앞에
stay
짧은
that
던전들이 다
long.
몰려 있으니까
And the Court of
맨
Stars,
뒤에
we
거
also
배난 거
see-
같네.
We also saw Sloth Bandit against Apes together strong before. And the one time they ended up playing it, they had 9 deaths and they lost to Legendary. So maybe Court of Stars is not a map that Sloth is very experienced on. Maybe just don't like it. So it does make sense. But the problem with these bans is the fact that Azure Vault we already talked about is probably going to go to Echo unless Echo makes some bigger mistakes because their route is just better. But we've seen Ruby Life Pools played earlier as well between Sloth and Echo. And Echo
플러스가 별궁 배난 거는 살짝 아쉬운 게 이 별궁 같은 짧은 던전은 혹시 사고가 나면은 노려볼 수가 있거든요. 그러니까 별궁 루비 뭐 이런 짧은 던전들은 약팀한테 오히려 유리한 거지.
Yeah, it does always come down to
가력으로는 아마 이기기가 힘드니까 사고 날 가능성이 있는
wide
던전들.
open again. I mean, Legendary and Sloth looking pretty tight across the board, but it ended up being, just those.
에코 하늘빛은 아까 보여줘서 특별히 뭐 다른 건 없을 것 같고.
Team an edge that's really hard to overcome. But will Echo give
Yeah.
Sloth that edge? I'm not.
플러스가 하늘빛을 어떻게 돌래나?
It's Echo's been so dominant for so long.
플러스도
Yes, Sloth is one
루트는
of the
나름
teams that has
창의적이거든요.
been able to contest them, but even this weekend, Echo just seems to be a step above everybody else.
I mean, that's true. I mean, after all, we're talking about
뭔가
Echo,
좀
right?
비슷하게만
The
가졌으면
Echo team
좋겠다.
that has been winning
사고 안 나고.
MDIs and so forth for like what feels like forever. But still, I feel like I do want to watch for Sloth, especially what they're due in that Ruby Life Pools and in that Halls, because in both of the dungeons they had pretty close times to Echo. One time even undermining Echo's time. I mean, Echo then came back and ran an even faster one, but still, we know that in both of those dungeons they're super, super close. So even if the first map goes to Echo, like the Azure Vault look that we saw earlier,
뭐 그렇기는 한데 굳이 확률을 기대자면
it should be very, very close between the two.
맞아 에코는 실수가 적은
I'm
팀이에요.
curious,
그
like,
항상 그래 왔어.
that how many maps Sloth can take off of Echo, and both of those teams definitely already qualified for the finals. So they're not playing for anything to lose. They're not playing for elimination. They're playing for fun and a better seeding, right? And maybe also better prize
그래도
money, but,
어쨌든
I think that's definitely what
매,
they're looking
1대1
for here,
매치잖아요.
and so
매치니까
that should probably
확률
be a
높은
very
쪽에
good
베팅을 해야지.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a ton that either team is going to want to change so much with their comps, with their routes. Everything seems pretty, they seem pretty good with what they've got at the moment. And like you just said, this maybe isn't the type of match to do that. But efficiency.
에코 별궁 좀
You can
궁금하긴
always
하다.
take what you're doing and try to get that little extra second or two out of it, or make it just a little bit cleaner. But we'll see. I mean, we should be getting into the first dungeon
별궁이
fairly soon. Obviously, we wanted to give Sloth a little bit of a break because they just came off
오브젝트가 양 팀이 똑같은 건 알겠는데 어떤 식으로 정해지는지가 궁금하네요. 그냥 대회 서브는 고정적인 오브젝트가 있는 건지 아니면은 판별로 다르면서 양 팀이 같은 건지.
Yeah, I think that the Ruby Life Pools is definitely an opportunity for Sloth, although earlier today, Echo came in there and put up a pretty perfect run. So that would be game 2 in our series. Game 3, we know we're getting a game
다 뿌려놓진 않을 거예요.
That is Halls of Valor. That means
그러면은
that no matter
그
what
약간
happens in these first
캐릭을 다 정해놓고
Sloth will get the opportunity to play in Halls of Valor, which
갈 수가
I think is their
있으니까.
best shot. I think their best shot of taking a map off of Echo is going to be Halls of Valor.
네, 범인 찾기는 맨날 똑같으면 무조건 기사 쓰겠죠. 바로 컷이니까 그걸로 시간 줄이는 게 4, 50초 되니까. 실제로 어제였나? 어제 그 별궁에서 그 범인 찾는데 한 4, 50초 정도 걸린 팀이 있었거든요. 신기, 악사 둘 중에 하나라면 신기가 훨씬 낫죠. 신기는 말을 안 걸어도 찾을 수가 있거든요. 신기, 진기, 보기.
In theory, but that's like a 40-year long dungeon. What's 1 minute compared to 40 years? One little mistake somewhere earlier in that dungeon, and that entire thing gets upended. So this could be the reverse sweep angle, right? Could be Azure Vault, Ruby Life Pools, Echo, and then bang, Sloth kicks into gear in Halls of Valor, and they've got a slightly better end of the dungeon pool than the start of it. Yeah.
All right. I mean, Dratnos officially predicting the Sloth reverse sweep. A bold take, but I credit you for going for it. That's admirable. Yeah. Here we go. Map number 1. As we said earlier, it's going to be the Azure Vaults, and this is great because, again, this is an exact rematch of the first dungeon these two teams played against each other earlier today. So a chance at redemption for Sloth. They got to look at, what Echo did in this dungeon. They also had to look at what they did in this dungeon and what they can maybe do a little bit better the second time around. So we will see if they can clean it up a little bit, or if Echo takes the early lead as we get things started.
플러스도 입구를 잡고 가는 플레이고, 에코는 아까도 저 깨우는 거 빼고 다 잡는 플레이고.
Explosions around the players. You can pre-potion shocking disclosure, and your potion cooldown will reset.
보감을 그냥 시작하자마자 바로 쿨하게 털어버리네.
bit of extra damage that you can get in your keys by doing that. Both teams are taking advantage.
되돌까지 털어주고, 그냥 여기는 보감 한번 되돌리기 한 번으로 대충 살리면서 딜할 거 다 하겠다. 이 플링을 하는데 용이 딜할 거 다 한 거거든요, 이게. 깁숨 쓰고 불숨 썼으면은. 진짜 에코 경기는 나는 젤리아밖에 안 보여. 나오 저거 플링하면서 아래에서 딱 다 몰아서 바로 밑에 나무 정리하고 네임드. 그러니까 밑에 나무 3마리 같은 경우는 저게 플링 거리가 멀어요. 그래서 반대쪽 거를 힐러가 당겨주면 항상 좋아. 저거는 아마 그 던전 시작하기 전에 어느 위치를 탱이 당기고 어떤 걸 힐러가 당기겠다 이렇게 정해놓고 가면은 시간이 많이 줄어들 거예요. 글로벌이나 뭐 아니면은 팀으로 하는 그런 분들도. 이게 3마리가 빨리 뭉치고 안 뭉치고에 따라서 시간이 좀 차이가 많이 나. 그리고 용일 같은 경우는 땡기면서 짤도 한번 받을 수가 있으니까. 네모가 제일 늦게 잡혀야 이득이거든요.
Save them extra time in the dungeon. They didn't even need it for their very first pull, whereas Sloth committed it to that first pull that was slightly smaller in terms of percent, but it had those 3 Crystal Furies in it that are quite lethal, especially to your tank and to anybody else in front of them. So it's something that they
네모를 일부러 피를 조금 남겼다고 볼 수도 있겠죠, 이 정도면은. 저거는 네모를 의도적으로 딜을 안 한 거예요.
They're good to pull if you want to skip the frogs later, right? You basically have to pull them if you want to skip the frogs later. But if you don't care about skipping all the frogs later, if you're going to do a big pull in the frog area anyways, you get this freedom in your pathing that Echo have really exploited to their fullest potential.
저건 어떻게 하다 보니까 피가 남았다가 확실히
That
아니에요.
they think are efficient and that they can do using their cooldowns to their fullest and saving their bloodlust as well, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and another thing, another difference between Echo's and Sloth strategy here is just the amount of pulls that they're doing inside the dungeon. Echo so far has done 2 trash pulls and now the boss, and Sloth is already on their 3rd trash pull, or 3.5 almost. So definitely a little bit of a difference when it comes to just the amount of pulls that they're doing. When it comes to percentage, they're pretty similar. Sloth is gonna get ahead a little bit once they're done with these tenders. So Echo does have to pull some extra trash in the rest of the dungeon, but as long as they don't have to do 1 extra trash pull, it's still gonna be more efficient for Echo. Yeah, Lamer already.
보세요. 지금 시간 변칙 뿌려놨죠? 시간 변칙 뿌리고 힐을 아예 안 하고 있을 거야. 그리고 넉백 왔을 때 영혼만개 채우면서 만피로 들어가는 것 같더라고요. 되감기 쓰는 게 아니고.
Yeah, they last a long time, especially when your comp is set up like this. You're not really gonna have a boss.
아니네, 되감기로 채우네 이번에는. 얘 뭐 할 때마다 다르지.
Your players are all kind
내가
of
틀렸던
built
걸로.
for the AOE, and the bosses might take a little bit longer, but there are options. You could play something like a fire mage that could do big AOE in this dungeon and also melt the boss a little bit faster, but this comp that Echo have landed on.
시간 조금이라도 줄이려고 미리 X 찍어놨네 출구에다가.
I was actually a little bit
미리 X에다 출구에다가 X 징표 찍어놓고 최대한 빨리.
And moving towards some more single target or smaller target count specialists, but Echo have said, you know what? We are still going to be fighting 10 mobs in every
뭔가
pull,
좀 되게 체계적이다.
23 fortified Azure Vault, so we are still going to get a huge amount of value out of this big AoE comp.
Yeah, now they have another one of those big pulls where they let one of those whelps cast, and the Furies are spawning. Plus the elementals have been pulled by Salia as well.
저런 디테일 있잖아요. 그 하늘빛 출구에다 1렘 잡을 때 출구에다 미리 징표 찍어놓기. 저런 거 약간 글로벌이나 아니면은 팀으로 돌 때 찍어두면은 좀 있지. 좀 있어 보이지. 출구에다 징표 미리 찍어놔서 절로 가.
But of course, you would rather have none of them go off, and it looks fine so far. The last time, or earlier, we saw them through this dungeon, we saw 1 frontal go off at the very end, and now had to commit one of his shield walls to it. But this time around, they actually managed to interrupt all of them.
Yeah, those frontals are interesting because you see a pack of 4 mobs like that and you think, oh wow, if multiple of those frontals go off at once, I'm just gonna get one shot, right? But they're actually coded in such a way that there'll only ever be 1 casting a frontal at a time. They take turns, right?
슬로스는 지금 기둥징 찍혀 있는 게 내가 여기 가서 나무 지우겠다 그런 징표일 거예요.
AoE stun or 1 AoE stop and get all the frontals from all 4 of them. So you need to have something for each of them, and you need to actually have a lot of abilities to use to stop those. You can also line of sight it around one of the pillars at the edge of the room, but that's not something you're going to see in the MDI because that is slow, and slow is bad.
Slow is bad indeed. As Echo
That's one of my top
had another
saves.
big pull.
Yeah.
And Clicks actually ended up getting slapped by one of those elementals because it didn't get interrupted. Did use dispersion though. They didn't have a dispel.
에코는 뭔가 아까 다 했던 던전이라서.
But they were lucky that the Clicks didn't go down there. There wasn't anything spawning on top of him.
플링이 다르네요. 슬로스는 여기를 패스 안 해. 위에서 그냥 다 잡았고.
But just very, very little. We saw a little bit extra sanguine healing go off on Sloth's side earlier in like a
저거는 드루가 빼줬죠. 웃음으로.
But other than that, it seemed good on both sides. Both teams just dealing with sanguine really well.
근데 이런 식으로 끌리는 시간도 한 10초 정도 돼서.
I think Invoker is such a good class as well for sanguine as well. It's just the amount of disrupts. I guess some of them have a like long cooldown, but on top of having Typhoon and Grips and in general the comp that they're running right now in the MDI is just really good for sanguine.
Yeah, Evoker is perfect as well if you're ever in a pug setting. And you need to deal with Sanguine, you can rescue your tank when they've forgotten to start kiting for Sanguine.
플렉스 벤이
Do one extra
약간 뭐라 그래야 되지?
attack. Yeah, so really good. Azalea hasn't had to do that yet with now.
진짜 에코 수준의 팀들이 열배팀 나오는 거면은 그래도 재밌을 것 같거든요. 클래스 밴 해도. 근데 이 정도 수준의 팀을 20팀을 이렇게 섭외를 할 수 있을까요? 그러니까 밴픽을, 그러니까 클래스 밴을 하면서 낙사? 클래스 밴을 하면서 이 정도 퀄의 경기를 보여주기에는 와우 풀이 좀 작다라는 생각이 들어요. 정갈님 안녕하세요. 개인적으로 클래스 밴은 되게 재밌을 것 같다는 생각은 드는데 네 맞아요. 지금 딱 양 팀의 조합이 MDI 대세픽이에요. 던전별로 살짝 다르긴 한데
They do have to commit a battle rest here, but thankfully they didn't use the battle rest on Marky early, just used the normal rest, so they had that battle rest available for us.
Meanwhile, Echo are on this massive pull in the Azure Blade room. Look at what Now is doing here. He's always making sure to be far enough away that the mobs aren't
탱커 좀 위험하다 이거. 탱커 좀 위험해 지금.
Aren't going to hit him as well if he's far enough away.
피가 안 차. 빨간불이야, 빨간불. 지금 빨간불.
Doing 50k HPS to himself. Zalia isn't having to pump heals into him.
MDI에선 야드 붐이죠 지금. 네, 라이브 서브에 아직 라이브 서브는 아직이에요. 그리고 붐이 오기에는 야드는 하는 사람이 너무 없어. 그리고 붐이 온다고 해서 야드를 키울 사람들이 그렇게 많지도 않아요. 뭐 보드 같은 거 하던 사람들이나 잠깐씩 건드려 보겠지.
And there's a little bit of a scary moment here, I guess, at the very start of this pull, because now it just had absolutely no defensives left anymore. But we did see, time dilation by Salia, so they are fine now. One shield wall stack back as well. This intermission phase also a little bit scary, because the way they're playing it, you can see the damage dealers
슬롭스도 봐서 아시겠지만 지난 경기들에서 다른 팀들을 많이 압살했잖아요. 그런 슬록스인데도 에코랑 차이가 너무 많이 난다.
It's harder to heal though, right? Especially as an evoker with that lower range and with a lot of the heals just being frontals. But no problem for Zalia, no problem for Echo as they finish up the intermission phase.
아까 뱀핑 얘기가 나와서 하는 말인데 에코 같은 팀이 진짜 한 6, 7팀만 돼도 뱀픽하면 재밌을 것 같긴 해요.
Drag the boss towards the edge of the room to generate a little bit of extra travel time. If he needs to, if the boss is in
나오가 수두를 하고 젤리아가 운무를 해도 이 정도 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있을지.
So here it goes, 25%. And that health bar is staying a little bit lower than the mana bar. Oh, now the mana bar is lower, and now is starting to run towards the edge of the room. But this is actually, I'm not sure that they have it this time. 10%, edge of room, 9%. Azure Blade starts to walk towards the middle. There is a little bit of a cast time to reach the middle as well. They've actually done it. Wow. Well done by Echo. Perfectly timed. Not a problem at all. And they're gonna start now at 74%.
모르겠어요. 저 외국 애들 막 멤버가 뭐 아는 닉네임들은 아는데
because breakers are the worst mobs, right? They're the ones that do the group-wide damage.
누가 어느 팀이고 이런 것까지는 잘 몰라요.
And that, can be a bit of a lethal threat if a couple of those are going off with other damage. So they're skipping basically 3 of the breakers.
아까 이거 하다가 저 미얼스? 죽기가 한번 터졌었거든요. 용이 입구 빼고니까 2마리 아니면 3마리구나. 2마리인가? 입구에 용 한 마리 어떻게 뺐는지 궁금하네. 2마리. 그럼 3마리네요. 이게 조금 빡세긴 해. 블러드가 아직 안 왔거든요. 원래 여기서 블러드를 쓸 생각일 텐데 아까보다 잘 왔나 보네.
So that is really important because usually as a ranged you kind of can just stand wherever you want and you want to cast.
암사 터졌고.
Clicks actually going down here pretty quickly.
여기서는 무조건 한 명 터져야 되나?
Get clicks back up. And some of the cooldowns actually haven't been used yet by clicks, so that's good. We still have PI and Wittern coming out in just a second. There we go. But yeah, this is a really scary portal. You have the breakers constantly casting AoEs, plus the shoulder slams, and there's 2 breakers
아,
at the
그거
same time.
사제가
So you
위한
just
건
get
거예요.
one
위한
bubble of
평정.
this, shout, this AoE,
사비터
that would deal
패스예요.
damage onto the group.
I love
아,
that
그럼
they just
입구도
set this pull
사비터
up before they
패스구나.
ran in
맞네.
and triggered all the traps that were in this section of the
맞네요.
hallway, so
암사
it
이렇게
wouldn't be
좋네.
there for them to worry about once the fight actually started. Unfortunately, now we are starting to see Sanguine happening, but they have this whole room that they can now pull forward into that is free of Sanguine puddles, although it does have all of those little traps that they do have to dodge as they're in this section. You can see, oh, there's a lot of frogs here, and it's very hard to avoid Sanguine healing on these enemies. Sanguine jumping up here on the HPS meters. This is something that they've decided is
1,400만.
just the cost of doing business here, right? You do 25% of the dungeon in one pull, you're going to get some Sanguine healing, and it's still faster than doing it.
1,500만, 1,600만.
The conclusion that Echo comes
뿅.
to here.
It looked like a really nice time dilation being used on Clicks there as well. I think Clicks was on 30% HP and got targeted by a shoulder slam, one of those breakers. Zelia saving him there with that
피가 달 게
dilation,
없죠.
really
그러니까 피
well
다는 건 딱
done.
이거예요.
And so get some more breaker
용.
cast going on, and one
이
shoulder slam,
용가리.
this breaker was actually
얘
standing
돌진하고
exactly
광댐
where
이거
well.
두 개 빼고는
Shoulder slam meant that
피 달 게
he
없어요.
out of
개구리는
Sanguine.
그냥 바닥만
So
피하면
that was,
끝이야.
pretty good. Now the breaker is down, and as soon as the breakers are gone, the rest of this pull shouldn't be an issue.
그리고 얘네들은 평타도 별로 안 아파요.
So they should be fine. Just need to make sure that we're not going to get any more Sanguine healing, because you can see it's up to 20 million at this point.
Yeah, that's, I think, a little bit higher than they got last time off of the Sanguine Affix, but this is the only pull in the dungeon where Sanguine is a problem, and now they can skip these 2 breakers using
피용 힐
Mind Soothe,
2,000만.
Mind Soothe, walk around the side, and you can get to that book very easily. Nice little bit of tech, skipping those 2 breakers.
이게 피용으로 시간이 저렇게 끌려도
limit how much you can pull at once, right? So skipping
용 쪽을 잡는 게 시간적으로 많이 이득인가 보네요.
all of the rest of that area. And get all the rest of their count. So really, really well done. You can see Sloth on the other hand.
거기에
They are
경화거든요.
pulling that front breaker. They have to do this in more pulls, right? They can't just do it all at once because they haven't got the route that skips those breakers entirely.
여기서 구출 써주는 거는 그냥 정해져 있는 택틱인가 보네.
Rescue by Zelia to Clicks to make sure the Shadow Priest doesn't have to walk through those front puddles. Very convenient.
Yeah, and doesn't have to stop
Like
casting
that.
as well.
Yeah. Really nice.
you can
I'd
just
like
keep
to have a
casting when
personal
you're-
evoker that rescues me around as well.
Yeah.
네.
Uh,
사제는 그냥 제자리에 계속
This is a
땡기네.
boss that on the 23 keystone level, even
이거
with
터지면 또
45 but
구출해줄
not tyrannical,
거고.
you will still take a lot of damage.
아,
from this
구출이
boss,
쿨이네.
right? You can see the initial hit of that bomb being dropped is quite high. If you're standing in this icy ground as well, that's
아.
quite a lot. So they do need to be careful, and then of course those.
방금은 어픽스였는데 이게 터지면서 원빵 날까봐
damage as well,
미리 안 풀었네.
especially if you accidentally leave it in the group. But Jinji there did a great job of taking it out and making sure that it wasn't ticking on anybody else.
What do you think about the change they did to these frost bombs? Because the very start of Dragonflight, it would actually tick really quickly.
강화 때는 용을 먼저 땡겨서 용 피를 깎고 나서
Basically
개구리를
prove
붙이죠
or
보통.
use some sort of blink or whatever to not get a tick, and it did quite a lot of damage. I thought it was still an interesting mechanic because everyone had to just be very aware of it. But then at the same time, I guess I also understood that it was a lot more difficult for classes that are
강화
just slower to
주간인데도
not get that tick.
이
And
루트를
it's,
하더라고요.
yeah, it would
보면.
kill you quite quickly if you didn't manage to walk out of it.
어쨌든 이 루트가 시간적으로 많이 이득인가 봐요.
I think that it's something where I think this is a much better change to it than like nerfing the damage, because it still means that if you do
우르솔
the area
좋다.
denial wrong, or if you step back into it, it does a lot of damage, right? And I think that's good. I think it, you should have to not stand in that, but it was a little bit unfair feeling at times, especially for some of the slower classes when it would just insta-tick. So I think that was a good nerf to this boss. I think it's a lot better. And there's another rescue from Zelia, taking Clicks out of the far back there. They have this just so meticulously planned. They know where they're using that rescue on each set. And when Clicks is getting rescued, he's dropping his way far in the back because it doesn't matter where he is, right? He doesn't need to get ahead of the group. When he's not getting rescued, then they make sure that they leave a little bit more of a corridor for him. And now they're going to jump down to the last boss. Once again, they have a way to do this without doing the actual RP book jump down, right? There's a rescue landing on Mirez from Clicks, bringing him
에코는 진짜 기계처럼 한다.
the life grip, bringing him in. Mirez is the only person here who's scared
그냥
when he jumps.
아까랑
Everybody else
동계
has ways
똑같아요,
living,
똑같아.
right? But Mirez needs some help.
그 용 풀링 할 때 딜러 한 명 죽었던 것까지 똑같아.
Where he hits the floor and then grips Mirrors in the air. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's what's going
Alright,
on,
well-
and I imagine Gingy is like flapping.
And disengage flap.
탱 죽었다.
Like that. Actually,
Ooh,
now going
now.
down, and they do have a battle rest, and immediately being used to make sure now he's back up. Thankfully, no one else went down.
복구가 빨랐네.
Almost that. That's like the biggest.
나오도 하늘빛
fear
막내면서
that we have when
터진다.
tank goes down, that the boss will just turn around and one-shot somebody else. But thankfully, that did not happen, as the defensives have been used.
그러니까
by
왜
all of the
진지는 안
melee
죽고
players
있지?
to make sure they're not going to go down there.
이
and
진지가
also
죽어야
casting as
되는데.
well. But yeah, look at this boss just
그러니까 야,
absolutely melting.
드디어
They did use Bloodlust. They had all of their
드디어 나에게 맞는 딜러를
weapons
찾은 건가,
available
진지가?
there. And now they need to make sure they finish off these crystals in time before that fracture cast finishes. Otherwise, they're very likely going to die.
에코에서 진지가 데스가 없으니까 이상해.
Actually, the damage that they do to those shards is so efficient. I'm not sure if it's the Unholy DK that is like spreading something or whatever. But either way, they
I think it might be the
just die
Shadow Priest
so
as well.
fast. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
like,
so
it looks like they're
are
not
they
even
even gonna
focusing
go?
them. Look at that.
Are they gonna go kill the far ones, or are they not gonna work? It looks like the Gingy is positioning himself so that his AoE abilities are gonna hit those four. They've got one in the back, and yeah, Clicks is just making sure that it's gonna go down. But yeah, the way they have this boss tanked up on the hill there is causing those crystals to spawn in a bit of a less spread out fashion than they otherwise would, right? If you tank this boss in the middle of the room, those crystals will very rarely be stacked up like that, but doing it like this means that Echo can get it killed. That's going to be an 1845 Azure Vault, pretty much the same time they got in this place last time. Well played by Echo, taking a 1-0 lead in the series.
Right.
아까랑
Doing this
시간이
so
갔나
evenly.
보네요.
I mean, look at Sloth, like
8분
they have more
45초가.
deaths right now 'cause they knew the dungeon
게임
was over,
타임
but they
왜
were
이러는
on the same
거보니까.
amount of deaths as Echo was for a lot of that dungeon.
그러니까
Echo was
1데스
just so much faster, so
1데스가
much
더
more
있었는데도
efficient. It just kinda really showing
아까보다
why
아까랑
they
시간이
are the team
똑같았다는
that just
거는
looks untouchable.
아까보다
Not just
조금 더
in
잘
Grenade,
돌았나
just in
보네.
MDI over I don't know how many seasons it is now, like
아까도
5
2데스였어요?
who knows, but either way, Echo with a very
어서
strong
1데스가
start,
더 있었지.
and we'll see if Sloth can catch up.
Yeah, catching up is definitely what they need to do going into this comparison between
슬로스도 암사
Echo
차단
and
1.
Sloth. I was
야,
kinda
그래도
hoping
클릭즈는
that Sloth
차단
would
7번이나
tweak a little
받네.
bit what we saw earlier from them today, but
야,
that wasn't
슬로스도
the
암사가
case.
문제였네.
They played the same route that we saw from them earlier today against Echo. And with that route, they're just so much slower than Echo. Unfortunately, I was listening a little bit to you guys, and
아,
I
개구리
believe
볼 때
Raptors
2명
were saying
죽었어요?
slow is bad. I think that's exactly something they need to keep in mind here the next time they're ever going to approach Azure Vault. I do want to highlight some of the things that were in this dungeon, though, so we're going to have a look as soon as that replay is ready. So right from the get-go, I think Echo does what Echo does best. We saw the 4 tender pull at the beginning. We saw these big, beautiful pulls that they do everywhere. Even though it's a plus 23, they're not treating it like one. There's even like a thundering stun in between, but that didn't give them too much trouble. Both teams deploying these skips here. Now, Marky was a little bit
이거 누가 봐도
unsure
낙사각 아니었어?
Tundra here, and I feel like
아니면
it
사제가
should be
땡겨주기로 했는데
at
못
the
땡겨줬나?
question mark ping in WoW. We should
Aw.
get it. He was trusting that Tundra would grip him, I think, or maybe grip wasn't ready, and that was a
저거는
plan.
땡겨주기로 했는데 못
But this
땡겨준
pull
거겠죠?
is definitely, together with the frogs, I believe one of the most crazy pulls I have ever seen in an MDI setting with that lieutenant in there. You can see now is always edging away from the pack, making sure they're not hitting him too
부두
much.
딜 봐라.
Everybody else is doing their best to keep it under control. And then, of course, with the DK being pretty good in that MDI setting, you're always going to have the grips because both of the DK skill deaths Echo. They can grip every single draconic image that is in that boss fight. You're seeing it right now. It's beautiful tech.
우리는
You don't
언제나
need to run,
MDI에선
you can take
좋았다
care
뭐
of
이런
these.
얘기를 하네요.
You can even interrupt every single one. And then this was so close. For a second, I thought they were gonna go into face here. It started casting it, but they
So
were
close.
able to etch this one out and then move on to the area that I dreaded a little bit. Even before we first saw that Azure Vault, just keep a look on that details meter at the end. It shot up to 20 million damage. In the middle of the room, there's these frogs. They're sitting in the sanguine poles. And even though you have that DK, you have the grips, there's only so much grips to go around with so many frogs. And yeah, that was definitely rough. But once more, fall from a DK. And this time, Clicks had his Red Brothers back, was gripping him back in there, making sure he's safe and protected. So really, really nice run by Echo. But I'm curious to see what they do in the next
뭔가 사제 케어를
Yeah, I mean,
죽기
super
케어를
good by Echo,
사제가
but,
거의 다
next one
해주는
we're going
기분이네.
to is
마주도
going to
주고
be, Ruby Life
낙스 안
versus
당하게
Sloth.
땡겨도 주고.
Nagura has had some pretty good results in over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Sloth had the fastest run in Ruby Life Pools until earlier today, then when Echo overtook their time and was a little bit quicker. But I still think that there's just so much potential for Sloth to win this one, because any mistake by Echo, even just smaller mistakes, because Echo is known to have these kind of like mistakes, but they can still recover it, right? But even that would probably be good enough for Sloth to win that dungeon. So any smaller mistake by Echo, or maybe Sloth just playing slightly more efficient here or there, would actually
두 번째가
win
용맹이었죠.
this one. So I think they have a chance here for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
even that last dungeon, it wasn't a ton of deaths for Sloth, was it, Dratnos?
No, and crucially, the Ruby Life Pools, unlike the Azure Vault, Sloth have a plan in Ruby Life Pools that is the same number of pulls as Echo, right? That was a big difference in the Azure Vault, is that there's just a strategic outclassing happening in that dungeon between Echo and Sloth, and potentially Echo in the field, right? Azure Vault, the way that it's placed in our tournament, you would only ever play it in the upper finals and the finals, which by definition aren't the matches that matter for getting the ticket out of the group, right? Those are like the lower finals, or where you'd really focus if you were really focused on that. So Echo may have been the only team that like really invested a lot of time into the Azure Vault as a result. The Ruby Life Pools, on the other hand, this was a time trial dungeon. This was a dungeon that was in all of our series on Friday, a lot of our series yesterday, a lot of our series today as well. It was in our earlier Echo versus Sloth. So Sloth have got a really good looking route in there. They've got the double destroyer. They've got a lot of good things going on. They're able to do that last massive pull of the dungeon without Bloodlust. They've been doing it reliably. They have 2 0-death runs in this dungeon in their
안녕하세요.
previous couple of days of the tournament. So I think this is a good opportunity for them, although somehow Echo are just, again, 45 seconds faster, and I don't quite know how, but that is going to be still a big challenge for Sloth to overcome.
I mean, that's what Echo does, right? It's like they take the same stuff everyone else is doing, and they just do it that much more efficiently, right?
형광님도
their management
안녕하세요.
of cooldowns is just perfect. You know, their movement from pack to pack is just perfect, and everything looks so pre-planned. Like, every step people take between pulls looks thought out in advance, and I feel like that adds up, you know, over the course of a dungeon, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think if there's any dungeon where Sloth is going to pull something, it is going to be that Ruby and that Halls. We talked about it earlier. They know they have to take dungeons, right? And that Azure Vault is just so volatile that I feel like they were kind of scared to do something. They were happy to give that one over to Echo. But with the Ruby and the
네,
Halls,
오늘은
they
노크드
could
볼 일 없을
technically
때
go bigger in some slots, and I feel like this is
그냥
where,
루비
where
용맹
you do it, where you
끝날
just
것
try it,
같아요.
'cause otherwise you're
루비도
gonna make
지금
mistakes
보니까
either way. So maybe that's what's going to happen. I would really like to see
에코
that.
체급이 너무
Just, you
높아.
know, Sloth
루비에서 사고
saying,
절대 안 날
"Okay,
것 같아요.
you know what?
사고 날 게 없어
we have
보인다.
played very well this entire weekend. We have our seat secured for the finals. We're gonna go all in. We're gonna go as big as we can. Maybe they did some of the bigger polls in practice and then decided that these were just too inconsistent. So I feel like if there's a time to bust these out, to go really, really big, like reaping style big, then this is now. And I kind of want to see it, honestly.
So you're saying they're going to the global finals. Why not just like go ham on this map, huh?
Yeah.
아마추어 대회라고 하기에는 상금이
I'm not sure
30만 달러라서
bigger in here. We'll see if they have a way. Maybe double destroyer upstairs is something that could be a possibility. Besides that, I'm not sure what else you can do to cut.
30만 달러면 3억인가?
Both teams
대충 환율 따지면 4억 정도 되려나?
Shield wall last stand deployed by both tanks on pole here, and we're going to see all of those cooldowns. If you look at the top of your screen, those cooldowns are all going to get lit up very quickly on this.
Yeah, I just love to look at the rate frame and the cooldowns, because whenever something is active,
전탱
you can see it's
다태한가?
glowing. And at the start of a pull like that, you just
나오딜
everything
뭐지?
is glowing, everything is being pressed simultaneously. Like Gingy, for example, used Survival Instinct, plus Spark Skin, plus Nature's Vigil, plus Incarnation, just literally just press all of the buttons, making sure there's all of the passive healing they can get on this pull, plus also all of the damage reduction and the offensive cooldowns as well.
근데 첫 플링이 슬로스가 좀 더 빠른데요?
last time around, I think it was Marky. They did 1.2 million DPS on this pull. And look at
슬로스가 좀 더
Look
빠른데?
at them actually engaging the boss quicker.
Wow.
Last time around, we saw them play against each other. It was Echo that dealt
이게
with the
탱커가
first
저
faster and managed to engage the boss
골땡이
faster.
데리고 풀링하는 게
This time
조금
around, it is
부담스럽긴
Sloth
해요.
running a little bit ahead.
Yeah, Sloth have also taken care of their primal juggernaut, whereas Echo don't. I believe what probably happened, and I didn't see it, but I bet what probably happened was...
그치, 말했잖아.
Okay, that's good.
내가 말한 부분에서 너무 정확히 사고가 나버렸다.
We're stabilized. We're recovered. We still have rewind available if we need it on this next chill.
돌멩이
storm.
달고
Now
가는
he's
게
in a
조금
little bit of danger, but
부담스러웠어.
once he gets back to that spell block, he's going to be okay. And I bet what
이거는
happened
슬로스가
earlier
살짝
was that ice shield
앞서가긴
landed on
하거든요.
that juggernaut and gave it a bunch
S
of extra health. And
5초도
that was how
있고.
it came into this pull for Echo, because usually that is not normally. You want to try and avoid doing that big primal juggernaut for the exact reason we saw there.
근데 이 정도면은 그냥 에코가 딜을 좀 더 잘하긴
And I
해.
mean, they do have two arcane torrents on Echo's side. They have two of the Blood Elves plus the Mass Spell or the part from Clicks 2. But Sloth, on the other hand, is not playing.
이거 봐봐요. 일부러 짤을 안 하는 거예요.
They decided they did.
냉기 폭탄이 걸리면은
So far, there's of course moments later in the dungeon as well.
냉기 폭탄에 걸리는 대상이 생기면은 딜로스가 생기잖아요. 네, 루비 깡신 돌 때 저 생각을 했었는데
Either way, Sloth still ahead on boss percentage quite a bit, and I think they're through one of the shields. So both teams have to do one other shield where the
에코는 저 깔때기 딜을 하는 게 이 조합에선 더 손해라고 생각하나 보다. 깔때기를 안 쓰네요.
which means a lot of AoE damage onto the group, but they should be able to get through this shield quite quickly.
Wow, both teams on the exact same boss percentage here as they're
네, 젤리아가 지금 마나가 좀 없긴 하거든요.
Sloth are going to be the first to break through.
이거 봐봐. 일부러 차단을 안 하는 거야.
Stabilizing as
도감이
well.
남아있어.
That intermission phase.
도감 한번 돌리면 되긴 해요, 이거.
Staying in this corner here, just activating some more whelps, getting even
일부러
more
차단을 안 해서
even more single
고정될
target
시간을 벌어줘.
convert from having these extra mobs around. That's through stuff like the Feral Druid with the Apex Predators carving. They get free.
근데 그러면서도 힐러들은 젤리아가 더 높아.
From all that rip damage they're getting on these extra enemies.
이거 화면이 멈췄는데 소리는 나오거든요. 이거 약간
generate a lot of single target
그거 문제인가 보네.
value from those extra whelps being around as well. So that's why they're playing over there. Echo, on the other hand, have decided that that is not something that is
근데
worthwhile.
램드 딜은 플러스가 10%나 빠른데?
At the exact, actually, at 0.3 less percent.
가능성 있나?
Do they need that percent?
슬러스 가능성 있나 이거?
We know that almost all the Scorchlings are required for count out of this dungeon. I wonder. I don't actually know what the exact breakpoint is for this route. Whether that 0.3% will matter. I think it probably won't, but we will see as Sloth make their way upstairs. This is the big divergence between Sloth and Echo. We know Sloth likes to go right, I think, whereas Echo likes to go left here. They do basically the same pulls, but in a slightly different order.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the first boss split,
맞아. 2층에서
I mean, the difference is definitely
일단
significant
슬로스
because
풀링 볼까요?
we're so close in the end of dungeon timer that this might actually matter for Echo. Something went wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say
지옥
something went wrong because they
불정령
only
한 마리
had 7
슬로스는
damage, didn't cost
에코가
them
여기서
much,
두 무리
but
했었죠.
they just did something less efficiently this time around, like they usually
조합은
do. So
던전별로
that
살짝
time loss
다르긴 해요.
might actually mean quite a bit later, as Sloth is already gathering this first destroyer pool. And we do know, though, that Echo is doing a double destroyer pool, and maybe that's gonna make up the time that they lost. We'll see if they manage to pull it off, because it is a very dangerous pool, having 2 of those destroyers plus all of these casters just all being gathered up and all cast.
Yeah, last time Echo were here as well, they had Army of the Dead. This time they don't have that. So cooldowns have been slightly altered, potentially as a result of the first boss getting a little bit scuffed, although I don't think that cooldown is super necessary for making this particular pull work, as it is mostly just this AoE damage.
약간 풀링 사이즈가 다르니까 확실히 그냥 DPS 차이가 나잖아요. 죽기 딜이 그러니까 두 무리고 한 무리면은 그냥 반만 차이가 나야 되는데 무리가 늘어난 만큼 무리가 늘어난 거에 비례해서 죽기 딜은 더 올라가. 그러니까 개체가 많아야지 죽기는 무조건 세다는 거예요.
That means something has gone horribly wrong because they are trying their best to skip both of them. They don't think it is efficient.
And now they're even. Look at the trash percentage.
그러니까 보면은 딜러 딜이 방금 풀링해서 다른 딜러들은 거의 한 2배 정도 차이밖에 안 났거든요, 딜량이. 근데 죽기 딜량은 3배가 차이 났어. 그러니까 빅풀을 해주는 게 죽기한테 무조건 좋다 이거예요. 다른 딜러들은 그냥 개체만큼 딜 차이가 나는 건데 죽기는 개체가 늘어나면은 딜에서 딜이 확 늘어나. 빨간 건 분노예요, 분노.
There's definitely always things that can go wrong there. Tank taking too much damage, maybe a second Inferno cast going off or whatnot.
분노인지 잊고
So many
있었다.
things can go wrong. Now we see the Mind Soothe being used on that Flame Dragon, making sure they can walk past that without pulling. And there we go.
따라온 게 아니고
Actually,
역전해버렸죠.
never mind. There's one more destroyer, a light. There was one last destroyer that I have to go through.
Huh. I had thought that Sloth did a double destroyer.
불장판은 제가 알기로 받는 피해 증가는 없는 걸로 알고 있거든요. 그냥 그 스턴용으로 맞추는 걸로 알고 있는데 정확하진 않아요. 살아있는 폭탄 얘기하는 거죠. 이거 지금 젤리가 걸린 거. 그러니까 차단용으로 맞추는 걸로 맞추거든요, 저는. 그러니까 저는 이제 차단용으로 맞추는데 여기 딜 증가가 있었나?
Blocked by the dragon, by Thunderhead, depending on where it is. May have to Mind Soothe around it. Nope, Thunderhead's not there, no problem. And they can take these Scorchlings into boss. Boss is getting pulled first by Echo, though.
Wow.
Echo are starting off on the boss a few seconds ahead of Sloth, but Sloth, when you factor in the
거의
death timer,
비슷하네요. 램드 진입은 거의 비슷했어. 근데 아까 슬로스가 단일이 좀 더 세긴 했어요. 1렘에서.
Both of the teams, of course, did skip both the dragons, so that means they're gonna have to play this boss on a little bit more of a limited
딜 증가 없죠?
space. And that's why they start on
그냥
the
차단용.
side here, and then they will pull it into the middle because right now the dragon is not there, so they don't have to worry about pulling it. And then they'll drag the boss closer to the.
이종 글로벌에서 하는 풀링보다 규모가 훨씬 크다 보니까 차단이 부족해요, 저게.
And Mirror is actually going down. They don't have a battle res available, so that means they either have to reset the boss, and that is what they're doing. They are gonna just die and go again. Celia made the choice for Clicks there. Clicks didn't have a choice at all. Celia did rescue him into the fire. But yeah, I mean, yeah,
에코 사고 났어요?
this
뭐야?
is all on Sloth now. I mean, if Sloth doesn't make a mistake, they're definitely going to win this because
슬로스 보고
Echo's still
있었는데.
that boss again.
이거는 슬로스가 이겼네요.
Time loss for Echo here.
그래, 이런 루비 같은 던전이 아, 나 에코는 사고 안 낼 줄 알았는데. 야, 이거는 슬로스가 이길 확률이 굉장히 높아졌어요. 이 뒷구간 풀링은 똑같거든요. 이게 폭군 20이단 램드피 50%면은 거의 1분 이상 차인데. 아, 저 연석에 걸렸나 또?
Explode quickly, but this time around, at least Echo have got their pull going once again. But like you said, it is now Sloth's game to lose. If Sloth can put up a zero-death run, Echo are not in position to catch back up from here. It is too much of a disadvantage, especially when you factor in the 30 seconds of death timer now.
Yeah, now let's take a look at Sloth. If they can deal with the rest of this boss fight, boss is already on 24%, so he should be able to finish this off, but it can still be really scary, especially at the end of the fight, just because that's where they have the least amount of space. You can see there's just so much fire, and as soon as this destroyer is exploding, there's
저런 드립은 받아주기에 지금 시간이 너무 체력이 안 되네요. 스스로 반성하시길 바랄게요.
So they shouldn't be too worried about that. They also want to save a lot of defensives because right after this boss, they're gonna do an insanely huge trash pull.
근데 50%의 풀링 시작했는데.
One would be really important, but Malik actually using Dwarf Racial and a shield wall stack, the last shield wall stack he still had available at the very end of this boss fight. That means Malik actually doesn't have any bigger defenses.
1승 가능할 것인가? 네, 에코 잘하긴 해요.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be very careful here. There is spell block available for some of the damage that you take on this pull, although that is a very high damage pull. There's going to be Reflect and Spell Block used. He's going to have to try and survive here. Does start healing up though. Getting some value.
에코는 지금 진짜 SKT T1 같은 느낌이 있어요.
And also just spamming those ignore pains. And he's back to another charge of shield wall now if he needs it. But I think with the Nature's Vigil rolling as well, Simkins is going to be doing a lot of extra help on the healing for Sloth. Vampiric Embrace is available, but they've actually staggered their Nature's Vigil and their Vampiric Embrace to make sure that they don't run out of those cooldowns, right? You don't necessarily need both at the same time, but you always want to make sure that you have one rolling. And so VE was saved there, potentially also for the power infusion for the big.
아 슬로스 탱! 씨.
Malik drops to
와
like
슬로스 탱!
of
탱!
health.
터졌다! 아
Drops
씨.
again very low, and this time it's not
아
gonna be
이거
enough.
모니터링 안 했나?
Malik ends up going down, gets instantly
어,
power
그래도
though. I'm pretty
복구됐다.
sure when they saw his health
복구됐다.
drop that low the first time, they knew to look for the B-res and
네 그렇대요. 뭐 야드가 광딜에서 타겟 제한이
Battle
없다는
res
얘기를
there.
하더라고요.
That, I think has saved them. Beautifully done by
분노-
Sloth, even with one death.
분노의
That's
탱이
now the
터졌네.
most deaths they've had in a Ruby Life Pools this weekend on one. Still very, very impressive.
Yeah, that was really well done. Even managing to recover that death, they had absolutely nothing left there. They used time to
아
leave
탱
it,
터지면서
last
혹시 옆에 모니터링 하고 있으면은 블러드 키지 뭐 이런 얘기를 하려고 그랬는데
telling them, hey, I might or might not die in a
네, 이건
second.
졌어요.
If you battle rest ready.
냄드에서 사고 나겠어 이거는.
Didn't manage to get him back up. So really well
이게
done.
단수가
Now they
22단이라서
also
냄드에서
finish
사고 나기가
off slots, and
힘들어요.
they're gonna be evening out this match between Echo in that final. Keep in mind, this is a best of
루비
5,
막내는
so
2댐보다 오히려
they
사고
need to
확률이
also win
적죠.
3 dungeons to win this final here. But yeah, Sloth doing a good job so far. They still have that Bloodlust available. Did not use it on the trash pack. Same with Echo, also now doing that last trash pack on their side. Not committing
뭐
the
체감
Bloodlust
단수가
because they want to
있겠지만
go phase 2 of that last phase.
22단까지는 조금 쉽거든요.
Yeah, looks like Sloth here, Karaka at
20
80%. They're probably
그러니까
gonna
제
do this
입장에서는
phase, and then
23단부터
they'll
살짝
probably
난이도가
hit the last
올라가요.
and start their burn on
얘네들도
the next one, maybe
22단이면
one
많이
of
쉽겠지.
Karaka landing. Although, actually, it looks like they're kind of just going to be pushing on Urquhart here. So once the dragon lands here, I think they're just going to have to press lust. Okay, the dragon's not even going to land. It's going to go straight
아
into
두께
B2.
대마보로 못 씹었다. 저게 하이라카를 주시를 잡으면은 타겟을 미리 알 수 있어요. 그래서 맞기 전에 대마보를 올려두면은 저 화염액이 씹히거든요, 죽기는. 복이 나온 적 없어요.
Now they're focusing damage on Karaka. You can see that's the mob losing health the quickest, but I think they're going to have to deal with 3 or maybe 4 flame spits where other teams have only had to deal with 2. A lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, Tundra getting an additional flame spit here, having to use dispersion.
악탱하고 양조는 좋아서 나왔다기보다는 그 친구들은 양조와 악탱을 사랑하기 때문에 나온 것 같아요.
So there we go.
슬로스 1승 챙겼네요.
That should be no problem for Sloth. Nothing really going on anymore. Echo now also in that second phase in just a second. But yeah, too little too late. That wipe costing them too much. And Sloth finishing off this dungeon in 13 minutes. And
에코가 아까 13분 30초였나? 슬로스가 잘 했는데요. 에코 아까 했던 시간하고 15초밖에 차이가 안 나요. 잘했네 루비는.
Did and they need a little help from Echo too, where Echo is dropping a couple fights there that helped Sloth get ahead, stay ahead, and here we are, a 1-1 tie between Sloth and Echo.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, I think this is exactly what we were talking
에코
about.
칼퇴근
These
실패.
life pools, the Halls of Valor, those are the dungeons that Sloth needs to get ahead on, and that's exactly what they did in that Ruby Life Pool. Now, it wasn't all powered by Sloth themselves. There was a little bit of oopsie daisies on the side of Echo enabling to actually pull ahead here. But let's get into it and have a look how that one played out. At the very beginning, there was already some trouble for Echo because that Juggernaut seemed to live forever. And then unfortunately it also killed
마무리하고 안 하고는
Smash. And
글쎄요. 이게 약간 스포츠 10에 어긋난다고 하기에는 한 경기가 끝나면 바로 결과가 끝나버리는 그거라서
Celia are going to get slammed by it, but he will be picked up, and they manage to finish the boss fight.
저는 오히려 그냥 바로 경기 마무리 지어주는 게 오히려 약간 맞는 것 같은데요. 이게 뭐
they caught back up. They managed to get that time back that they lost here on this
아름다운
boss
완주
fight.
이런 느낌은 아니에요. 딱 경기가 끝나는
Some
순간.
more unfortunate stuff happened. So this pull here, very, very scary, very dangerous. It's a lot of stuff going on. And I can see why Sloth is not pulling it. But on the other side, if things weren't going wrong for Echo in this poll. I think this would be the reason why Echo would have had a faster time, or why Echo has had
네,
a faster
이게
time in previous runs. Now,
맞아요.
Kokia here, she is that molten boulder doing a similar
완주하는 게
thing
의미가
to
없죠.
what we saw for Legendary earlier. It's just that curbside, you know, of the street that sometimes explodes.
터지고 나서
boulders
구출로 암사 빨리
instantly
죽어.
to
데리고 가는 거
say,
재밌네.
No, you're done. You're going home with me. And allowing Sloth to pull ahead here. They did that big, beautiful Rivali pull. I love it so much with all of the channelers there on top of the mini.
만약에 한번 터졌다고 게임을 대충 했으면은 그거는 이제 아닌데 어쨌든 에코도 최선을 다한 거잖아요. 방금 약간 젤리아가 구출로 빨리 암사 죽이는 게 그런 게 약간 더 스포츠맨십이 아닌가. 저런 게 최선을 다하는 거거든요. 1초라도 빨리 죽으려고.
played out and get that win in, and yeah, 1-1, which means
결과가 정해지기 전까지는 최선을 다하고 결과가 정해졌을 때 뭐 빨리 힘 빼지 말고 다음 경기 잘하자 이런 느낌인 거죠.
Right now, they're both exactly tied as far as time goes, if I remember correctly. Both at what is it? Something 28. It's 21-28 right now with both of those teams. Yeah, so they're coming into this one as even as you possibly can, results-wise, over the course of the weekend, and with Sloth just picking up game 2, coming into this one with a little bit of momentum. What do you think, Nagara? Are we going to see Sloth take the lead?
I mean, I think they definitely have the potential, right? I mean, they, as you said, they're now motivated. They just won this Real Life Pools, which is a dungeon they thought they might be losing. Like, if it goes perfectly for Echo and for them, like we saw earlier, then they would have lost, probably, right? So now they maybe have this momentum going into these halls where they know that their time is equal to Echo's time. Even though Echo did have a little bit of a mistake in their run the last time, so did Sloth, right? Sloth had 2 deaths in
근데
their
제가
run
아까
and still had the same
루비는 사고 날 게 없는 던전이에요 이런 얘기를 했었는데 사고가 나버렸어.
Another
참
thing about Halls of Valor
그러네.
is that it's also really long. Very similar to No Code Offensive. They're just really long dungeons, and long dungeons means that there's just more.
에코 어둠달이 좀 궁금하긴 하네요. 어둠달이 의외로 좀 크리에이티브한 그런 루트들이 나왔어가지고.
Yeah, it is cool though.
에코 용맹은
Raptors
2번 풀링,
push Echo
2번 풀링을 주목해서 보시면 될 거예요.
In MDI Group A, and
미친놈들인가
it just kinda goes to
싶었거든요.
show when you have 2 teams at this level, it's really kind of the tiniest little errors that give the edge to one team or another.
Yeah, this reminds me of Sloth back in Shadowlands. You know, again, they were able to take maps off of Echo in that expansion. I'm not surprised that they are doing it here as well, and they've got to be delighted about being 1-1 going into Game 3 of this series. I mean,
그리고 용맹은 아까 슬로스였나? 그 슬로스 루트도 되게 괜찮았어요.
So we'll see how it works out as both teams swap their evokers over to Shaman, but otherwise are keeping their comps unchanged for Halls of Valor.
맞아. 대회 때 레이더가 좀 터지더라고요.
So Malik actually gathering up this first pull a little bit quicker on Sloth's side. That's why we did see Himdall be engaged, but this pull is incredibly dangerous. We've seen many teams have mistakes and things go wrong there. You have
이거는 뭐 그냥 다 하는 풀링이에요. 네.
You have tornado spawning everywhere. You do have a thunder.
이번 대회를 지켜보신 분들은 이거 뭐 당연하지라고 할 수 있는 그런 풀링.
And of course the boss's mechanic. You have the Horn of Valor dropping everyone really low, plus the breath coming in from the dragons that you have to watch out for as well. So far, really well executed by both of the teams. And look at the boss damage as well. Somehow they managed to completely focus down the boss while just cleaving down those ads passively. They're just like, you know what? I don't even care about those mobs being alive. We just fully.
이거를 좀 낮은 단수에서 해보고 싶긴 하다 나도. 네, 슬로트 잘해요.
Yeah, it's interesting.
오히려 램드들은 더 빠르네 또 이번 판도.
It's kind of like it was back in Legion. Back
어느
when the bloodletting sweep was a frontal.
딜러가 차이가 나는 거지?
Moving in such a way that the frontal's not going to.
야드가 슬롯이 좀 더 세네요. 딜이. 나머진 다 비슷한데 야드가 딜이 차이가 좀 나네. 한 20% 정도? 15에서 20% 정도? 야드 딜 차이만큼 램드질 차이가 나네요 지금.
But the dragon brings one. Sloth somehow are coming out of here with the faster boss though, and this is huge for Sloth. They are going to be getting this pack done, getting all the same count.
이거 보세요.
and
이게
getting the
복수를
boss
잡았을
done.
때는 양쪽
3
힐러가
seconds
딜이
faster
비슷해요.
than Echo. Now, 3
복수는
seconds
양쪽
hard to say
힐러가
that
딜이
to me, but the fact that it's
비슷한데
against Echo and the fact that it's against, you know, a zero death boss split from Echo,
용일할 때는
that
차이가
is
많이 난단
exactly
말이죠.
what we were
그러니까 젤리아가
talking about
용일을
when we
확실히
talked about
잘해.
how Sloth are going to be competitive
젤리아가
in this.
진짜 용일에 약간 뭐가 있는 것
They're
같아.
setting up basically the same pole that Echo appear to be setting up.
용맹이 비겁쓸 때
Wow,
있긴
being a little
한데
bit ahead. I mean, that's insane. They've been finding more
이거
damage.
보세요. 2번 풀링.
Actually, now we're seeing
처음
a
두
little bit of
마리,
divergence
그 다음 세
between
마리,
Echo are gonna
세
be
무리,
pulling
네 무리,
to
네 무리
inside,
풀링이에요 이거.
Whereas Sloth have backpulled. They've pulled back to outside.
네 무리
Using the line
풀링.
of sight here, grouping up the mobs. Looks like mostly the same set of enemies here. If anything, maybe there's a little bit more.
비격은 뭔지 모르겠네
See
진짜.
when the count gets added. But this is going to be really, really tenuous. Got to be really careful with those kicks.
분노
He's
모으려고?
going to use the in-cap roar to stop that holy radiance, and I think that's going to get Sloth
네,
through.
요즘 블러드 힐러가 대세예요.
Meanwhile, Echo using
아까부터
fast
브렐만
stun.
했어요.
A bit of stun there.
나오는 브렐 룩이 좋은가
Dominate
보다.
Mind used by Clicks as well to get one of those rune carvers over onto Echo's team.
근데 사실 뭐 석화 쓸 거 아니면 크게
Also,
의미는
now
없어요.
she stayed on, the Blood Elf
탱커
for
특성은.
this one. I'm not sure, was that intended or did he forget to switch? Is there anything you
브렐이
actually
딜이 제일
need
센가?
the dispel for? I'm trying to think,
Ah.
but I can't really think of anything. Because the dwarf racial is really nice here for bursting, and for the wicked blade later on as well, and for, I mean, just for the leap dodge from Fenrir, which technically speaking as a tank you should never get it unless you're standing on top of another person when the leap goes on you. But yeah, interesting. We'll see if he ever uses this ability later on. But
네,
there we
에코는
go.
여기서
Now Echo
솔스텐을
discovered
붙이는 게
all
아니고
those
저 신성화 쓰는 애를
super
붙이거든요.
back
어느 정도 피가 정리된
and
다음에.
the aspirant, and Sloth is doing the same thing on their side. Now, what I liked a little bit more with Echo's strat here is that they didn't have to.
네, 슬로스도 3번 풀링이 조금 괜찮아가지고
Now just walked forward and kept walking, and then they played the
결과적으로는
player.
여기서
Well, as I
비슷해요.
mentioned with Sloth, they did go
근데
forwards, attack
슬로스
the
쪽이
were
펜리르 쪽 풀링이 좀 더 괜찮거든요.
siding outside.
에코에
That
비해서.
means that Echo had a little bit of a more efficient path.
에코가 그
Not
풀링을
Sloth,
카피를
though,
했을지
slightly more
모르겠네.
trash. If you look at the trash percentage, they're actually 2% ahead because of that bigger pool they did previously.
Yes, this is going to be really close between the two teams. They're working on
네,
the
신성화
exact
붙일 거예요
same
이제.
pull right now. And as soon as Echo get a couple of those mobs dead, they're going to go into Olmir first. A lot of teams do Solstein first because it's easier to sync up the two of them if you pull it that way. But Echo know what they're doing. They have this.
이 풀링이 마무리 안
Just like
됐을 때
probably midway
솔스텐을
through this
붙이면서
podcast, they're gonna be
그
bringing
폭풍을
Solstein
보면은
to the party. Exactly what is gonna
힐업이
happen.
조금 어렵다고
See how
생각해서 그런지
Sloth
솔스텐을
decides
먼저
to do this.
붙이고
Sloth
그 다음
actually finished
뭐야
the pull off
신성화를
entirely,
먼저
and
붙이고
they're
그
gonna
다음에
start with
솔스텐을
Solstein. It's
붙여요.
very easy timing if you start with Solstein.
당연히 MDI
Wait
끝나면
until
저도
that
하고
one
싶은데요
side is
탱커로.
and you run out and you grab Olmir.
탱커라면 당연히 저
Have a
풀링을
very
따라 해보고
easy
싶지.
overlap of abilities for the next minute or so before things start to get dangerous.
그리고 이 순서가 맞는 게 보통 솔스텐이 먼저 솔스텐을 먼저 찍어 잡잖아요. 저 패턴 적게 보기 위해서 신성화 쪽을 먼저 땡기면은 솔스텐하고 신성화하고 비슷하게 잡히는 거야.
So you can see Gingy actually being able to attack from pretty far away, but it's still very dangerous to be so close.
그래서 이쪽 히리아까지 가는 풀링은 에코 쪽이 조금 아름답지 않나. 그래서 시간적으로 이렇게 차이가 나는 거거든요. 양쪽 딜은 비슷한 게 나왔으니까.
Really made them do those mini bosses quite a bit quicker, while Sloth finished off the whole aspirant pool first.
이 봐봐 역버프 해주는 나오. 역버프 해줘야지. 이번 대회에서 이거 히리아 역버프 해주는 탱커가 지금 나오밖에 없어요.
Azalea, do you just tank one of the Sanctify balls? I guess it's not a big deal when you're doing the Sanctify on the Lightning side, which is something we should certainly talk about. That is what Echo are doing with very precise timing.
그러니까 이게 노란 쪽에서는 신성 스킬이 강화되고 저 파란 쪽에서는 번개 스킬이 강화가 되는데 이렇게 역버프를 해주면은 이 노란 쪽에서 폭풍의 눈을 써요. 이렇게. 그럼 폭풍의 눈이 강화되지 않은 상태로 맞는 거예요.
Know exactly which position you have the boss stand on and when you start it moving. But once you learn that, once you have it down, you can do it pretty reliably enough, in Echo's opinion, that they're going to do it here in MDI, because the failure case is that Herja stops in the middle of the room and starts casting and is getting charged up by both enemies. So that's what you're really hoping to avoid. But where now has it positioned, he is doing a really good job of managing this and forcing the boss to cast the wrong ability. And by doing that, you can look at the damage in this Eye of the Storm. You can look at the HPS meters here. Xaylia is only obligated to do 30k HPS. Whereas over on Sloth's side, they need a lot more healing to get through.
Yeah, and that really is
그러니까 그 메인 스킬을 강화되지 않은 상태에서 맞는다고 보면 돼요.
Should not be a problem to be healed by Xaylia normally, right? You can play this boss normally and they'll be fine. But if you have to heal more and
간단하게 히리아에서는 폭풍의 눈이 아픈 스킬인데 그 스킬을 덜 아프게 만든 택틱이에요. 비축툴이 뭐 살짝 세지긴 하는데 치명적이지 않아요. 방금 나우가 성공시킨 역버프는 신성화 쓰는 타이밍에 양옆이 선이 이어지지 않았었잖아요. 신성화 쓸 때 양옆에 선이 이어지면은 그때는 비축툴이 조금 아프거든요. 조금 많이 아프거든요. 근데 방금처럼 신성화 쓸 때 그 번개 쪽 선만 연결되어 있으면은 비축툴도 많이 아프지 않아요. 복술 폭풍의 눈 때는 보통 고인, 승천 고인 이런 식으로 로테를 돌려요. 그리고 위험할 때 전국까지. 고인, 승천 고인.
And there have been a few wipes caused by the stun. Does look like Sloth may have actually grabbed their extra percent from somewhere else.
제가 그렇게 24단까지는 살려봤어요.
That's what Echo are doing. I think it was probably the.
제가 24단 폭군까지는 살려봤어요.
I think it may have been the. So when you go in, that back table on the left, I think, might have been what they pulled from behind.
Oh yeah.
I have to double check later though. Yeah. So Sloth's still gonna have a slight count advantage when all is said and done here, but. Oh.
I think they pulled the Drake again on accident.
That's not what they were hoping to see, I think. And now actually ends up charging back up. Yeah, this could be the opening for Sloth here.
The last time we saw Echo do Halls of Valor, they also had pulled this Drake. And they didn't do anything with it, they just soloed it. Like they were just standing there single targeting the Storm Drake. And we were wondering if this was maybe a mistake. Like we were wondering,
네, 모든 힐러로 25단씩을 다 해봤어요. 그러니까 모든 힐러는 아니 용일, 복술, 신기 이렇게 세 개.
Afterwards, after the dungeon was over, we actually had somebody from Echo come into Twitch chat and say that they pulled it on accident. But now we saw them pull it again. So either it was a mistake in the first place, or they just made the same mistake again. Sloth, on the other hand, did not pull this dragon and on accident, and now it looks completely even. Look at the trash percentage.
그러니까 신기 복술 같이 해보면서 느끼는 거는 신기보단 복술이 조금 더 좋아요.
Maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe that Storm Drake by itself is like a cooldown recovery pull that Echo does to get that count.
여기서 플레이 갈리는데 슬루스는 폴을 붙이고 에코는 저 사격병하고 트랩을 붙였거든요. 이게 에코 쪽이 플링 난이도가 훨씬 더 높아요. 근데 어차피 퍼센트는 똑같아. 나는 소 쪽이 좀 더 좋아 보이는데.
These mobs are pretty dangerous. You have to really look on the ground. If you step in one of the traps, you will die. And the marksman also needs to be carefully managed. When you have a death knight, that's a lot.
얘기하느라고 못 봤는데 에코 혹시 또 용 잡고 왔나요? 에코 용 잡고 왔나? 아, 에코 그 용 잡는 게 애드가 아니었구나. 용 잡는 게 되게 손해예요. 정하기도 하고. 용을 잡았는데도 에코는 66.3%고 슬롯은 66%거든요. 그러니까 거의 차이가 안 난 거야. 애드 난 것처럼 보였어요? 그거 얘네 첫날도 애드 나갔고, 그러니까 어제도 애드 나갔고 잡았는데 의도된 게 아니었구나. 그러니까 여기서 차이가 나거든요. 에코는 헨리를 잡고 늑대를 정리하고 슬롯은 그냥 늑대를 붙였어요. 여기서 차이가 나. 잘하면은 슬로스가 이번 세트 가져갈 수도 있어요. 여기서부터 에코는 2플링이 남았고 슬로스는 1플링밖에 안 남았거든요. 이렇게 되면 에코는 이거 자꾸 두 풀링 해야 돼. 근데 슬로스는 이제 헨리를 잡고 나면 한 풀링밖에 안 남아요.
At 2106, and like you said, even if they press it right then, they're not going to get full value out of it for the rest of the dungeon unless their time is slower than it was before. So
에코는 만약에 이번 판
the
지면은
problem with Sloth's Lust was that some of it was while they were walking from one point to another because they just pressed it right on.
용맹은 확실히 피드백을 좀 할 듯? 질 가능성이 있어요, 에코가 지금. 에코가 만약에 이번 판 이기면은 진짜 체급으로 이기는 거고 지금 택틱은 슬로스가 더 좋아요.
Here comes Echo's signature Halls of Valor innovation, though. The big thing we've seen out of them this weekend was this pull right here. Once you kill Fenrir, after you've already killed Herja, you get this huge speed buff, making it very easy to pick up all the wolves, clear a little bit of thundering, and then you have all of these wolves, and instead of using that fence post
왠지 짝퉁 고양인가?
to prevent them from jumping, because they jump to a ranged player, if you're on the fence post, they can't jump to you because they can't draw a path to you. Here they have it instead with that rock up behind the camera right now.
슬롯은 이 풀링이 되게 어렵거든요.
Clicks up on top of that rock, and yeah, here they are, Azalea and Clicks hanging out up on this rock. That is how they are setting up this pull.
이 풀링이 사고가 날 수가 있어. 근데 슬롯은 어려워요 이거.
All that this pack does when you have this many wolves is a ton of damage to now.
얘네까지 붙여서 여기서 퍼센트를 끝내요 슬롯은. 근데 에코는 아직 곰 잡아야 돼.
This pull is easy.
에코는 곰 잡아야 돼.
Make it look easy.
Yeah, and Sloth, on the other hand, they are doing their bear plus trapper pack pool, so they're pulling all of these bears on top of these hunters, these trappers, which is something that can also be incredibly dangerous for multiple reasons. Number one, these bears do a lot of damage to the tank, right? So you can see Malik.
이 풀링은 곰이 피가 많으니까 곰 피만 보면 되거든요.
Traps onto the floor near players, and if you walk into them, you get stunned and take a lot of damage. So Malik, when he starts cutting these bears, actually has to watch.
이제 실수할 수 있는 영역이 하나가 남았는데 그 막내 맙 중보 4마리, 중보 4형제 걔네 말 거는 거 삑사리 날 수 있거든요. 그게 난이도가 뭐 엄청 쉬운 건 아니라서.
But yeah, Echo now also on that bear pool, but on Echo side they're not pulling that trapper pack on top.
아 슬로스가 루트가 좋은데 아 뭐냐? 왜 한 마리 부족하냐? 아 이거 슬로스 퍼센트 픽살이 났어요. 뭐 안 잡았다. 아 아니네 아니네 마무리 됐네. 아 이거는
Echo maybe 3 or 4 seconds ahead at this point, but not much more than that. They're going to be going in.
제가 말한 대로 됐는데 말했잖아요. 두 풀링 대 한 풀링. 네 84% 맞아요.
All at once, all together. Not using the strategy that we've seen.
아, 근 두 풀링을 했는데 한 풀링을 하는 슬로스보다 빨리 끝냈어.
Instead, they are just skipping through, and they just need those 4.
이거는 진짜 탱커 드리블 차이라고 할 수 있겠는데요. 예, 맞아. 이거 체급 직루, 채 직루.
But are now also on the bridge to the last area.
Yeah, this is so close between the two teams. Now we're gonna have to keep an eye on the tanks, really, because now the strategy that they're
네,
doing
루트는 슬로스가 더 좋아요.
all kings simultaneously. It's a little bit difficult to
그러니까
explain, but they just
시리아 쪽 루트는 에코가 더 좋았는데 헨리르 쪽 루트가 슬로스가 더 좋았어요. 물론 에코가 용 애드낸 게 크긴 했지만 에코는 용이 애드남으로 해서 부풀링을 더했거든요. 그 방에서 부풀링을 더한 에코가 지금 슬로스보다 빠른 거예요. 말 걸었나? 오케이. 자 여기서 4마리 풀링 성공. 했죠. 이러면 이제 뒤집힐 게 없어. 아 실패한 거 같은데? 슬롯이 실패했죠. 아 했네. 성공했네.
They have, yes, well done by Sloth as well. If you don't click on them immediately as soon as they become friendly again, they will reset and not be pullable like this. So Sloth have done a good job of spamming that.
아 슬롯 좀 아쉽겠다.
Four Kings as well. Echo though, like you said, look at their tank there. Now has shield wall rolling.
아 라그나로스 터지는 거? 근데 이미 다들 알고 있는 거라서 아마 뭐, 램드가 죽기 전에 라그나로스가 오면 딜컷 할 거예요. 양 팀 다 노데스로 진짜 시간도 비슷하게 잘 했는데.
Which talent is Malik running here instead of spellblock? Actually, don't know. Like the talent that he just used all the way in the right side.
That's
에코
so
깜 노노.
Avatar
Oh,
now has Avatar as
Avatar.
well, but Spellblock kicks it out
에코
of
깜 노노 시전.
I
our
see, I
display because we have it as a higher priority. Malik is just not running. Yeah, he's not running Spellblock. He's instead got Battering Ram, which is making his shield charge have more crit chance, crit damage, and give him more auto attack damage and speed. So he's doing some more single target DPS. But yeah,
그리고 힐러 딜에서도 차이가 좀 났네. 방금 네 마리 잡을 때는. 힐러가 델리아는 65K였는데 옆에 마이크 뭐라 그래야 돼? MK? MK는 25K였거든요. 힐을 너무 많이 했네 MK가.
I'm not sure how much of a single target gain it is, but they need any single target damage they can get at this point because of course Echo being a
근데 저기서 힐할 거는 사실 탱커밖에 없는데 나오가 피 관리를 더 잘했다는 거죠.
As they are now on Scovald as well, we can see
힐러가
10% ahead on
방금 네 마리 풀링에서는 진짜 딱 탱커 역량 차이로 힐러 딜 차이가 나거든요. 나오가 잘해서 델리아가 딜을 40K를 더했다. 방금 그 네 마리 풀링에서.
But at this point, it's just going to be about single target damage and who can finish up those bosses quicker.
Yeah, Echo about 15% ahead here on God King.
여기서 젤리아는 이제 번개 화살만 써요. 라이트닝 볼트만 쏘고. 슬로스가 이제 저 쫄 네 마리가 나왔을 때 얘도 번개 화살만 쏘네.
Odin a lot faster because they'll be able to multiply that bloodlust with their first runic brand a lot more reliably here. Although maybe they're even too fast to be able to do that. We'll see. This is going to be a really, really fast run from both teams here compared to their previous bests above that 21-minute mark. Maybe this one ends below that mark. We'll see. It is a fortified key, so the bosses die reasonably quickly. Although you do have a nice little bit of RP after Scovald dies here before you can start fighting Odin.
And what's going on with the damage meter here for Sloth? They did maybe not.
에코 지금 보세요. 번개 화살만 쏘잖아. 쫄 나왔을 때. 저게 이제 딜러들한테 약간 자원 밀어주는.
Could be. It also looked like Echo may have just been ignoring those flames of woe, whereas Sloth may have been.
슬로스 복술도 마찬가지로 번개 화살만.
You're probably right. Yeah, look at the damage done. It says 6 minutes 20 on it, so it probably just didn't reset from. They probably just didn't fully drop combat.
치비가 이제 쫄한테 들어가는 건 어쩔 수 없죠.
Well, this is it. Only Odin.
단일 딜에서 치비가 번개 화살보다 더 세거든요.
We talked about Bloodlust not going to be available for Echo for about 2 minutes, while Sloth should have their Bloodlust a little bit earlier. But Echo, of course, finishing off Scovald quicker means that they're going to be attacking Odin earlier. So this is going to be incredibly close. Taking a look at the cooldowns for.
글쎄 제가 봤을 때 딜러는 어느 정도 비슷한 것 같고 탱일 차이가 좀 큰 것 같아요. 탱일이 조금.
Maybe not going to be up for mirrors. We'll see. But there we go. Odin being engaged by Echo.
Yeah, where is it? Okay, Sloth has started it up as well.
블러드의 변수?
In 38 seconds. That seems good to me. That seems perfect. Whereas Echo still.
블러드의 변수 있어요 이거. 헐 눈에 블러드를 쓰고 못 쓰고로 슬로스가 역전할 가능성이 있네. 2분이면 안 와요. 첫눈에 절대 안 와. 이거 조금 커요. 첫눈에 블러드 좀 커요 이거. 룬에 블러드가 없어 지금 에코. 이거 따라갈 만한 변수긴 해요. 마지막에 블러드가 이거를 되게 차이 미세하거든요 블러드 때문에. 그래도 시간 차이가 너무 많이 나나? 아쉽다.
And I think Echo have got it from this 81%. It's just insurmountable from here. But Sloth came so close. 85%, 84%. They were going to melt this boss, and it's only going to be a couple of seconds.
몇 초 차이 날래나?
Separating the two teams. Yeah, less than 10.
10초 차이.
Exactly
와.
10. Wow.
이거는 진짜 슬로스의 완벽한 루트 루트 블러드까지 완벽했는데 이거는 에코 루트가 너무 구렸어요 진짜. 에코 루트가 너무 구렸어 블러드까지.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Echo, but equally impressive from Sloth. When you see maps come down,
이거는
to a
진짜
matter of
젖잘싸다,
seconds, to a
젖잘싸.
matter of hitting that bloodlust, 1 or 2 seconds,
맞아.
or a few, more than that. Besides,
니네 그렇게 해봤자 어차피 우리 체급이 안 돼.
Echo takes the lead, but seems like it's kind of anybody's game at this point.
너네 팀에 나오 없잖아. 너네 팀에 젤리아 있니?
Anybody's game. There was a message in chat that I wanted to highlight. Somebody said they're called Echo because they're
우리는
always
젤리아랑 나오
back.
있거든?
That indeed they did. With this dungeon, the halls of valor falling. I can just see Nagura shaking her head. I love you, Nagura. Yeah, let's talk about it.
Twitch chat, not her.
우리 팀 미드 초비거든?
that's a wrong
뭐 약간 이런
but,
느낌?
I'm sure we're gonna find the halls of valor clip in just a second. It came down to very niche, very minimal decisions that in the end made the difference in what these teams did. We saw
근데 1렘 딜에서
small
봤을 때
variance
이
in what
복술도
they
못하는
pulled.
그건 아니에요.
There's one more thing
네, 탱커가
that,
만들어준
I'm
DP라고 볼 수
still,
있어요.
like,
복술
on the
딜은 뭐
fence about, and that's
딱히
that
어렵지
dragon roll.
않거든.
I'm not sure if it's really their route or if they really pulled it on accident a second time. At this point, I'm more
이게
willing to
딜이
believe
다
that they pulled it
낮은데
on purpose, and Celia was just trolling because that
전전
would be
시간은
very
10초밖에
silly
차이가
of
안
them to do.
나왔잖아요.
But yeah,
그러니까 에코가 용맹은 이거는 확실히
Who's in chat right
피드백을
now?
할 거예요.
Moving so
I believe in this
fast, no
time.
one will notice when Ninja pull dragon. They're trolling us.
슬롭스 너네한테 좋은 루트를 배웠다
I'm
이런
sure
느낌일
they're
때.
trolling us. We should get an interview with Echo and put things to the fact. But at the very beginning, Himdall, Sloth being just a couple of seconds faster, but then Echo does this, and I really like this. They know they can work.
근데
the minimal space
루트는
that they have
진짜
here in
몬카가
this
탑이거든요.
small area.
몬카
So
루트가
they're
진짜
pulling
탑이에요.
everything inside rather
에코보다
than
몬카가
pulling it
루트가 더
outside,
좋았어.
allowing them to
어둠땅
just
때는.
have a little bit
어둠땅 대회
more
때.
seconds in pulling. Similar technique here
진짜
on
와
We talked a lot about
저렇게
the
미친
I'm not
생각을
gonna
하는
get
놈이
too much into it,
있었네?
but
약간
they
이런
also
느낌이
pulled one of the
있어요.
mini-bosses a lot
근데
earlier
개인
than
기량은
Sloth,
확실히 에코가 앞서
allowing them to
몬카보다.
start this fight earlier, and then
그러니까 많이
with
앞서진
the
않고
inversion here
그래갖고
having
저는
much less damage overall on
기대가
Himdall,
되네요.
they're able to
3주차의
not,
몬카. 저는
have their healer
몬카의
do
우승을
DPS, but
기원하는
have DPS, and then
입장으로서
here's this dragon again. I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Maybe we can ask Twitch chat. They usually know everything, so they probably also know whether or not this Drake is on purpose. And maybe
몬카의 힐러
they can
모아드가
help
또
us out.
젤리아한테
I'm
그렇게
at
안
a loss.
끌리거든요.
This poll, however, I'm not at a loss. I think it's amazing. It's one of my favorite polls in this entire dungeon. It's super volatile. You have all of the Valha on top of Fenrir. They're not using Bloodlust or anything because Bloodlust is not available at that point. They use Bloodlust then for the Fenrir burst, which I really like as well. And then after that, they go for the wolves. We know they do that little rock technique here where they go up. It's much nicer, much faster to do this after they kill the boss fight, but of course that also means you need to have a little bit less space on Fenrir. Sloth on their side pulling these Valha into the Grizzly, which I think is also a really big and massive and cool pull. They unfortunately not as fast as
네, 어둠땅 MDI 때도 에코가 우승했어요. 근데 그때 되게 아쉬웠던 게 루트가 몬카가 압살했거든요. 몬카 루트가. 근데 몬카가 실수를 했어. 한 경기에서 2대1로 졌어요. 그래갖고 루트가 좋았는데 졌어.
And we don't even need it to eke out this key here. Taking a second win in this
되게
best of
아쉬웠어요.
five.
그래서.
And I believe one of the closest maps we had this entire weekend.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely the closest dungeon we've had head-to-head this weekend. What would you say, Dratnos?
뭐 타임 레코드로만 놓고 보면은 에코가 뭐 압승이겠죠. 당연히 실수가 나와갖고 그랬으니까. 근데
ended up being close in kind of the other way than we're seeing here, right? Here we're seeing
넘치는 창의력에 자멸했다. 뭐 그럴 수 있죠. 이게 단수가 낮을 때는 창의력이 나오면은 뭐 되는 루트지만 단수가 그 파이널 때는 단수가 조금 더 높거든요.
High power game. So I'm really excited to see what we're getting here between Echo and Sloth. And I think Sloth, they put up a really good showing in this Halls of Valor. It's hard to point to something going wrong for them in their
근데 에코한테 이기려면은 창의력에 걸긴 해야 돼요. 어쩔 수 없어.
10 seconds of Echo. That's incredibly impressive.
같은 루트로는 못
The
이겨.
rest of the series as well could absolutely go either way. Of course, Echo are the favorites, right? If both teams do their plan.
야드가
really
더
well,
세서
Echo are gonna
같아요.
win, but we're at that
야드가
point
딜이
where
더 센데
maybe 7
유틸까지 더
30
좋잖아요,
on any given
도적보다는.
map that Echo is going to win because one death from
우르솔
Echo, Sloth
특히.
are almost always going to be there to pounce, right? And that is incredibly impressive out of Sloth.
어둠달을 그 아까 레전더리 루트가 어제 나왔어요.
Well, Shadow
레전더리가
Imperial
그
Grounds
어둠달
coming
루트가
up
되게
next for,
괜찮아서
do you
에코가
feel
그거를
like Sloth has
갖다
a chance
쓸지
to,
모르겠네.
to
아니면
find
그
the
루트가
again?
애초에
Based
에코
on what
건가?
we've seen
그건
in
아니죠?
their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds earlier?
에코 경기 중에 어둠달 못 봤던 것
Impressive.
같은데.
It's so hard to tell, right? Because I mean, the SPG we saw earlier.
이 에코가 처음
just
보여주는
had,
어둠달
like
루트거든요,
this
이게.
full wipe on the second boss. Yep, but we haven't
좀
seen
기대가
Echo's
되네요.
SPG at all, so it's really hard to tell. Honestly, I think Sloth has the potential, but then it's so scary when you haven't seen Echo play a dungeon
야드는
at
지금
all.
경쟁력은 있는
Just
것
know they're
같아요.
gonna come out of
경쟁력은
nowhere
있어요.
and do the dungeon like 5 minutes or whatever. So we'll see.
Right. I feel like if Sloth cleans a few things up a little bit, they can make it very close.
근데
But
하나에서는
yeah, like you
도적이
said,
더 인기가
we
많긴 할
haven't
듯.
seen Echo do it yet.
야드 제법
what the ceiling
어렵다고
is
들었어.
for what can be done on the dungeon, but we're about to find out. Echo trying to get
에코는
another win
복술이에요.
here and take this one, or Sloth ties it up. Let's find out.
플러스는 또 화법이고.
Yeah, love to see the Fire Mage out of Sloth. We've seen it a few times, of course, this weekend, but love to get to see that. And they are going to go straight into this Void Spawn pull. This is a pull that I think is somewhat informed by the comp as well, because when you have a big mob like a Void Spawn in your pull, that's the perfect target to dump a combustion into. That's exactly what Simpkins is doing here. Going to get the full value out of the Ignite, and it's also going to
범위 따라
incidentally kill
내려오는
the mob
거를 안
nearby.
기다렸거든요.
So, really cool.
왔네.
Pull based on comp out of Sloth. Of course, Echo are going to be going for something much more ambitious.
건너편
Here. They
땡기나?
sent Gingy around one side. The rest of the team has gone the other side, and they are going to be grabbing
아더사이드 데리고
a
온 거죠
huge
지금.
amount of enemies all together, all at once here. Now is grabbing the boss and bringing it back towards the start of the room here. This is super dangerous for now. He is the player that is most likely to die for Echo on this pull, because you have 6 of those bones, and they cast a Void Slash that
아더사이드도 지금 그러니까 반대쪽도 데리고 온 것 같아요. 보니까 아더사이드 뭐 언급이 있었으니까. 거미까지 데리고 왔는지는 모르겠네. 죽기가 안 보였죠 올 때.
Coming in here, so many things happening simultaneously and so fast as well. We even saw a really cool skip coming in too.
내가 봤을 때 아까 반대편에 진지가 뛰어왔어요. 그러면은 아까 그 레전더리에서 했던 플링을 진지가 데리고 온 거네요. 그걸 에코가 먼저 했을지는 모르겠는데 그 루트가 확실히 좋다고 판단한 것 같아요. 에코도. 그리고 저 섀도우 볼트는 확실히 위협적이니까 술사를 통해서 좀 더 안전하게 쌀을 하나 더 가져오는 판단이고.
Before going to the boss, so they're a little bit behind, but not too far. I mean, if you look at the boss percentage, it's actually not that bad.
Not bad at all for Sloth. They are catching up on boss damage. I suspect that might be the fact. If you look at the damage meters, right, it looks like the Fire Mage is doing low damage, but they are doing a huge amount of boss damage here. Whereas Echo are a little bit more cleave focused. Of course, Echo are going to be coming out of this area. Not just first, but also with more.
이게 보면은 슬롭스는 한 플링을 하고 왔는데도 퍼센트가 21.6%잖아요. 근데 에코는 한 플링 만에 25%를 채웠단 말이죠. 1번 플링은 무조건 이게 정답이다라고 에코가 지금 너네가 맞았다. 레전더리 너네 루트는 옳았다.
I mean, Echo actually killed the boss before they finished off that last mob. They still had alive from the previous pull. And now Sloth actually going to be the first one to gear up this trash. Actually, just 1 second behind Echo as they gather up all of these Dominators. And this is another pull where things can go a little bit wrong. Because you have these souls that can have aggro issues. You know, they might just randomly start hitting your healer or whatever they want to. So we'll see if there's anything going wrong for either of those teams. It looks like Echo did interrupt the Dominators pretty early on.
여기서 천폭을 바로 써준 이유는 저게 그 구속된 영혼이 그 정신지배가 처음 시전하는 게 잘려야지 피통이 줄어들거든요. 그래서 바로 끊어준 거예요, 광역스톤으로. 하지만 덕분에 그 랜덤으로 억을 튀는 그 부분에서 암사가 한 대 맞고 바로 죽었죠. 아, 팝업이요, 팝업. 바로 와, 바로 와. 앞쪽을 패스해주고 앞쪽을 패스해야지 뒷문이 열려있는 것 같아요 보니까. 이게 앞쪽을 잡으면은 뒷문이 닫혀있어갖고 쟤네를 풀링할 수가 없거든요. 양쪽 같은 이덴 풀링이고 아까 화법이 강화 버프 나와서 네임드를 단일바라로 세게 밀어줬거든요. 지금 이제 양 팀에서 그 네임드 속도 차이를 보면 될 거예요. 쫄 잡고 나와서 법사가 마주 받고 강한 발을 네임드한테 털어줄 거니까. 슬로스 사고 났는데 복구됐고. 법사만 안 죽으면 되거든요. 법사 나와서 바로 와. 냄드 딜. 여기서 만약에 슬로스가 에코 네임드 딜을 많이 따라가면은 법사가 단일이 확실히 세다는 게 입증이 되는 거지. 우와 40% 38% 34% 2% 차이 2% 차이 3% 차이 10% 넘게 차이 났었는데 와 이게 발화다. 내가 화염법사다. 화염법사 죽지 않았다. 니네 격아 좀 해봤냐? 이런 느낌. 마주는 법사 거.
They're catching up here on speed of killing this boss. That single target damage that they are deploying with this fire mage.
진지야 법사 좀 할 줄 아니?
They are getting an advantage from it against Echo.
진지야 어둠 땅에서 법사 할래?
Those big pulls slightly better perhaps. Although I'm not even sure that's, but I actually really love what Sloth are up to here, and Sloth now have the 1 count advantage as well, 1% in favor of Sloth.
이넴 구간 슬로스가 빨랐어요. 이넴 구간 3분 18초 대 3분 14초 법사 차이. 법사 차이.
Sometimes when you're in this intermission and you kill a boss, you have to wait until the
진지
intermission
차이.
is over so you can pull the trash. But Echo didn't have to worry about that at all as the trash was already dead.
슬로스도 브레인이 있네요 팀에. 용맹도 그렇고 슬로스도 루트가 좋아. 루트가 좋고.
And there's just so many interrupts that you require here because these spiders can actually not be disrupted.
근데 짤은 셌어. 짤은 셌어. 저 독해제 토템인가? 독해제 토템이 질병 해제도 되나? 아니면 석화로 다 풀었나? 죽었네? 저는 어둠달 복술이 좋은 것 같아요. 1렙만 살릴 수 있으면. 짤보기가 확실히 유연해요. 어둠달 짤이 좀 부담스러운 데가 많거든요.
cooldown on your kick from your healer kind of allows you to pull a little bit more aggressively these sorts of mobs that can only be interrupted with an actual traditional interrupt. We have another death coming out here for Sloth.
짤이 너무 많이 샜다.
Does end up releasing and start running back, but now Tundra is also far away.
탱 다이. 젖잘싸.
That may be the point here where Sloth will depart our tournament. I'm not 100% sure. Of course, Echo could still have a wipe as well, but that is a huge time loss, and Echo are in position here to close out this dungeon if they can just keep it clean from here.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Sloth. Just things going wrong as they were gathering up that pool. Just spiders coming from the back. That's casting as well.
아깝다.
Chandra either had aggro or got casted on by someone.
용맹에서 슬로스가 이겼으면 어떻게 됐을지 몰랐을 텐데. 흐름을 좀 못한 게 아닌가. 슬로스도 용맹 끝나고 나서 우리 잘했는데 잘하면 이겼겠는데 그 생각을 했을 거예요. 시간도 그렇고. 아쉽게 됐네.
one time I was a little bit scared because Gingy got hit by a storming, and it looked like he was knocked into the frontal of the worm, which we've actually seen happen to Lepen earlier in their run against Sloth.
저플링을 야드가 하네요.
It did not happen, thankfully. And now they're pulling that other trash back here too. They're pulling the double bat plus the double spiders into Bone Maw, which is another point where things can go wrong as well. So take a look at Echo and see if they can pull this off.
이거 이렇게 잔잔바를 이렇게 묻혀주면은 부족이 단일들이 많이 세지니까.
Storming tornadoes. Mira is actually going to soak one of those. One of the best things you can do as a player as well against storming is in these areas against these bosses where storming is really dangerous, proactively soak them if it's not going to hurt your DPS and if it's not going to be dangerous to you, so that that tornado isn't still there for the rest of your group in the more dangerous phases, or for somebody who might lose more damage trying to dodge it. That's something that, especially with Death's Advance, DK can pop Death's Advance and just hoover up as many of those tornadoes as you can get and take them away for the rest of your group.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like they're not even focusing down the spiders either. The one thing that I guess is, because usually storming is an affix that isn't necessarily the most dangerous thing, but having multiple adds up means that there's going to be more storming spawning, and especially doing this inhale cast, it can be annoying because I don't know if you guys have ever played this boss with something like volcanoes or quaking or storming. All of those affixes can be incredibly annoying because as soon as you get knocked out of that zone, out of the slow, you will be immediately eaten by Bone Maw. You get thrown into that water. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will wipe or die if you get thrown into the water, but for an MDI style pull, of course, it's going to be a huge time loss.
단수는 그 주마다 달라져요. 주마다 던전별로 단수가 정해져 있어요.
If your tank is throwing out, is going to be thrown into the water, then you have a bad time. So there we go.
보풀 지금 세요. 단일은 용보다 세요. 아닌가? 아, 용 지팡이 있으면 용이 더 셀 수도 있겠다. 지팡이 빼고부터 하면은 목소리 더 세요.
Slow fall yourself, land on the bridge, and then alter back, and that's going to be how Sloth pulls these mobs.
보통 첫 주는 20에서 23단. 이제 파이널로 가면은 단수가 좀 더 올라가고. 네, 시도를 걸고 전화 걸고 무슨 뭐 돌진 물약 같은 게 있대요. 그런 걸 한번 먹는 것 같아요. 미세하게 한번 툭 튀어나가는 그런 무빙이 있었거든요.
And unfortunately for Sloth, there's really not much left in the dungeon for them to catch up with, right? There's one more trash pull for Echo here, these two blueberries, and then there's Ner'zhul, and that's it. Then we'll be done.
네, 소환줄 무시하고 본체만 치는 게 MDI 공략인데 그 글로벌에선 저렇게 하면은 새끼쫄이 뱉는 침에 다 터져요. 그리고 단수가 조금만 올라가도 어려운 플링이에요. 그러니까 어려워요. 살려놓고 데미지 잡는 게. 그 뒤에 쫄들이 침 뱉는 게 굉장히 아프거든요. 단수 올라가면 올라갈수록.
Telia trying to keep everyone alive. They are also using their defensives, all of the defensives they have available here to make sure they can stay alive. And they also try to kill them evenly because finishing off one of them early is not necessarily that good. Actually, now going down there, they will have to commit a battle rest and try to kite out those void spawns. Yeah, they have to be careful when it comes to bolstering. That's why they tried to kill them off evenly here. And Gingy
이게 주의 어픽스가 정해져 있기 때문에 아 그래 역시 진지는 한번 죽어야지. 이제 좀 진지답네.
Yeah, just another little bit of a time loss on Echo's side.
Yeah, that's something that
아직 어둠달은 경화로밖에 대회에서 안 나왔어요.
Sort of thing going wrong for them, but I don't think they're likely to get punished for it this time. But I think a clean run out of Sloth would have beaten this out of Echo. However, Echo are
탱도 붙어있어요. 탱 바닥이겠네. 저기 빡세요. 야드는 공변하면은 뭐 살라면 살 수는 있을 듯. 낙법도 안 쓰고 죽었네. 어떻게든 살라면 살 수 있는데 굳이 뭐 그렇게까지 안 한대. 내 야드가 생본이 있어서.
They mark a Ritual Bones target and they head over to it. Usually you want to avoid targeting the very farthest on the side, because that one just gets to the end of its journey so quickly. You can see even here with the second farthest, they don't actually have that much time before they would have been zoned out of the room. Sometimes going for the
팝업이 있어서 3렘 딜도 셌을 거고 팝업에 가치 증명은 했는데 한번 죽은 게 아쉽다.
You'll take more damage from those omens as you're killing them. So a balance needs to be struck between those two goals on this boss fight.
And of course, the one person that is doing all of the work on this boss is going to be Clicks, the only ranged player, basically summoning all of these omens on the ground, summoning all of those zones that do damage the closer you are to them. So that's going to be all on Clicks. But if you only have one
방금
range,
법사
you can
시아프라는 거
sometimes
나왔죠?
see
여기가
because
시아프리
you know
되거든요.
for sure that they're all gonna
방금
spawn,
법사 시아프라는
and
위치.
you don't have another range,
저거
so
체크
it's
포인트예요,
close
체크
to
포인트.
you, and then you still have to walk away. And for the healer, it's also easier to know that, yeah, they all spawn on Clicks, so I just have to heal Clicks. But Sloth having some issues as Tundra goes down on the double blueberry pool, unfortunately.
시아플 시아플하고 산 법사와 시아플 안 하고 죽어 남사.
But it doesn't matter as Echo did finish off the boss, and they're gonna be winning that final in Group A 3-1 against Sloth.
That's right. Echo takes it. Group A is theirs. Sloth made them work for it, though. So I'm
Echo
excited
plus.
to see both of these teams in the MDI Global Finals. Sloth with a couple more weeks to power up, and Echo as well. You know, Sloth again proving at the very least that
집에
they
간다.
are definitely one of the few teams that can really
법사
push
집에 간다.
Echo to their limits. But push all you want. Echo are the ones who are going to do things a little bit quicker. They will get the win anyway. And how many times have we seen the screen over the last few years? Quite a few times, I feel like.
Once or twice.
Yeah,
once or twice.
it seems familiar. Congratulations, a well-deserved win for sure for Echo here in this run. For a second, it seems like we're gonna get
그래도
another Halls of Valor,
가능성을
right, where
보여줬네요.
everything stays so close.
아쉽겠다 좀. 1, 2경기 다 잘했는데. 아니 그 2, 3경기. 둘 다 잘했는데
I'm really happy for Sloth, right? Before we get into it, I'm really happy.
에코의 체급으로
They threw up a fight. They showed that they could take another map from Echo, and I'm definitely looking.
용맹 같은 경우는 슬로스 루트가 딱히 위험하지도 않았거든요. 근데 훨씬 더 좋았어.
You can see Gingy running down on the other side, grabbing.
빈지가 반대쪽 다 데리고 왔네.
That's a really big pull. You have all of the bone menders, all of the
궁금하네요. 저게 에코도 원래 저 생각을 했었는지 레전더리 루트를 카피한 건지. 카피겠죠?
goes down here, Simkins go down here. They can actually rest both of them using Ang and Battle Rest, and don't have any Battle Rests available anymore. They actually recover this, which already felt incredible to me. I thought this was going to be game, but it wasn't. They caught back up, and both teams arrived at the Worms here pretty much.
근데 슬로스 용맹 루트가 글로벌에서 써먹긴 어려워요. 저게 펜리르 쪽 루트가 덫이 깔리면서 곰을 잡아야 되잖아요. 쉽지 않지. 그리고 냄드에 늑대 붙이는 거? 쉽지 않지. 냄드에 늑대 붙이는 거 한 2-3마리까지는 괜찮은데 한 5마리가 붙였거든요? 그건 어려워요.
And they had to redo all of that, which was just, you know, it was the dagger in the back that finished this run for Sloth. On the other side, Echo, Happy Campers moving on in this final here. They grabbed the spiders. We saw other teams do this as well. For Bone Maw, then here at the Void Spawn, there was a little bit of some danger territory towards the end of these void spawns. I really like that they pulled them at the same time. The only team to do that so far. Every other team just focused one, but then took the bolstering. Echo pulling both of them, killing both of them at the same time. A little bit more dangerous
특성이 다를 게 별로 없어 보이던데.
but you don't have the extra damage from the bolstering.
모르겠다. 제가 복술 특성 연구는 안 해봐가지고 저도 그냥 카피해갖고 하고 있거든요. 복술은. 독일은 제가 약간 생각하면서 찍는데.
Yep, that's right. Both teams making it out to the global finals, but we get the treat of seeing them go head to head. Kind of perhaps a global finals preview, right? If these two teams end up running into each other at some point, which just based on previous history, based on what we're seeing this group, I would not be surprised at all. But what kind of stood out for you is Dratnos as far as like what helped get Sloth to the point where, you know, we are talking about them in the same kind of arena as Echo as a team?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see Sloth doing this well, and it was something where
예,
when the
이번
time
시즌엔
trials came,
트위치에서
I was
하더라고요.
surprised to see them at 6th, not because I thought that was high, but because I thought that was lower than I expected out of them, given how well they'd play
하지만
in
화질이
Shadowlands, and I think
저화질이라
how we've seen them play this weekend really goes to
유튜브에서
show
보는
that
걸
they're
추천드리긴
not just,
합니다.
like 6th is not, they're better than 6th. Like they are up there with Echo on their best days, and I think that they are one of the top few teams in the world right now for the MDI. So I do not envy whoever gets placed against them in the global finals bracket. Of course, we've got to see the next few group weekends and the last stand to see who that's going to be. But I think that they are going to be a powerhouse team, and I wouldn't be
돼지 생명의
surprised
무기는 안 찍는 게
if they
이득이죠.
test against Echo. I think Monka is the other team that I'm.
그러면은 젤리아는 안 찍었을 거려?
the
맞죠?
rest of
젤리아는 안
the
찍고
groups as well as being
그냥
those
룬을
teams are
발랐을 거고.
incredibly strong, and yeah, Sloth. I think they have their
돼지
strategy.
생명 무기 찍는 게 딜에서 무조건 손해고 힐에서도 그렇게 이득이 아니거든요. 스탯을 300을 젤리아가 찍었다고요? 이런
the comps, they have the players that can play whatever spec they think is good. They have the
실제 플레이에서 안 찍었을 수도 있어요. 플레이에선 또 특성이 다르니까.
Find advantages and make them sing. So I'm really excited for Sloth. I think this team has had a fantastic weekend and can't wait to see them in the global finals.
Yeah, so here's our
다음 주
bracket
대진
over the
나오나?
course of the weekend. Obviously, the other team that everyone was kind of talking about was Legendary Nagura. Looking at Legendary's performance over the course of the weekend, play coach a little bit here for a second. What would you be
물보막을 안
telling the team to
찍어도
get ready for? Presumably
아나가
that
별로 안
last
털리나
stand
보네,
tournament if they
복술이.
decide to try to qualify through that.
So I think with Legendary, it's really just a consistency problem, which is definitely something they can work on, right? It's the fact that maybe in practice, all of these strategies and all of these routes have worked out for them all the time because they're really smart. They know how to come up with these really fast routes, and I mean, if they wouldn't have wiped, they probably would have won against some of those matchups, right? And they might have even made it into top 2. I think they are very good, a very incredibly good team. They have the strategies. They're just lacking when it comes to the actual execution on the tournament. Right, so maybe they didn't have the same mistakes during practice. Maybe it's nerves. Maybe it's just needing the experience in the tournaments.
아,
But yeah, just maybe dialing it back a little bit when it comes to their pulls. If they
다음
know that
시즌부터
they
에코에서
cannot,
하면은
like,
유종의
execute
미를
them
거두고 싶겠죠.
70 or like even 80% of the time, right? Because I think you just need a high percentage when it comes to MDI. Because if in practice it only works 50-50, then it's probably not going to be good enough for the tournament. And maybe they just have been going a little bit on the too risky side when it comes to their routes. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's also just nerves. And at that point, the experience in this tournament definitely helped them for the last stand.
Could be a little bit of everything. One question for you, Mix, looking at this graphic.
나오가 에코 탱 그만두나요?
Earlier in the week, who's got the best logo?
뭐 앤디가 에코 같다는 얘기가 있던데 그 자리에 앤디가 들어가나 그럼?
I've been thinking about this. We haven't had a chance to talk about
That's a
it yet.
really hard question. I really like the legendary one because I feel like that's got extra WoW style points. I know that Sloth
Sure,
and Levels
okay.
are just taking the same logo from their guild, so is Echo, so I feel like kind of, you know.
Yeah.
아, 본인 빠진다는
Apes
얘기를 했어요.
definitely going strong with the ape.
월퍼 레이스에
Yeah,
좀
they're strong.
Yeah,
Not going
actually-
strong.
스트레스가 있었나 보네.
Yeah, but the
아니면
logo
뭐
is
이제-
really strong. Thank you, Nugu.
That would be your pick.
I actually talked to
그만두고 싶어졌을 수도 있고.
he ended up in the last stand. That was actually pretty good practice for them. So he's actually not too upset about it, which was really, really
현타
good.
얼마나
I'm
하죠? 그렇게
looking
몇 시즌
forward
동안
to see
계속
them there
했으면.
and generally looking forward to the last stand.
게임이라는 게 약간 일로 하는 거랑
How's it going? Congrats
취미로 하는 거랑
on,
다른
taking Group
문제니까.
A. You know, when people talk about Echo, a lot of us just ask the question, why? Why are they so fast? Why are they so clean? Why do they keep claiming that they're not pulling the dragon on purpose in the Fenrir area? The questions abound. So maybe you can answer a few of these for us.
Well, I mean, we play the game a lot, I guess. That's one of the reasons why.
월퍼키라고 MDI하고 그레이트
regarding the
푸시하고
dragon, it's a little bit annoying. I usually walk through the
힘들지,
portal
힘들지.
before everyone else because I have a shadow melt in case I body pulled it or something like that. But this time around, it was I triggered the dragon.
클래식
They
브레이스.
walked through the portal and then it was global combat and then it walked to Salia.
진짜
So
인터뷰하네.
that's what happened. It's not part of the strategy, killing that dragon.
Okay.
So.
What are you pulling if you don't accidentally pull the dragon? Like, What is the other
Two.
strat? The normal strat.
It's just 2 wolves after Fenrir. So like we just decided not to pull those 2 because we had the count. But normally we just add 2 more wolves, and yeah, the speed of that pull wouldn't change at all. So we lost a minute by baseline just ninja pulling that dragon. It was not ideal.
I want to talk a little bit about
Dranos,
the
what
comps
question do you have?
because, well, I think that the thing about the time trials that was interesting was we saw this movement
아, 그치.
towards stuff like the mage and the
명전들은 퍼킬 하고 그 이후에 선수파 타는 게 조금
and then this weekend you guys
나오는
basically just
퍼킬만 하고
raised the
나서
same plan in
그냥
every
딴
dungeon.
거
We saw
하는 게
the
더
shaman
이득이거든요,
swapping
사실.
in a few spots. Were there any places you were
선수팟에
considering stuff like
그러니까 선수파를 한 개만 돌리는 게 아니고
different picks and why did we
여러
end up
개를
seeing
돌려야 되기
this
때문에
3
캐릭터를
DPS
여러 개를
in,
육성해야
this
되잖아요, 매
dungeon?
시즌. 그런 게 좀 부담스러울 수 있어요.
This comp is just so versatile. It has pretty much everything, and our healer always says like.
탱커는 못 쉬거든. 이제 딜러들은 수업하면서 이렇게 쉴 수가 있는데 탱커는 항상 탱을 해줘야 되잖아.
Like chain lightnings, whatever he does, and you know the V and the Nature's Vigil is doing all of it, and it's just a really good all-round comp. The DK is of course like super broken for MDI style pulls.
무슨 얘긴지 무슨 얘긴지 알겠다. 자기는 이제
the difference in affixes,
파밍을 위한 레이드를 하고 싶은데 골드를 벌기 위한 레이드는 싫다 이거잖아요.
Affixes as they did in the time trial, so we swapped over to the Feral Shadow Priest instead.
Okay, I've got a question on swapping.
이해되는
different
부분.
classes
제가
and some
약간
things too. Obviously, that's something that comes along with playing MDI, playing WoW at a high level.
명전 도전하는 그 상위 전공을 안 하는 이유랑 비슷하거든요. 뭐 나를 껴줄지 안 껴줄지는 뭐 다음 문제긴 하지만.
That's when you need to like really put in the
저도
effort.
비슷한 이유로
You know, just looking up everything.
상위 전공을 안 하거든요.
There's a lot of information out there.
물론 첫 번째 문제는 시간이긴 한데 그 정도 체력이 안 돼서.
You can read up. Just kind of get the basic knowledge and information. And then thankfully we are in the best skill in the world.
세기를 하고 싶어서 레이드를 하는 건데 상위 전공에 들어가면은 파밍하기가 힘들어지니까 템을 다 몰아줘야 되기도 하고
Yeah, it's just the amount of effort you put into it yourself.
초반에 들어가는 시간도 좀 빡세고.
Used to re-rolling quite a lot, and playing a lot of different specs or having to play a different class really quickly. I mean, we did have to do.
그냥 대충 결과 정리되는 거 보고 자랑하려고 그랬는데 그 다음 주 그게 안 나오네요. 알겠다. 방송 여기까지 하고 가볼게요. 다들 좋은 하루 되시고 한 주의 시작 잘 하시길. 혹시 구독 안 하신 분들 있으면 구독, 팔로우 한 번씩 부탁드립니다. 다음 주에 할지 안 할지 모르겠는데 하게 되면은 그때 뵙죠. 바이.
Why do you need the boomkin AoE, you know? Like it's just, and some of the pulls they don't last